Welcome back to the OCA podcast. I'm your host, the Anime Collector, showing you what it looks like when we have one day to prepare for a show. Joining me tonight is Greenline.
Hi, we didn't think we'd be here today, but we are. So, you know.
And our resident temptress.
My eye is off screen. Please look at that instead.
Randy.
Greenline looks upset to be here.
I'm actually quite happy. I've got like several
the way he
things
came
to-
here is like, oh, that was the most autistic intro I've ever seen him do.
Infonom. Actually
Hello.
here for once.
I'm just afraid, for the record, I'm just afraid that, you know, like this is going to be one of those not quick podcasts, but really long podcasts.
That's exactly what it's going to be. Reese, you didn't save the changed site identity.
I didn't.
That you...
I said I wasn't going to until next time. I thought you did that. I'm sorry. Stop looking at my eyes.
Doing it now.
Hello, Lady Phoenix.
Hello,
And Seb.
lady.
Apologies for the delay.
Seb's
What are
wearing
these
sunglasses.
emojis?
Seb's wearing sunglasses so he don't know where his eyes is, and then the grabby hand because he know where his eyes are.
That's a
They
grabby
do-
hand?
They do look like Master Roshi's eyeglasses.
I'm
Site
assuming it's a
identity.
grabby hand.
Little hosts, big adventures. Dear Lord, who's texting me? My wife, asking where Chloe is.
Oh. That's not good.
All right, cool. All right, we're here. Now we're sharing with power, Nintendo power. Refreshing. All right, cool. Is this the one? Or is this the one? I think it's this one. Oh, I'm doing the wrong thing. No wonder. Okay. There we go. All right. Figured it out after 322 podcasts. Okay. So, I'm sure, given how... Wow, I look weird in this shirt with the stripes. Does that look weird to you guys?
Let's cover that up. I guess we'll do that.
I told you it moves it. All right. So, if you guys want to support the OCA podcast, I invite you to go over to ocapodcast.com/support, where you can be blinded by the seizure-inducing stuff over here. We need some serious dough in monthly expenses coverage so that we can be profitable by 2030 and finish. Yeah. What kind of cruel mistress are you? Won't let us finish? Anyway, so you guys can donate to us directly via PayPal. You can also donate to us via our Patreon, the Anime Collector Patreon, our Subscribestar, our Ko-fi, or indirectly at any of our affiliate links. I want to take a moment to thank our current benefactors. That's not what it is.
Lead
Supporters. Thank you for making this slightly less painful to do every week. All right. So, want to jump right in. So, you guys remember that we talked over the past 2 weeks about a girl in the Scotland named Lola who brandished a hatchet and a big knife and then got arrested for it. That happened in Dundee. This is an article from January of this year. Grooming gang convicted of raping women in Dundee. But wait, before we go too far, I'd like to show you what this article looked like once upon a time when it was published 17 minutes ago. What? We can't show what they look like, right? Couldn't do that back then. So this is why she felt the need to arm herself, right? Now, on top of that, I want to show you what's happening in Ireland. This could be your mother, sister, girlfriend, or wife. Import the third world, become the third world. Not our culture. Mass deportation. Ireland is full, according to Brian Garrigan. Let me showcase this lovely video. It took me a good minute to realize what was happening when I first saw this.
He ripped off her hand. Where is it?
This poor girl.
Jefe, llama a la policía.
No men showed up to help. That's fucking sobering. Meanwhile, this is what's happening in London. He approaches women in the night. They're terrified. He strokes her hair, not sure it's a girl. She rejects him. He asks her if she wants to die right now. She goes for her phone. He threatens her again. Why are British women being forced to live like this? Let's watch that one.
What? I saw you from over there. I like your hair still. You got some nice hair. It's nice and luscious. I'm perfectly fine. You're gonna die. Huh? Why are you just smiling at me? I asked him a question, a serious question. Do you wanna die?
Gotta love the soundtrack to it.
Because
Sure.
you still touching him.
Why?
Because,
You're gonna die. You sure?
yeah.
I saw you from over there. You're just looking like you wanted to die.
When did we look at you?
Well, you was looking at me this whole time. You're gonna die. Nah, bro. Bro. You're gonna die, bro. Bro, don't even answer that right now. This is serious, bro. You're trying to answer the phone. Who's calling you? They can wait, bro. You're gonna die, bro, because I can take it out right now, bro.
What's wrong?
Huh?
What's wrong?
I can take it out right now. Do you want to die? Yes or no? Huh? Speak. I'm talking to you, bro. You don't wanna die? Swat me then. Swat. I lied to you, bro. I don't know why you're laughing as well, bro. Just I take it out right now.
I don't know what the fuck I just looked at, to be honest with you. Couldn't tell if they overdubbed it in post. I have no idea what the fuck that was, but it was uncomfortable. Continuing, this is what we mean when we talk about the rape of Britain. One night in Oldham in 2006, for example, a 12-year-old girl named Sophie entered a police station and reported that she had just been molested in a graveyard by a man named Ali. A desk officer told her to come back with an adult when she was sober. Two men accosted her in the police station. Joined by a third, they raped her in their car. When they dumped her on the street, she asked a man named Sarwar Ali for directions. He took her to his home, raped her, and gave her money for bus fare home. A man named Shakil Chowdhury pulled up in his car and offered to take her home. He abducted her, took her to a house where he and 4 other men repeatedly raped her.
Sickening.
This story here, when sent to ChatGPT, is marked as a illegal use of the program, and they won't give you more info on it. There are some people in here showing that Shakil Chowdhury was incredibly sentenced to only 6 years in prison, even though he repeatedly gang raped a 12-year-old girl, and he didn't give the police the names of any of the other rapists. Now, it has been brought to my attention by Randy that this particular individual is a... What do you call those people who rush, like the journalists that rush to be first instead of right? You know what I'm talking about? So this guy is like a TikToker who's wrong a lot. It's hard to tell if this person is reporting the same details as this guy, if as in if this guy ends up talking about the same report, or if they compiled their report off of what he said. So take it with a grain of salt. But he says, the UK has been conquered. I see no way back from this. In the UK right now, there are now Muslim-only sections. 78% of the Muslim women refugees don't work. 63% of Muslim men refugees don't work. 8 out of every 10 of Muslims are on free government housing. Many UK schools are now requiring school lunches to be halal, meaning adhering to Islamic religious requirements, right? So kind of like kosher for Jewish dietary restrictions, right? But for the Islamic version. There are schools so overrun with Muslims, like Daisyfield Primary in Blackburn, where 95% of pupils are Muslim. There, they've adopted strict halal accreditation. The mayor of London, Sheffield, Blackburn, Oxford, Luton, Oldham are all Muslims. So they mean the mayors of those places, right? The new Home Security of the United Kingdom, who's in charge of national security, counterterrorism, policing, and immigration, is a Pakistani Muslim. And I just remind you that, like last podcast, we looked at the report where a rapist was spared jail time by agreeing to let the brother of his victim rape his sister back home in Pakistan. Just throwing that out. Additionally, in England, there is not a single white British child in 72 schools across England. In 454 schools, white British children make up less than 2% of the student body. White British children are now a minority in 1 in 4 schools. Muhammad tops the list of boys' names for a second year running. Afghanistan? Nope. UK school children. So it's a little hard to tell, but if you look up here, it's really hard to tell. But there is, in fact, a Union Jack flag flying right here, showing that this is in the UK, right? The new UK Home Secretary, the Pakistani woman, Shabana Mahmood, quote, "The people you see holding the English flag most of the time down my neck of the woods will be the EDL, and they are white, and they are male, and they are bad people." Meanwhile, the police have lost control in London. So, I don't know if you noticed, there was a particular skin tone in the individuals that the police were running from. Let's see how they handle it when the skin tone is a little bit lighter. Note the English flags that they were holding and wearing, right? It is a response to a protest where people in England demand to be able to raise their own flag, right? Right? Police officers in London strikes a protester with their baton. You didn't see this in Rockdale, did you? Or in Harrow, Leeds, did you? Riot police love attacking white men, to which this individual pointed out this is nothing new regarding the police running from the minorities. British police usually run away from colored people. When it's whites demonstrating, they come out in full battle rattle and go on the offensive. Meanwhile, in London earlier, RAF war veteran is arrested for holding up a sign that offended the wrong people. So he gets taken out of his wheelchair and carried off. He's at a Palestine protest and offended someone. And so they cart him off. And you can hear
Did he lock the wheelchair there? Like, why wouldn't they just roll him away?
I don't know. But show of force, you know?
That looks like a walker, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think it's one of the kind that you walk with, and then you can turn around and sit in it to keep you, like, you know, give you rest because you're not quite immobile, but you need to be able to relax at times in order to make sure you don't overdo it. Anyway, yeah, it's sickening, right? Also, a UK priest was reading the Bible out loud on the street. A policeman approached him and arrested him. The police was accused of inciting hatred. Sorry, the priest was accused of inciting hatred and was sent to prison for 4 months. Why are you arresting him? Because he is reading the Bible on the street. What does that bother you? Policeman says, I'm a Muslim. I'm not going to play it with audio because the audio is horrifically desynced for some reason. Continuing.
In Canada, they, in Quebec specifically, apparently a bunch of Muslim people were protesting churches, I think. So they were praying and doing all this stuff outside churches, but like we can't arrest them or something. I don't know, but I'm not saying that they should be arrested, but unless they're harassing, whatever. But they're gonna make a law that says you can't like do public prayer to try and make it illegal to block them from being able to do this. But then people are like, but then you won't be able to pray for Catholic stuff either. Like, and how does that work for like doing because they have like grades and shit sometimes where they go through and they'll do a prayer or whatever, and like all of this stuff you're gonna ban, and it's just gonna get used against the Catholics.
And this is because of the Islamic call to prayer that they do like 3 times a day or whatever.
No, I think it was just because they were actually harassing the churches, but still, like they're causing Quebec to freak the fuck out and make stupid laws.
Yep. Continuing, an African tribe in Britain is casting voodoo spells on the houses of white people. She says all the racists of the streets will die. This is how crazy things are right now. Is it this one?
Here in this house, I pray fire over this house. I pray calamity over this house. No one will steal my child and get away with it. No one will steal my daughters and get away with it. I pray fire over this house. Fire in this street. May calamity come in this street until my children are brought back to their borders. May this street never sleep. May they be dashed to pieces. I am the mother of Charo. I am the mother of Chaka. Uno, you shall die a painful death. Uno, you shall die a painful death. All you racists of the street, racially abusing my girls, you shall die In this way. I'm done, my lord.
Nice work.
Ooga Booga intensifies. Yeah. Right now, you're getting arrested. Why did we not go live on Twitter? What's going on? Ah, fuck. I did it to the wrong one. God damn it. God damn it. God damn it. God damn it. Okay, there it is. Fuck. All right. Yeah, so people are literally being thrown in jail in the UK for offensive social media posts. What happens to the people chanting "You will die" loudly in the middle of a neighborhood? The fuck is up with that shit? Right? Gotta move this back over here. Randy, whatever the fuck you're doing is so goddamn loud.
Something I'm doing is loud?
Well, everybody else is muted. It has to be you. It's coming in through my headphones.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. All right, so I saw this. I thought this was pretty funny. An attempted mass shooter has been arrested near Stamford Bridge after the Chelsea game. He was wearing a helmet, had a vest on, armed with a gun, and carrying extra ammunition. Oh, sorry, I didn't. Well, he's like, here's the fucking gun. I'm about to shoot everybody. I'm not going to play this audio. He's got a helmet and everything. He's about to shoot people. Oh, my God. Oh, do you recognize this? What's that? Readers have added context they thought people might want to know. The police detained a 16-year-old boy who was in cosplay. He's wearing an Umbrella Corporation riot gear uniform on his way to a convention. There was no attempted mass shooting. But that's the world we fucking live in the UK right now, where you can't even step outside, minding your own business, enjoying your hobby, without getting tackled to the ground because of the amount of fear that the British police and the British government have in the people that they are supposed to rule, right? Continuing. Meanwhile, in Australia, they're having their own problems with migrants and people getting attacked. So naturally, they've decided that the way to get migrants to stop killing people is to say, swiper, no swiping, put your machete in the bin.
From the 1st of September, when the ban on machetes takes place, we are rolling out through Victoria Police at 24/7 police stations the safe disposal bins. These will be at locations right across the state. They'll be locations where people can come and lawfully dispose of any machete that they may already have at one of these bins safely and securely. And we've done this because we want to get these knives off the streets, because these knives destroy lives.
Someone walks up to the box.
Last I checked,
Ooh,
criminals
free
obeyed
knives.
laws.
Yeah, right. Gets worse. Australian is considering taxing unused bedrooms in people's homes to free up supplies. This is what happens when government controls too much. They'll come for everything. Pay taxes to buy it, pay taxes to own it, pay taxes to sell it, now pay taxes for empty rooms. Never, ever give up your guns. Meanwhile, in Germany, they're dealing with similar issues. And when you create left-wing problems, the solution becomes right-wing government. Always, every time. 6 candidates from Germany's right-wing AfD party die 13 days apart in the lead up to local elections. I'm sorry. Insane news out of Germany as a 7th AFD politician has died ahead of the local elections next week. I'm sorry, there's more. Mystery as 16 German politicians die before they were due to stand in state elections, sparking wild conspiracy theories. Huh. Wild conspiracy theories, right? Now, granted, these are not all from the AFD party. The 16, the 7 were, right? The 16 are spread about across multiple parties, but they are almost entirely the right-leaning or right-wing parties. Meanwhile, Randy told me about this horrific fucking thing that happened in Canada a couple of years ago. You want to share with the class?
So basically, this guy had, I don't know if he had mental problems or if he was actually part of some terrorist organization. He claims he was working for ISIS. And he went to a bus stop and asked someone sitting at the bus stop, "Are you a Muslim?" And the guy that he asked said no. And then so he went to go slice him in the throat with a knife. That guy got away, but the attacker got on the next bus and then stood here for a couple minutes and then asked the guy that's got his face blurred here if he was a Muslim, and he said no. And then he pulls out this knife and like slashes his throat a few times.
Yeah, look, I cannot show this on YouTube, right? I mean, I probably could. Let me be fair. I probably could, but it is so horrific, even though it's blurred, that I don't want to show it. If you guys want to see it, it's in the doc. You can go check it out. But it is mental what is happening, right? This guy asks him if he's Muslim, gets the response, pulls his knife and just right across the throat. And he somehow misses the vitals at first. So then he goes across 2 and then 3 times before the guy who's blurred even realizes that he's being attacked. Like, it's absolutely devastating. Then the bus door opens and this fucking champ who survived, if you can even believe it, forces this guy off the bus. Just bodies him straight off the bus. Fucking insane. Now,
just quickly, the reason it's in the news is because he was now convicted, actually, which is a surprise for Canada.
Oh, you mean the criminal was convicted this time?
Yes. And his sentencing is coming up, I think, in December. It was supposed to be July.
Is that sentence?
Yeah, it was supposed to be July, but I think it got delayed for some reason. I don't know. Notably, a same-day release is interesting because there's been cases of judges that have been getting people's charges lowered to a lesser degree so that they can try and keep those people in Canada. Because if they were convicted of said whatever crime, they'd have to get deported. So
Yeah.
I don't. What were you gonna say?
I said, and Canada doesn't want to deport.
Yeah, no. Well, they spend so much time bringing all these people in, they don't want to send them away. I don't know if this guy was Canadian or not. I didn't actually look, but anyway, he might not get a lot of time.
You might have already said this.
Also, sorry, just quickly. This was in BC, Canada.
So you might have already said this while I was over here reading comments, but you were telling me that a problem that you're seeing in Canada is that judges are deliberately giving them lesser sentences because it keeps them in Canada. Did you bring that up already?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if this guy was. I assume he's not Canadian, but I don't know. I didn't actually look with his name and everything. I assume he wasn't, but
hard to tell. Very hard
But
to kill now.
even with Canadians, we have a history of allowing people to go free very easily. They're back on the streets doing more shit.
Mm-hmm. Imagine a
It's basically
religion
like New York, California style up here.
Imagine a religion whose followers admit they want to kill you, but they say you have a phobia if you don't want to be killed. Sums it up pretty nicely. Now, this actually has pretty much nothing to do with what we're talking about right now, but I feel like it was going to get brought up, so I included it. In the U.S., in North Carolina, recently, a Ukrainian refugee got on it was on a train. I thought it was on a bus. She got on a North Carolina train, and this individual pulls out what looks like a switchblade and stabs her right in the neck. Now, they're not going to show it. This poor girl. It's fucking mental.
That's just crazy.
Fucking mental.
And unless the video was cut, it looked like she was only sitting there for like a minute or two.
You know, and it's like, your tolerance is their weapon at a certain point.
Yeah.
Right? Because
nobody steps in, they just keep going.
A woman choosing to cross the street when a person who looks like this is coming up in front of them while they're walking at night is made to feel bad for judging someone and profiling them. This woman chose to sit in front of this individual, and he fucking took out a knife and stuck her like a pig in the side of the throat.
So this guy had like
mental issues,
18 arrests prior to.
Right.
And this is the problem with releasing people that have very clear issues where they're going to reoffend, and now you're sitting in a society where you can't trust the guy that's coming across the street towards you, or the guy that's walking up to you on a subway platform, or the guy sitting behind you on a train, because you don't know if he's one of the people that have 18 arrests and is psychotic that the country just doesn't want to fucking deal with.
Yeah, people
Yeah,
have
when
been
you
saying,
don't punish them, they're just gonna be incentivized to keep offending.
well, it's not just the punishment. It's the, people have been talking about it we closed all the asylums. Like, once upon a time, when life was good, and you got bored and needed to find something to spend fighting for, and who's the quote? I think it's Nietzsche said that if mankind was left with no obligations but to further the species, meaning if you had nothing to do besides, eat good food and have sex all day, that you would literally flip over the table just so that something would happen, just to perceive, some form of conflict, because humans are designed to overcome conflict, right? And so when life was good, because we handled a lot of problems, people become busybodies and get agitated at the fact that injustice is being done somewhere, right? And so we had asylums specifically to handle certain issues. Now, don't get me wrong, there were problems. People sending loved ones off to the asylum just because they didn't want to deal with them, and they had some minor issues. But the big issue here is that the thing about an asylum is that if somebody needs extreme care, they need medication in order to not be a danger to themselves and others, you can't force them to take it, right? You can prescribe somebody a pill, right? And I'm not advocating taking any form of even prescription drugs, right? But you can prescribe people to take medication that you think will help them. They can go and get that prescription filled, and then it can just sit in their car for months, and they never take it. The asylum, the purpose of it was that you got that shit force fed to you. Right? And it's not a good existence. Don't get me wrong. But at a certain point, you know, when the inmates of the asylum are left on the street, this shit right here fucking happens. And it's a goddamn tragedy that we've let it get this bad, right? And now look, we have a shit ton of problems. Don't get me wrong. There's so much fucking shit going on. We have millions of issues that are just right now festering. I mean, we have an entire generation of kids who, through the most important, most formative years of their life, they were spent in lockdown across the globe. Those kids are not going to integrate into society well. Those kids, a lot of them, are going to become like this. And we just have to wait for it to happen because of bad decisions made every single day and hard decisions shirked off so that we can make people feel good instead of doing what needs to be done. Anyway, who's got pickups?
Anyway, who's got pickups? Hey, green light.
Let's adjust. Wait. Before we do that, let's address comments real quick. Mirage said, "I didn't post it in the Discord because I don't know how accurate the article is. So take this with a grain of salt." I also saw this, just so you know, independently. I didn't include it, but I also saw this. That the Teen Titans / Teen Titans Go Beast Boy voice actor Greg Sipes got fired after he made a public post about having Parkinson's disease. What I saw was a quote from him. It was at least framed as a quote from him that said, "They fired me the day I announced I had Parkinson's."
That sucks, but I mean, I think that series and franchise have been dead in the water for years now, so...
Yeah, that does suck, but like...
I want to agree with the absolute fuck.
Like, it's not great. I also hate what they did to his character in Go. Like, everybody... I mean, all their characters, like, suck, but his became, like, the fucking worst. Partly due to Greg himself, but, like, also, like, the creators and directors that, like, fucking just turned everybody into caricatures of themselves. They kind of, like, flanderized all the characters and shit.
So, real quick, Lady Phoenix says asylums need to be brought back with how the world is right now. The problem with this is that, like, right now, we have, I think the Trump administration is banning firearm ownership to mentally ill transgender individuals, right? And it's like...
He's trying, yeah.
Well, shit, man. That's a fucking slippery slope. Oh, here's a picture of you when you were younger and you're wearing your mom's high heel shoes. You're a mentally ill transgender individual. Give me your guns. You know what I mean? Like, fucking unreal. The level that we've let this get to, where all of a sudden, you know, we're going to just let you take away somebody's Second Amendment right on the grounds of something that cannot be, you know, conclusively tested. It's going to be a subjective test on mental illness, you know, for the most part. Like, it's just not a good place for the world to be going to.
I think Trump also suggested that they do the red flag laws as well. I think he was in favor of that.
He also banned bump stocks when they weren't even used in the Las Vegas shooting. What's up, babe? You trying to kill these two flies for me?
It's a gun.
No, I see one. It's on the green thing on the top.
No! Don't hit my green thing! You missed.
Wait, can we not hit? No. You have only one really off. Go out.
Do you think, with any luck, the idea is that they're basically hanging that idea over their heads so that the left pushes back and says, "No, we can't."
There were two of them.
It's like, exactly, bitch. Do you think that's
that could be a thing? It's kind of a dangerous game though, because if they do succeed in getting the law ratified, especially from the Supreme Court, then that does open up the door for democratic, a Democrat
Gun grabbing?
yeah,
it sure
law
fucking does.
to come in later and open it.
You okay? Oh, okay. Yeah, no, that's fucking bullshit. Anyway, Greenland, did you want to do your pickups?
Sure, yeah, I have a lot. Also, I love how you just like lean into pickups right after we discuss like the worst possible fucking like. Yeah, let's.
We're gonna come back to the
dumps.
we're gonna turn back to the worst possible shit. So
Fucking
maybe ending with a
whiplash,
slightly
even
optimistic
better.
view. Yeah.
Even better emotional whiplash. Okay, so I went to a secondhand shop, picked up way more than I needed to, but story of our lives, right? So I picked up Shadow Skill.
Ooh.
On DVD. And then the cuckening is that I have to have a bunch of Gugong because the guy who owned this previously decided I'm going to put that annoying sticker that you usually have on the top and bottom on the back of his fucking thing. Like, dude, what? Why would you do that? Then for my Funimation pickups, I picked up Heroic Age. The complete Blu-ray set. This is not Blu-ray and DVD. This is just Blu-ray.
Well, it has a slip cover. It's not like the save, so that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I know. It's I assume it's a pretty early like release for them though. Like back when they did like DVD and Blu-ray separately. I think maybe, but I'm not too sure.
Yeah, it's been out for a while.
And then why did it? Weird. Oh, I see. And then I picked up Maji Kano. Now, I did cuck myself with this one because it's like, yay, I don't have any more save editions that I have to deal with the green spine. All the save editions that I have reversible covers. This one doesn't have a reversible cover. So I cucked myself again. So that's
like an art box from the ADV release, if you want.
Oh, okay. Well, cool. I'll add that to my ADV
Bozo.
collection then. And then a Funimation pickup that's kind of cuckening because, like, I'm sure this has a box set, and I'm just gonna have to deal with the two individual DVD sets. But Toriko, I picked this. Was happy about this. So
yeah,
Toriko, Part 1.
What the fuck? What are you doing to me?
And
why you harm him like this?
Toriko Part 2 from Funimation. So. Of course, it'll probably be kept when Discotheque is like, yeah, we got Toriko, the whole shebang. But so previously on a previous podcast, I picked up parts 1 and 2 of Robotech and kept myself because it's like, well, shoot, now I have to pick up the rest of Robotech. And I think that store might have had like at least a good portion of Robotech that I didn't bother picking up because that particular collection is just kind of weird and like.
Are you talking about the Blue Protoculture collection?
I'm talking about the Legacy collection that I got for parts 1 and 2, but now I picked up part 3 of Robotech Legacy collection.
Of Robotech?
Part 4 of the Robotech Legacy collection. Part 5 of the Robotech Legacy collection. Part 6 of the Robotech Legacy collection. And finally
parts. Jeez.
Part 7. I'm hoping to God this is the last part. Robotech Legacy collection. Now this is part 6. I think it's part 6 and 7. Yeah, is the new generation. So it's like a different show. Or a different like a continuation of like with like the new generation. I don't know. I don't know. I'm hoping that's it. Maybe AC, being the anime collector, knows that this is hopefully it for this particular collection. I don't know, but maybe.
Well, like I said, if you bought the Protoculture collection, you would have had it all.
Oh, okay. Well,
that's the one I have.
Is it like the big box edition, or is that
it's the big blue box that has the Macross, the Southern Cross, Genesis Climber, Mosfida, arcs all in it.
Well, I guess I thoroughly kicked myself and bought these instead.
I mean, didn't Funimation Crunchyroll have like their Blu-ray re-releases or something?
They did. I just picked these up because I'm collecting ADV releases, and I liked. It was at the shop, so I picked up this collection. So
I can't remember. I guess I could look. If
And
the
Anime News Network says there's only 7 of the Legacy box sets.
Thank God.
Green Line, do you have a front light?
I have this front line. Like, is that better? Is that better? Or no?
No, not really.
No, not really. Is that better?
I was just the reason I asked is because
Because
the
it's dark. I
quality-
can't stand it. Green Line, your freaking
No,
camera's
it's not actually the darkness. It's just the quality is really low, and I think it might be because it's
Maybe his internet is just bad right now.
yeah, it could be
Maybe.
just the internet.
Maybe the internet's bad. I don't know, but
I don't
I
think
know
it would
with
be the
my-
camera.
pretty good. But,
Yeah, I know with my webcam, if the lighting is low, the quality goes down.
yeah.
I think that it's just doing us a solid because it forgot that Green Line took down the thing we asked him to pull back down. And so it's trying to be as pixelated to be
Right.
compliant for the Japanese audiences.
Yes, yes, it is. So,
All right.
those are my
So-
pickups.
So I've got pickups too. Real quick, I want to address this comment. Mirage is playing Resident Evil 8 on PS4. Here are my thoughts on it. It was some bullshit through most of the game. I loved the part with the fucking baby. That part was goddamn awesome. And then it was over. And then I was sad again. In retrospect, I appreciate it more having played 8, which was the first game I played for PS5 or on PS5, right? And then going back and playing 2 remake, 3 remake, 4 all that stuff, and original remake of Resident Evil 1 and Resident Evil 0. I appreciate what they tried to do with 8 more, but there were some real stupid moments in it that were kind of annoying. And it's also goddamn hard AF if you play on the hardest difficulty, to the point that I don't believe anybody's ever actually gotten past the first 15 minutes. Ronan Jaw's planning on buying a PS5 on his birthday. Nice. That's what it's like to live in a place without tariffs, huh? Cool. All right, let me do my pick a sec. Okay, so I previously showed you something that I put away. This is another one of the skinnies that I've probably bought 10 times, but since I don't have my collection handy, I keep rebuying it because I can't remember if I have the DigiView or the East West Entertainment LLC version. So I've gotten that a whole bunch of times. Then Shout Factory was having an out-of-print sale. So I picked up the Steelbook for Perfect Blue and the Steelbook for Earwig and the Witch, which my family really liked. There is a huge fucking dent right there. Wow. Oof there, huh?
It's a bullet hole right there.
Is that a dent or is that just like a piece of...
That looks like the dent.
For a second, it felt like goo, like a little goop. Yeah,
It's
think
a
something...
piece of dent.
I think something goopy dented it and left behind some residue. Now, in addition to these, Shout Factory sent me the biggest fucking box. Inside the biggest fucking box was this big box, because one of the going out of print items that I got during their sale
Had a gift with purchase poster.
was a stupid ass fucking poster for Gintama, the very final, this time for real, I think is what it's called, right? No, what's it called? The very final.
I think you already have that.
I might. I was just guessing. I don't remember if I ever bought anything Gintama. Anyway, so I got that, and then I also got Vampire Hunter D for $17 on Amazon. I heard this was going out of print too, and I didn't have a Blu-ray for the original movie yet.
It's already going out print?
Uzumaki Steelbook, 4 episodes Cuckening edition, right?
It's basically just a poster for your
Yeah.
collection.
That Vampire Hunter D is the Discotheque release.
No, I think
Hentai.
it's Sentai.
Yeah, Sentai always has been.
Yeah. You're thinking of Bloodlust.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the second movie. And then, fourth time's the charm! Look at that beautiful spine. No saw cut. No punchy
Is that something
PC.
worth wanting in pristine condition?
No, it's probably going to be the
I'm
most
so happy for you, bro.
obnoxious one. So also, why are you putting my YouTube compliant baby on? This one doesn't have anything bad. From the screenwriter of Perfect Blue. The thing I'll let you know if it's good.
I'm sorry. Never mind. Carry on. I clicked the wrong one.
Premature jokulator.
I already lost. I meant for like PP was massively big when you had the look at this clean. That's
just as a reminder to people what I've been dealing with: sun faded, saw cut. Also saw cut in this one that shipped without a case. And then it turns out that Zero Woman the Accused, the eBay seller said, "Oh, fuck, I just found the disc in my Blu-ray player. I forgot to send it to you." I don't remember that disc being empty, though. Like, for the Accused. Maybe, if I'm lucky, it's actually that disc that was missing from the 3-disc set. I'm really hoping that's what it is. Anyway,
why didn't you check that out before the? Now we're all gonna wonder.
Well, I mean, I've got
we need answers.
I've got it right under my desk here. Let me grab it. We're still in the pickup segment. Don't worry, I can salvage it. It's gonna be one of the open ones, not those 3. Not that one. Not that one. This is why I didn't beforehand. Is it these? Zero Woman Dangerous Game?
Ronan Jaw says, good morning. Planning to buy
a
PlayStation 5 on my birthday.
Legend of the Devil. Assassin
Did you pick
Lovers?
up Metal Gear Solid 3 Remake?
I did. It's literally right here.
Showed that last podcast.
Yep, sure did. Okay. Oh, it was empty. Oh wait, can I show that?
Okay, too late now.
Put a retroactive baby on screen. It'll be all right. All right, yeah. So it is in fact empty. That's good to know. I'll have to leave that out just so I have it when it's ready. Woo. She's grabbing a guy's junk in it, but you couldn't see anything. It's through his pants. All right.
Randy's got the floating baby next to him. That's nice.
Okay. You guys ready to get back into the news?
Yeah.
Good.
What about the Discord biscups?
Oh, shit. You're right.
Oh, yeah.
Whew. Yeah.
Dan had a haul and a half.
Holy shit. Okay. Lady Phoenix got Damien Haas's autograph during Fan Expo Canada. Nice. Is this Delicious in a Dungeon or what is this?
Looks like it.
I don't know. I don't watch. Danny got Welcome to Demon School Iruma-kun, Season 1. Management of a Novice Alchemist. Phi Brain. Wow. I hope you got that for like $2 each, because for a while that's what they were going for on the Sentai sales every time.
But they've been out of print for years.
Gunbuster the movie got cucked there, didn't you? Shiki Zakura Complete Collection. Phi Brain Puzzle of God Collection 1 and 2. I'm pretty sure I have those. Oh, I didn't realize that you put them together and they make the full image. I didn't realize that.
Go back to the first Phi Brain ones. Ah.
Not quite.
Fail.
Put them together. It's a swastika. No. Grappler Baki, the Ultimate Fighter. Oh, mine. I don't think mine has the blue strip on it. U.S. Manga Corps, for whatever reason, I think what they were doing is when they first transitioned to DVD, they were using the cover art from their VHS boxes, which is a different aspect ratio. So they added that extra strip to accommodate for the DVD. But then eventually they re-released all those things with like a full cover. For the most part, I don't know if it was all of them, but for a lot of them they did. Video Warrior Laserian. Nice. Val X Love, is that what it is? And Dark Gathering, you were just picking up those mangas, right? Beforehand? The Price of Smiles, Insomniacs After School. Magical Girl Sight Complete Collection. Why is there so much moisture on this? I don't see any of them holding... Oh, no, she's holding a hose, right? Is that... Wait, no, that's a yo-yo. Which one of these girls is leaking? Like,
or it could be raining.
Sky. It's so tall the sky.
I don't know. Maiden Abyss, The Golden City of the Scorching Sun. Monster Girl Doctor. Oh. Demon King Daimyo. Peter Grill and the Philosopher's Time Complete Collection and Peter Grill and the Philosopher's Time Super Extra Complete Collection. What is that?
Season 2.
Did that also get a steelbook?
I believe so, yes.
And did I buy it?
Probably not.
What is it called? Peter? There's... Ah, shit, I only have the first one. Fuck me. Fuck. God damn it. That's gonna suck. Oops.
You had the first steelbook?
I have the first steelbook, but not the second one, it looks like. That's an expensive mistake.
Season 2 is on sale right now on Sentai for $65. The steelbook.
65. Oh, damn it. I was too late to get your O face.
I'm sending it to you in the private chat.
I already got it.
Okay.
Add to cart. I'm gonna be so pissed when I have it, but I didn't put it in my cataloging app. But you know what? 65, I'll take it, right?
Yeah, versus the $125 one.
I've got free shipping. Yeah. Where's my cart? Where's the cart button? Oh, okay. You have to go back to the home page to go to check out. That's fucking retarded. All right, anyway. Okay. Onipan, is that also Sentai? I'm going to buy that too.
All right, add the whole store to your cart, bro.
Grand Blem, the two Princeps, and Onipan.
Onipan's not on sale. You could wait.
I'm quitting heroing. Mirage Queen prefers Circus. Endo and Kobayashi Live, the latest on Tsundere Villainous Lisa Lot. That sounds awful. Vinland Saga. Carolyn Tuesday. The Eminence in Shadow. I also don't yet have that. Didn't that just get a super awesome...
At least it's still on pre-order.
Oh, so it's not on not $100 order. Okay. Revisions, Bibliophile Princess. Okay. It's weird. You drain your own bank account and somehow drained mine too. Giant Beast.
You go card like that? You use life points.
Pot of Greed. Giant Beasts of Ours. Drifting Dragons. Tsurune, the Linking Shot. The movie, Tsurune, the First Shot. The Demon Girl Next Door.
Wait,
what?
hold on. Back up?
Back up to Tsurune?
Yeah. Linking Shot Complete Collection, First Shot.
I think that's season 2 in the movie, I guess.
Yeah, the First Shot I think is the
Because
movie.
season 1 had a limited edition, but season 2 didn't.
Yeah. Or what you said? You said the movie for the... I thought you were saying Linking Shot was the movie, and then...
I think you did say that.
I did not.
Whatever.
I read it. Tsurune, the Linking Shot and then I said the movie.
It
Sudene,
sounded
the
like
first
you said.
shot.
It sounded
It
like
sounded
you
like I
movie.
said linking shot the movie because they put the movie above Sudene.
Yeah.
Thanks for being wrong, but still thinking I was wrong.
I'm sorry.
The Demon Girl Next Door and the Demon Girl Next Door 2. Outburst Dreamer Boys and Feast of Amrita. This looks like the Aragni or whatever.
Vader.
Yeah.
Art style.
I think it was, right? Recycle of the Penguin Drum and Takunomi, great choice. I hope you enjoy it. Also, when will Ayumi make his move? My Master Has No Tail. And Zegapane. This is yours too? Jesus. Zegapane Collector's Edition. I bet you this was real cheap now.
Yeah.
ZX Code Reunion. My Next Life as a Villainess. All routes lead to Doom. Wow. I'm having like Augie flashbacks on this haul. What it was all? What is this? The Danny pickup hour?
Unlimited pickups work.
Yeah, like. So did he get it from the Sentai sale that's going on now, or the previous Sentai?
I
sale?
hope not, because I'm adding half of that shit to my cart and it's not cheap. I'm at 90 with just 2 things in here so far. Did these not get added to cart? I added a bunch. Oh, they didn't. All right. Removing Onipon. Checking out with just Peter Grill, since that's the thing I need. Yes. Oh, you fucker. Are you serious? Look at this shit. Look at this shit. Look at this bullshit. Watch this. Watch. Okay, I want to get rid of this.
We're covering
Delete this
it.
item. Cancel. Delete this item. Yes, check mark. Delete the item. Like, what a bullshit way of trying to... This is how I didn't get my food this morning, right? Bullshit like this. For those who weren't here, I ordered a delicious breakfast that I treat myself to every once in a while because it's fucking expensive. And it arrived, and my kid's breakfast was in there. My breakfast was not. It was somehow still $80, and I was mad. All right, it's on the order. All right, cool. All right, let's get out of here. Let's go to the next topic, which is foreign tourist steals offering and chugs booze in Japanese cemetery, sparking police investigation. People both living and dead in Japan have reason to be very angry at this moron. In early August, an Australian tourist who was visiting the town of Fujikawaguchiko, Yamanashi Prefecture, uploaded videos to social media of himself in a local cemetery. Though most people would say it's sort of weird to photograph or film a cemetery, Japan has no adamant religious taboos against it, and provided the videos were of a discreet and respectful nature, that probably would have been the end of the story. Instead, though, one of the videos shows the man approaching a gravesite where either family members, friends, or other loved ones had left a canned Chuhai cocktail as an offering for the deceased. The Australian man walks up to the tombstone, places a coin on it, then picks up the can, cracks it open, and chugs it. He then motions to tap the empty can against the tombstone as though he's clinking a cheers at a bar or a barbecue. Absolutely none of this is acceptable behavior in Japanese culture. While offerings of food and drink, including alcohol, are commonly left by family and friends, these are for the memory of the deceased. They are most certainly not refreshments for some traveling ditz to help himself to. And no, slapping some coin onto the tombstone and treating it like it's a vending machine or a convenience store counter does not make it any less offensive. For the record, the monetary donations made by visitors to temples and shrines in Japan should be made at collections boxes like the ones in front of the main hall, not left at individual graves, especially the graves of someone you don't know. In other uploaded videos, the man shows himself tossing the empty can to the ground inside the cemetery, brandishing a model pistol, and swinging around an itatoba, a wooden grave marker. Oh, fuck, that's what those are? Yikes. A wooden grave marker bearing posthumous Buddhist names of individual members of the deceased family. Japanese graves are communal to the family, which he apparently removed from one of the graves. Shit, man. Foreigners were a mistake, right? Though the videos were uploaded in early August, it wasn't until the end of the month that they began being noticed in large numbers by people in Japan. The response, understandably, has been an angry one, with comments including, "Would you be okay with someone doing this sort of thing to your parents' grave? Don't ever come to Japan again." And "Apologize, grave robber." As we've discussed before, it can sometimes be hard for foreign visitors to firmly grasp Japan's attitudes on religion. Unlike Christianity or Islam, there's no practice of ordinary people attending weekly or daily organized prayer sessions. Even compared to other Buddhist cultures, Japan's take on the faith involves much less formalized ritual or rigid protocol, and Shinto has little, if any, hardline dogma. None of that, though, means that Japan is cool with people of any nationality being flippant and disrespectful towards its religious traditions, especially those involving preserving the memories of loved ones. Really, this is one of those cases where having even half an ounce of common decency or respect for anyone other than oneself should be more to trigger some self-restraint. What? Really, this is one of those cases where having even half an ounce of common decency or respect for anyone other than oneself should probably more than enough to trigger some self-restraint. But apparently, the tourists lacked even those modest quantities of mental and empathetic capability. Following the backlash in Japan, the Fuji Yoshida precinct of the Yamanashi Prefectural Police, whose jurisdiction includes the cemetery and its affiliated Buddhist temple, says they are investigating the matter, though since they already have video evidence of the guy who did it, the investigation is most likely centered on determining his identity and exploring what, if any, legal leverage they have, which could be used to have him answer for his actions or to bar him from re-entering the city or country. That's fucked up. It was delicious in a dungeon. Nice.
So if a family member leaves like a can of Coke or whatever the hell,
I was going to ask the same question. Yeah.
Where does it go then if someone doesn't grab it?
In a perfect society, really what you're doing is just stockpiling booze for the apocalypse, right?
I suppose.
And if it does get drank, doesn't that kind of help your like feelings that your loved one is receiving your gifts? Like,
well, I think basically what I'm saying is that
it's like a Santa Claus situation here, right? You gotta eat most of the cookie and leave a little bit of like chimney like dirtiness on it and whatever, and then the kids know Santa was there, right?
Well, I think there's like an unwritten rule that people are totally allowed to do it, but if they get caught, it's bad.
Don't film it, right?
Either it's that or the shrine priest, whatever guy, collects it at the end of every day, and he's Santa Claus. He's Santa Claus.
Yeah.
You just get the shrine priest.
He's the tooth fairy, okay?
That time I got reincarnated as
shit-faced
cemetery Santa Claus.
So then wouldn't the priest be like, shouldn't he be arrested because he's stealing everyone's donations?
He's just cleaning up the cemetery.
Offers.
That's all he's doing.
Yeah.
It's only okay if you're paid to do it.
I saw a video that was
Santa and film, like, put a security camera and be out him on the local news. The shrine priest took the can of Coke.
It was Chew High alcohol.
I saw a video where the cemetery was cleaning up, I guess, and they removed everything from, like, people were in this one cemetery. I think it was in America somewhere. People were setting up like little camps basically on each grave site. So they just went in and removed everything and told everyone, like, you got to come and get your shit. And there's people in the video freaking out because they had left it there for their deceased loved ones, and it's like, why would you do that? I'm paying for this little square of land. Why do you care if I put a little birdhouse or something near it?
Yeah.
I mean, I can see their point in, like, for birdhouses, it would attract birds and cause issues. And
these birds are shitting all over the graves.
If everyone starts doing it, it becomes a problem.
Yeah.
I don't know. But
so,
flowers, a wreath, maybe flags for the fallen soldiers, I get.
No.
But beyond that, I don't know.
Yeah, I agree. Now that we've had a little levity and pickups to undo the tragedy of the opener,
let's go back to the tragedy of the
opener. Let me ease you back into it. Although it's still, I think, optimistic because the Japanese said, fuck no, get out, right? So, Temple Heavy Kyoto, presenting a unique challenge for travelers looking for Muslim prayer rooms. Last podcast, we looked at the article from Sankaku Complex that said the Japanese netizens overwhelmingly vote against the inclusion of a Muslim prayer room in Kyoto. So, Kyoto City Tourism Association extends help to those looking for a place to pray the Islamic way. With the what's up?
Just use your hotel room.
Yeah. With a surge in the number of foreign tourists visiting Kyoto, the city has had to consider issues such as managing crowding on public transportation and educating visitors on expected etiquette. There's another factor that's recently been drawing attention, though, which is access to Muslim prayer rooms. The Islamic faith calls for believers to pray several times a day. But with Japan not having many large Muslim communities, thank God, mosques are few and far between, meaning that when away from their hotel room, most Muslim tourists will need to make use of a prayer room or musalla instead. Musalla? I don't know. Though not a matter of course, Muslim prayer rooms can be found at some public and commercial facilities in Japan, as well as some hotels and transportation hubs, such as major airports. However, Kyoto presents a unique situation. Okay. Let me ask you guys a question. Say you can't swim. Whose fault is that?
Mine.
Given the opportunity to go into the ocean, what is your choice going to be?
Don't go in the ocean.
Don't go in the ocean. Isn't that something? However, Kyoto presents a unique situation. Whereas visitors to other top destinations in Japan, such as Tokyo or Osaka, may spend their days at shopping centers, amusement parks, museums, and other secular facilities, Kyoto's major attractions are its Buddhist temples and Shinto shrines, which are so numerous that they can easily fill up a tourist's entire sightseeing itinerary. If I'm a Muslim, why do I need to go to a Buddhist temple or a Shinto shrine? I'm just saying, I don't see any logical reason for a Muslim to need to go to those places. And if they did just want to go just because they were curious and wanted to see it, normal human curiosity, you can go and then go back to your hotel and pray. Then go to the next one. Go back to your hotel and pray. Then eat some halal sushi. Go back to the hotel and pray. Right? Like, I don't know why we're bending over backwards to satiate swimmer or people who can't swim by making the ocean cater to them. You get what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it just doesn't make fucking sense to me.
Don't turn the ocean into a baby pool.
Yeah. Right? Like, shit, man. Not everybody can swim. We best make it only 3 feet deep across the entire ocean. Right? Like, goddamn, no. Buddhism and Shinto, especially in the modern age, have no rules against travelers of other faiths, or even people with no religious faiths at all, visiting. And even many Japanese travelers visit temples and shrines as much for their historical significance and architectural/landscaping beauty as for religious fervor. However, this relaxed, accepting attitude generally doesn't extend so far as for temple and shrines to set up prayer rooms for other religions within their own temple/shrine grounds. Again, I should not have to bend over backwards just because you want to come to my home, for example, and I don't cater to your dietary restrictions. If I personally only eat meat because I'm on the carnivore diet and you are vegetarian, don't expect to eat in my house. I shouldn't bend over backwards for you. Geographically, many of Kyoto's most famous temples and shrines are on the outer edges of the downtown area, and while there are shops and restaurants nearby, there aren't many large-scale commercial centers for public facilities of the type that have a masala. Those are more likely to be found closer to the downtown city center. For example, the Kansai Tourist Information Center, Kyoto, located a block away from Kyoto Station, has a prayer room that sees more than 100 worshippers a day during busy seasons. At least it's only during busy seasons, right? Statistics from the Japan National Tourism Organization show that during the first 6 months of 2025, Japan had an increase of 30% compared to the same period in 2024 for visitors from the Muslim-majority nations of Malaysia and Indonesia, with over 300,000 visitors from each country. Visitors from the Middle East were also up 53% to roughly 115,000 people during the first half of this year. It should be pointed out that there hasn't been a swell in angry complaints from Muslim visitors demanding that Kyoto provide more prayer rooms, nor have there been calls for temples and shrines to install them. Rather, the increasing number of visitors who will be looking for prayer rooms is simply a situation the city is aware of and likely to be part of discussions when planning new public/travel facilities or making renovations. For the time being, though, the Kyoto City Tourism Association has a list of prayer rooms on its website. All right, so that's what the Muslim community is going on about here. Japan overwhelmingly rejects more foreigners. 72% say no to immigration.
Are we moving off that topic? I just want to say, imagine, like, you go to any of these Muslim countries and you say to them, well, we actually need Shinto shrines built every, 4 kilometers.
It's only fair.
Because, we
can't swim,
go...
And I can't have meat.
Yeah, we can't go that far without being, praying to our Shinto beliefs.
It also triggers me when I hear your call to prayer every fucking 4 hours or whatever it is. Exactly. Haven't watched Free Run yet. I didn't realize she was from Egypt.
She isn't.
A Sunday news broadcast in Japan has revealed just how strongly the public feels about immigration, with an overwhelming 72% of respondents saying the country should not expand the acceptance of foreigners. On a Sunday news program, participants were asked whether Japan should expand its acceptance of foreign residents. Out of 28,641 votes, the results were 70% said yes, Japan should accept more foreigners, 72% said no, Japan should not accept more, and 11% said, I can't decide. Even the program's host appeared rattled by the numbers. Visibly taken aback on air, online commenters remarked that if such results are surfacing on mainstream television, then in reality, well over 90% of Japanese likely oppose further immigration. Despite the government's push to bring in more foreign labor to counter population decline and worker shortages, the results highlight the deep resistance ordinary citizens still feel towards such policies. Let me pull something from off screen for a moment, if I could find it. It should be right here. Found it. First guess.
Proud of you.
Yeah. All right. Obviously, this doesn't apply to Japan directly, but it makes me think of this. Bloomberg wrote an article titled, Want to Slow Climate Change? Stop Having Babies. Then after a few years, they wrote another article. Only immigrants can reverse America's baby bust. It really is like that, isn't it? It really do be like that. Take advantage of your good nature, convince you to sacrifice, and then tell you must sacrifice again once they offer the solution to the problem they created that you administered by believing that they had good intentions behind issuing the command.
Basically, they want all the hippies to be outbred.
Japan's migrant crisis reaching a critical point. The influx of migrants into Japan. Let me share this with audio. The influx of migrants into Japan has been causing a drastic increase in crime and other problems, and the situation only seems to be growing worse with time, as citizens have now begun to come out to protest the situation. Videos have surfaced online of yet more migrants causing problems of violence amongst the Japanese populace. Oh. But you're supposed to want this. Diversity is our strength. You're supposed to want invaders to come into your land and treat you like fucking shit. You're supposed to want to be beaten in the streets you call home. That's what you're supposed to want, to be a good little liberal person. I think honestly, like, I don't know if you guys saw that. Certain dark-skinned individuals took the money that got dropped. Right. No, like, I just want to say, I think that the strategy has been growing up, you knew people of multiple races. When I went to elementary school, when I went to high school, when I went to all the different places where I interacted with people, There were white people, there were black people, there were Hispanic people, there were Indian people. You get to know a lot of people. Now, at the school that I attended, because it was a private school, those individuals required a certain income level to be able to go to the school. And with that income level came discipline from their parents, right? Because it required discipline to be able to make that kind of money. And therefore, my perception growing up is that there were people, and I'm saying this is an accurate perception, just so we're clear, that there are people of all races who are equally qualified to be my neighbors, to be good people, no matter what they look like, right? And I think that that's a trap, right? Because you have people who come to America or come to another country while they're the minority, and they adopt the cultural norms of the place that they become a resident of. And they step in line with the rest of society and behave according to what society expects. And they become a cohesive member of society. And they're well respected by the community. And then you're told to invite more people who look like them. And in your head, you have a simplified perspective of different things. Like, for example, when I tell people to imagine a house, almost everybody thinks of the same fucking house with a big red triangle roof, yellow walls, a single door, and 2 windows, right? We have like a hieroglyphic caricature of what a house looks like, even though nobody fucking lives in a house that looks like that. Right? Likewise, when you think of people from India, people from the Middle East, people from Africa, right? People from anywhere, right? Germans, people, immigrants who have that thick Italian accent, wherever it is. Your caricature of them is based on the one you knew that created the paradigm in your head that classified that group. So when they tell you import more people like that, you think, oh, another Pablo, that'd be awesome. He's great. But that's not who comes over. And when you open the floodgates and bring people in en masse, just huge numbers of people, they aren't forced to integrate anymore. That is the fucking key. Mass immigration of the third world creates pockets of the third world. Because if they're not forced to integrate and they're not held to the same standard, and on top of it, as we looked with the UK, they are given handouts from the government to where they choose not to work or whatever, they do not seek the respect of their neighbors. They do not seek to be a productive member of society, and therefore society collapses around them and they bring it down to their level, as seen here with what's happening in Japan. Right? We'll watch more of this. Right? It's just... Are these or are these not roving gangs? Like, once upon a time, you guys remember the Mega Man cartoon?
Yep.
There was the American Mega Man cartoon.
Fighting robot.
Yeah. So
Mega Man.
Around the same time they made that, there was an actual Mega Man anime called Upon a Star. And in this anime, it was almost like not even really Mega Man. It was kind of like Mickey Mouse. Remember that Superman goes to Japan and tries all the food manga that they did? It's like, it's not really about Superman fighting crime and being Superman. It's just like, what if Superman was in Japan? That's kind of what the Mega Man thing was like, right? And it was kind of like a nice little, like, almost like a Japan is different from everywhere else kind of, and here's how, right? And one of the things that they do in that is you see a kid who goes to cram school, and they remark, like, is it okay that he's going by himself? And then they say, like, Japan is one of the safest countries in the world. Children go by themselves from a young age to school, from school, you know, and it's like, that's the world that, like, you know, I was just talking about, like, growing up, and you've got your caricature of different groups of people, that your frame of reference is positive because the individuals that you grew up with were positive in your life for the most part, right? Maybe you have one or two people you didn't get along with, but that's no different from one or two white people you also didn't get along with, right? So in Japan, they grew up in the safest streets in the world. And now we have roving gangs dominating the locals because the locals can't fight back. And I repeat what we said before, never give up your guns. Protests have emerged as a result, right? Yeah, I think if I could gift one characteristic that I embody to the rest of the world, it is, I think, best articulated in the Scorsese film Goodfellas. Fuck you, pay me, right? It's the idea of, oh, you think I'm racist for waving the flag of my country? Fuck you. I don't give a shit. Oh, you think I'm racist? Fuck you. I don't care. I am not going to bend over backwards and let you trample on my country or my family. Fuck you. Everybody needs to have a little bit of that in them. Sometimes you need to have a lot of it. I'm very proud of the Japanese for standing up, at least. Good for them.
Here's the problem. The people they're protesting against won't understand a word they're saying, so the message will go unnoticed.
What you don't realize is they're protesting their government right now, and we're about to see the impact that it had.
もうマジで日本消えるよ。ヘライザー、どこも報じてません。今、日本中華計画続行中で、大月健二もびっくりの、日本インド化計画が X で石破茂がインド人5万人の受け入れに署名したって噂も流れ、とどめの8月21日横浜で開かれた JICA アフリカホームタウンサミットっていうので、愛媛県今治市がアフリカのモザンビーク共和国のホームタウンに
They're talking about the sister cities, to the migrants or whatever, right? That we were just
認定されたって話。ホームタウンって故郷だってどういうこと？超美しいしまなみ海道の先っちょ。
And we got this
Is this
girl.
what the way people react when they see anime or VTubers for the first time? It's like this random chick with these. Are those CG on her ears? I don't know. And then she's got like what, tape on her nose? What is going on?
I have no idea. So we got this girl protesting, this teenage girl. I just want to remind you that everything that we saw in the UK, in Germany, everything that we saw in Australia, everything that we're seeing, that's also happening in Japan. Fortunately, it's happening to a lesser degree, but given Japan's birth rate issues and other problems Japan is dealing with, they're feeling it just as significantly, right? Like the number of people there being victimized on all of this stuff on a daily basis and the fear that they're being intimidated with, all of this shit is just as real to them as it is to what's going on in England right now. So this girl.
初めてデモに来ました。こうしてデモに来なければならない。若い子たちはまだ少ないですけど、私はもう本当に石破さんのせいで怖くてたまりません。お母さんに今日でも行ってくるよって言って出てきましたけど、やっぱりもう親にも申し訳なくて、その安心する未来がないことを、今石破さん移民をたくさん入れようとして、このままじゃ日本はレイプ大国になってしまいます。
If things continue as they are, Japan will become a rape-prone country. This is a teenage girl crying from fear because the Japanese have a saying: the nail that sticks up gets hammered down. Everything about Japanese culture is about blending into society. One of the greatest fears of the Japanese is that they've done something or said something that makes somebody else uncomfortable. That's why in anime you see them apologize for asking a weird question. And this girl is out here demonstrating with everybody, showing her rejection with them of the immigration policies currently going on in Japan. She's talking about Ishiba, who at the time here is the prime minister, who has invited more migrants into the country. And it has a plan in place to have immigration surge in the country. Because rather than actually fix the problems at hand that are causing the birth rate crisis, everything is about a band-aid to pretend to do something and hope for the best. Oh, we'll fix it a different way. We'll just bring in migrants. Migrants will have the kids that the Japanese won't. Well, the migrants can do that because you subsidize their lifestyle at the expense of the Japanese, just like it's happening in Europe, just like it's happening in Canada, just like it's happening in Australia, just like it's happening in the United States. You subsidize the lifestyle of the people you're bringing in to replace the host population at the expense of the host population. So the Japanese birth rate will literally only get worse because they're paying for the lives of the people you're bringing in to replace them. And this poor girl, a teenager, is crying, speaking up, something that is not common for the Japanese. That is how bad shit is getting in the world, that she feels compelled to say something in spite of her fear. Because not speaking up is worse. Because not speaking up allows Japan to become the rape-prone country. Because it's already happening. And it's not slowing down. She continues for a good 4 minutes here. She's fucking terrified.
親の世代を安心させてあげられないのも辛いし、私の子供世代なんてどうなってしまうんだろう。日本は単一民族国家です。それを今の石破さんの勝手な政策では言えなくなってしまいます。怖いです。ありがとうございます。今まで 国民は無力なんじゃないかと思うほどひどい政治を勝手にやられてきましたけども、国民の方がものすごく人数多いです。石破さんやその周りの方々なんて日本国民の中の 0.00001% ぐらいの人たちが得をするようにできてるなんておかしいです。ね、99.9999% の私たちが声を上げれば 100%、5億%勝てますって気づいたから戦います。周りの子たちにもいっぱい言います。まだまだ私の世代はやはり
This is the most Japanese old man thing to do. Just mosey on over right in front of the fucking kid.
プロパガンダですごく育て上げられてきた世代ですので、なかなかここまで日本が深刻な目に遭っていることを実感している子がまだまだ少ないと思いました。今回私がデモに参加するにあたってもお友達にもたくさん声をかけましたが、まだまだ暑いからやっぱりやめとくわみたいな感じのノリです。夫婦別姓って何がいけないのぐらいの感じです。石破さんが、ね、総理大臣はいつの時代だって叩かれるもんでしょうぐらいに思ってる子たちがまだまだいるんです。そういうのをやっぱり同じ世代の私たちから変えていかないといけない責任があると思います。みんなで頑張りましょう。私が国を返せって言ったら返せって言ってください。石破国を返せ。私たちの国を返せ。日本を返せ。安心できる日本を返せ。ありがとうございます。頑張りましょう。
That sounded so anime at the end.
All right. They didn't put it in the subtitles, but I'm sure you guys could hear the crowd cheering her on, saying "Ganbarimashou, ganbarimasu." They're telling her like, "Do your best. We'll do our best." Like, basically, it's a phrase that means like, it's like an emphasizing the equivalent. You've got this. Like, don't give up. You're doing great. Just keep going. You know. The Kurdish man arrested for sexually assaulting an 8-year-old and a 12-year-old had another altercation in court as his mother disrupted the procedure by yelling that he didn't do anything. Didn't do nothing, huh? It is also believed there is a propaganda wave happening in Japan attempting to make citizens believe the country was built by immigrants. Motherfucker, are you really trying that tactic in Japan?
Next thing they're gonna say is it was built on slavery or something.
Right?
だから我々が移民を受け入れないっていうのはちょっと変な話で、いや移民が作った国じゃないんですかと、まあ根血でできた国じゃないんですかと思ってますから、それを排斥しようではなくて、急激に外国の方を入れすぎると、アメリカ、ヨーロッパみたいな摩擦が生じると。で、今日本 4% ぐらいなんですね、外国人の数が。アメリカなんかはもう移民で国だから あれですけど、ドイツなんかはもう 20% を超えてて、大変に混乱している。だから、まあ、緩やかに外国人を受け入れていくのは、まあ 10% 以下ではないかというふうに。
I fucking... It sure is nice to live in a nation with laws. If only they were enforced. You know, there's a saying, millionaires treat the world like it's their playground, and billionaires treat it like it's their chessboard. Some people have more money than a country's entire population makes in a decade. More than their GDP in a decade. It is not hard to influence and manipulate and change a country's demographics and their values when you can throw money like that at it. You know, we've got globalists, Soros types. I think there was a scandal. I think we even covered it recently about Ishiba or somebody meeting with like Bill Gates or somebody. There was something we talked about recently. I can't remember now. It's fucking heartbreaking, man. The actual pushback seems to be happening at an unprecedented rate, at least compared to the West. But the matter is a vital one, as it could lead to the death of the nation, much like what has begun in America and is reaching a turning point in Europe. Now, I want to share something else with you before we move on. This shocked me. I had no idea things were this bad in Japan. It looks like Dublin on a Friday afternoon. Let me pull that in here. So Randy and I were looking at this earlier, and to be honest, for a minute there, like I'm like, am I looking in Japan? I had to really look, right? But that's in Japanese. That's in Japanese up here, right? That's 4%. That's fucking alarming, isn't it? It's like I said last podcast, if you build the Muslim centers, the Muslims will cluster there. I'm sorry. What? Gasp. What is this in the middle of the frame here? The green building with all the Muslim symbology on it. What do we have all around it? Oh, I'm sorry. Is it racist to notice things? Is pattern recognition racist now? Kind of is, right? So that girl gave that speech, declared, begging, give back my country. Stop with your selfish policies, Ishiba. Fuck yeah. Japanese Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba announces his resignation. Ishiba's ruling coalition failed to secure upper house majority in the parliamentary election. Japanese Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba announced on Sunday he will step down following growing calls from his party to take responsibility for a historic defeat in July's parliamentary election. Ishiba, who took office last October, had resisted demands from mostly right-wing opponents within his own party for more than a month, saying such a step would cause a political vacuum when Japan faces key challenges in and outside the country. The resignation came one day before his Liberal Democratic Party, don't kid yourself, it's the Republican Party of Japan, was to decide whether to hold an early leadership election, a virtual no-conference motion against him if approved. Ishiba said during a televised press conference he would start a process to hold a party leadership vote to choose his replacement and that there was no need for Monday's decision. If the prime minister had stayed on, he would have inevitably struggled to manage his divided party and minority government. In July, Ishiba's ruling coalition failed to secure a majority of the 248-seat upper house in the crucial parliamentary election, further shaking the stability of his government. The loss added to an earlier election defeat in the lower house, where the party-led coalition had also lost the majority. His decision came after his meeting on Saturday with Agricultural Minister Shinjiro Koizumi, and his perceived mentor, former Prime Minister Yoshihide Suga, who apparently suggested Ishiba's resignation ahead of Monday's vote. Ishiba had previously insisted on staying, stressing the need to avoid a political vacuum at a time when Japan faces big challenges, including U.S. tariffs and their impact on the economy, rising prices, rice policy reforms, and growing tensions in the region. It seems like, doesn't it, that a shit ton of those problems are self-induced, doesn't it? Doesn't it kind of seem like a big problem with your rice and everything is because of the fact that you've let so many foreigners in? That you turned your back on your own fucking people? It sure seems like a self-induced wound to me. Since the Liberal Democratic Party's adoption last week of its review of the election loss, which called for a complete overhaul of the party, requests for an early leadership vote for Ishiba's resignation before Monday results have gained traction. A conservative heavyweight, Taro Aso, let's fucking go, known for his anti-Ishiba stance, as well as a minister and several deputy ministers in the Ishiba cabinet, have requested an early vote, prompting others to follow suit. Former Health Minister Norihisa Tamura told an NHK talk show earlier Sunday that the best way to stop the party divide and move forward is for Ishida to settle the dispute before Monday's vote, urging his resignation. The party has already been distracted from necessary work on economic measures and on figuring out ways to gain opposition support in the next parliamentary session, Tamura said. With Ishiba stepping down as party leader, the Liberal Democratic Party is expected to set a date for its party presidential election, likely to be held in early October. Possible candidates include Koizumi, as well as ultra-conservative former Economic Security Minister Sanae Takaichi and Chief Cabinet Secretary Yoshimasa Hayashi, a moderate and the protege of former Prime Minister Fumio Kishida. Lacking a majority in both houses, the next Liberal Democratic Party leader will have to work with the main opposition parties to get bills passed, experts say, or else face constant risks of no-confidence motions. The opposition parties, however, are too splintered to form a big coalition to topple the government. In recent weeks, Ishiba successfully got U.S. President Donald Trump to lower the tariff rates that his administration imposed on Japan from 25% to 15%. Ishiba also said he has had his chief trade negotiator, Ryosei Akazawa, deliver a letter to Trump stating his wish to work with him to create the golden era of the Japan-U.S. alliance, inviting the American leader to visit Japan. Ishiba's top aide, Liberal Democratic Party Secretary General Hiroshi Moriyama, a key figure who negotiated with main opposition leaders to help achieve legislation since the prime minister took office, had also expressed his intention to step down on September 2nd over the election loss. Though Ishiba hasn't granted his request, Moriyama's departure would have dealt a blow to the prime minister. Any thoughts? It's kind of an interesting place to be, right? All of a sudden, Japan's got that vacuum, and it can go one of two ways.
I mean, hopefully they realize what's going on. And, well, I mean, honestly, if it's, I don't know much about the parties there. If it's anything like here, is there even a good choice for them to pick?
That's what I'm saying. Like, it can either get better or it can get a lot worse, right?
Yeah.
Anyway.
I hope that the deal where they are importing 500,000 or 500,000 like Indian people kind of gets squashed by this.
Yeah. You know, it's incredible that if the migrants are something we should want so badly in our country, what is stopping the people that coming from their countries from turning those countries into places that they'd actually want to stay in?
Yeah. I think with all immigration, like especially with drastically different cultures, there has to be a slow roll of it. Otherwise,
it's exactly
so
what I
that-
said before, right? About the assimilation.
yeah,
When you do it slowly, they have to become part of society. They have to. When you don't coddle them and you don't hold their hand, and they have to get a job, and they have to afford their own housing, and they have to become responsible members of society, then we coalesce together. Then it becomes a positive thing, a positive force for your community. But
Yeah.
again, when you flood it in, it doesn't quite happen, does it?
well, and we see that in Canada too, and in the States as well. I guess with like Michigan, I think has a really large Somali
Michigan and Minnesota.
population.
Yeah.
No, you're right. It's Minnesota.
It's both, but Minnesota significantly more because that's where Rashida Tlaib is the leader of, right? The senator of.
And if you have a large influx like 500,000 Indians all coming over, I think Japan said that the deal was like over the next 5 years, but relatively that's not a long time.
Mm-hmm.
It's not enough time for the people there to kind of assimilate.
Think about this for a minute. 5 years right now is roughly the amount of time since COVID started.
Yeah.
That ain't a long time at all.
Yeah.
You know?
So if you have that many people come over in one go from one region, and then on top of that, they all decide that they're going to move to the same spot, they've just made their own little city, right?
Yeah. The enclave.
Like 100% purely Indian city.
And then in those cities, it becomes their rules. There are entire places in the UK where Muslims rule with Sharia law. That is going to be society at large in more and more places. It is literally a capture of England occurring right now. And the only people having children are the invaders. Right? It's a soft capture of your homeland, of your resources, of your children's future. Because you were told that it was racist not to let people take advantage of you. And you let them. What you should have said is, fuck you. I do what I want.
I mean, Japan does have an issue with like having a population, an aging population that they need to bring in people for, but like
at what cost?
You could screw yourself over if you do it wrong.
Yeah, so it's like Japan has a problem. Okay, so let's nuke Japan. Let's erase it. Let's make sure it doesn't exist anymore.
Well,
right?
and we had a problem too where apparently we didn't have enough people to, we don't have, we have an issue in Canada with doctors, right? They always say we don't have enough doctors because every doctor that gets training in Canada moves to the States because you can make more money as a doctor in the States.
Not for long.
And then also we have a shortage of people who want to build houses and stuff because they say it's hard labor. No Canadian want to do hard labor. Well, no Canadian wants to do hard labor at the cost that they're willing to pay.
Yeah.
Now, the thing is, we're also seeing things like people using the temporary foreign worker thing to bring in foreigners to fill mostly fast food restaurant jobs.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like those, you know what, if Canadians don't want to do it for $15 an hour, how about you pay them more?
Mm-hmm.
you can pay them more, and maybe you have to increase the cost of the burger, but like you can do that. You don't need to import someone. With the housing thing, if you do,
let me stop you for a minute, because this is the problem that we have. There are cost increases you see and cost increases that you don't. So you can pay the natural born citizens of a country slightly more. You can pay them a fair wage, and you can raise the price of the meal slightly. Or you can do something else. You can overload them with immigrants who are being subsidized by the taxpayer, where the pressure gets worse and worse. The housing market gets more and more expensive. It becomes more and more impossible to afford anything because it's being moved and manipulated in a way that you don't see.
Well, and they're giving these immigrants so much money just for coming here, like on the taxpayer dime as well. So like our taxes have to go up, and then that tax money isn't used for infrastructure and or hospitals.
Yeah, and what you end up getting, again, it's like the host population's paying taxes. Eventually the roads get driven on a little bit too much. They have to get the potholes filled. That's what you're paying taxes for. Let's bring in a bunch of people who are not paying taxes. Now all of a sudden there's twice as many people on the road. You're still paying taxes, but those potholes are no longer getting filled because the money that you are paying that would have filled those potholes is now going towards paying for the livelihood and the lifestyles of the people that you've imported. And then on top of that, now you're doubling the damage to the road on a daily basis. And also now we're not paying for the potholes. And then your car gets fucked because of it. Because the potholes aren't filled. Now you have an added expense on top. That's that invisible price increase again. Where now you have to go and pay to get your car repaired or buy a new fucking car because it gets totaled trying to drive through roads that are full of holes.
Yeah.
The situation is a blatant taking advantage of the goodwill of the Western world. It is blatant.
Well, I think it's not just taking advantage. I think it's also like malicious on the part of the government. I don't know if it's willful maliciousness or just what do you call it? Where they're just so lazy, it's malicious. Because what I was saying with Canada is like, well, we could use people to build houses, right? And I could see that being
the term is never attribute to malice that which could be explained through incompetence.
Yeah. I could see a point where the government says, well, we don't want the wage for a house worker to increase by forcing them to hire a Canadian at a higher salary rate, right? Because that would increase the cost of housing, and we don't want to import people just to increase we want to import people so that the housing goes down, right? But then it's like, okay, that makes sense. We got to import people to make houses. But then you look at who they're importing, and they're not even importing
think about
people
that
make houses.
Think about that for a second. We have to import people to make the cost of houses go down. So maybe a small percentage of the people you import are going to build houses for less money than the people who would normally build the houses. But in doing so, you import enough people who need houses to now that supply and demand gets fluctuated way off scale.
Well,
then the house price goes up significantly. And most of their housing is paid for, once again, by you.
If they were specifically targeting people who wanted to work in that area and tied their work visa to requiring a job in that area, then I could at least understand it. But
Here's
Canada has they don't care what you're doing. You could come over and say you want to work for Tim Hortons, and they will import you, and then they'll say, oh, but we need house workers. It's like, you're not importing those people.
And this is the thing, though. This is the thing. It is the Band-Aid on the situation. Because guess what would happen? Fucking guess what would happen if you didn't import those people? Eventually, Canada would solve the problem themselves. They would build the houses. They would start handling it. right? But that is uncomfortable. And we want everything to be sunshine and rainbows all the time, where our constituents never really feel any pressure, at least not overtly, directly in front of them. We want them to feel it long-term over a long period of time, and sort of through a blindfold where they don't actually see the results and how it's actually affecting them. And of course, once they do start to feel it and start to notice, then you're in deep shit. But it's already too fucking late. And now they're racist for saying, no, we shouldn't have done that, right? So it's like, it's always a matter of turning things around and benefiting the government employees, right, who are pushing forth and making these changes in the immigration codes and inviting, and opening up the border to a large number of people and basically rubber stamping everybody through, no matter what they are, no matter the fact that they're all military age men. All of that shit is just so that they don't have to have the uncomfortable conversations with the Canadian people, to let them know that things are going to be difficult. There aren't enough houses, right? And then over time, that problem does get solved. But instead, we're going to make the problem a million times worse while pretending to try to fix it. And ultimately, that's the goal. Is the theater that you put forth that you're doing something. Vote for me. I'm doing something. I'm going to stop this. I'm going to make life better for all everyday Canadians. Meanwhile, everything that is done makes life worse for every Canadian. Oh, too late.
Yeah.
So
that's what I see with Japan, right? Like they seem to, like, Justin Trudeau, when he was in power, he cared about the graphs so much that when the jobs numbers came out and said that we were like losing jobs, the way he adjusted that was, well, one, the GDP. When the GDP came out and said we're doing bad, he just imported tons of people to try and puff up the GDP, and then people realized the trick when they looked at GDP per capita and they're like, what the hell? But then also he wanted the jobs numbers to be up. So he started creating like thousands of government jobs, so much so that like in one of the months, it was like 60 or 70% of the new jobs were government jobs. So it's like the government is just getting more bloated and stealing more, or requiring more tax money to run, right? We're basically subsidizing everyone's fucking salary in the government to sit there on their pick their noses while they're working from home.
JG Vega says Canada has a sex for rent situation in Canada, where third world country men are taking advantage of college age women to live in rent free, but give head to the landlord.
I saw that story. I don't know how real that was.
I saw that story as well. I've got it over here if you want to look at it. Undercover investigation. We can read about it if you want. This is one of those podcasts supposed to go quick and can't get out of opening discussions. Sex for rent uncovered. Tariffs tweaking travel plans. CBC's marketplace cheat sheet. This is from March 14th this year. I saw stuff about this recently. Free room for rent, but there's a catch. Undercover investigation exposes shelter for sex ads. The rental ad on Craigslist offers up one bedroom and a warm bed available. But instead of a price tag, it comes with a description of who qualifies to sleep there. A young, petite female looking to escape the cold. When a marketplace journalist posing as a student in need of housing responded to the listing and met the man behind it, he revealed the true cost. We fool around a little bit here and there, he said. If you're not into actually having sex, that's cool. We can do other things. He added, before naming the specific sexual acts he expected in exchange for staying in his home rent-free. A marketplace investigation found that ads offering shelter in exchange for sex are not only common on popular rental sites, but they also often target young women and international students specifically. While some ads are explicit about their demands, others are more subtle, putting unsuspecting responders at risk, advocates for women warn. Soliciting sex for housing is illegal in Canada, but it is also a growing trend, according to Brampton Regional. I just want to point out the fact that when I was growing up, sex was still sacred mostly. There's been a tremendous effort in the past 25 plus years to normalize sex work is work and all that stuff, to the point now where you have young women who are so deluded in society that there's no value in what they bring to relationship and to destroying the idea of wanting to have a monogamous relationship, that they will literally trade their bodies for free stuff, free dinners, free room and rent, like, particularly as the housing crisis makes it increasingly difficult to find an affordable place to live. Santos began drawing attention to the issue last year after a listing that offered free rent in exchange for a friends with benefits relationship went viral. Marketplace set out to test whether similar offers were real and what happens when someone responds. Looking into 20 such ads found on online platforms like Craigslist and Facebook Marketplace, half of the ads the team were overtly solicitous, using phrases like friends with benefits and live-in girlfriend, signaling expectations of sex in exchange for housing. The other half were more covert, hinting at alternative living situations without explicitly mentioning sexual arrangements.
You might want to go check on that.
So what I was just trying to say earlier was that so Japan's importing people to try and fix a graph problem, right? They have an overly saturated old age population. So if they mass import younger people, then they're like, oh, see, now we don't have a problem. But if you're lazy about it and you blindly import people, you're going to have more issues. Not to split the topic again. Canada imported fucking terrorists. And then we were like even complaining that the government was complaining because people were like, we should force the terrorists to not be citizens anymore. That was a mistake. And then the government was like, no, but it's just it's a slippery slope. If we de-citicize, I forget what the term is called, but when they kick out the terrorists, then that could mean that we kick out random other people. And it's like, how about we just don't import terrorists?
That's racist.
How dare you suggest such a thing? In one case, a person renting their home asked for, quote, a nude picture and age just for the application. Another responded saying, I'm not looking for a girlfriend, just some fun from time to time when the need arises. Anyway, I think that's more or less what we needed out of that, right? Anyway, the world's gone crazy. Y'all need Jesus, right?
Say it louder for the people in the back.
Yeah. Okay. 16 hours left for the beginning after the end print editions. Get it now or forever hold your peace. Japan has an issue with the cost of living. Yeah. Yeah. You know what doesn't make that better? Importing people and then subsidizing them. Anyway, if you guys want this, get on it. Also, Guyver Genesis has 36 hours to go, and they've earned 10,000 more than they asked for. Oh, shit, that shit's moving. Yeah, so get on that. I want this to actually get made, and that Blu-ray to end up in my inbox. Sorry, or my mailbox, I should say. Anyway, cool. Moving past that. Chansey Pokémon Park in Japan helps a region heal from disaster. You know what helps me heal from disaster? Is when I get vomited out of a licky tongue. What disaster befalled this place?
Oh,
Why?
no.
Why is the Chansey sitting on a big green dildo?
Why are
That's-
people going in Chansey's back door?
That's the smile. Oh, that's what Licky Tongue looks like on the inside. Look at that fucking face. Hold on, line me up. That's gonna be me now. All right, we got enough. This thumbnail's gonna be lit. Randy, we've already decided you're gonna be coming down my tongue. Ooh, that sounded disgusting. Whoa!
Please no. Please do not do that.
I'm dying.
So I am guessing they are healing, considering Pokemon Company was hit by a tsunami. Oh,
How's that for whiplash from devastating to hilarious?
let's take a turn.
Go back to the shot.
Curry?
Go
back what?
to that one. That looks like a pretty desolate part.
Yeah,
not gonna lie.
the Licky Tongue looks like the cat right before the hairball comes up. Like, you know,
I mean, for this time, like the ground, like didn't do any cleanup. Look how just, oh god. Like, you'd think that they would have like a better groundskeeper, like all that, the like crabgrass and that kind of stuff right there in front.
I don't know. Maybe if enough kids run on it, it'll all die. Anyway, I don't know why all of a sudden we're looking at Curry. Oh, I thought that was Kirby for a second. Anyway, moon past that. What? What happened? Why are you doing this to me?
Somebody changed the brand.
How dare. Masamune Shiro exhibition travels to Osaka, shares new Ghost in the Shell art by Katsuhiro Otomo. What are these?
Listen, a fig and a kumquat. The kumquat is the tiny one. The fig is the big one.
I gathered.
I picked them fresh, just off the tree, and then I washed them. So you just eat them.
Okay, I'm gonna.
Eat the kumquat first. Just eat it. Don't tell him.
He knows.
Don't tell him.
He knows what a kumquat tastes like.
No, I mean like the sourness.
You have to eat it all together because the skin is sweet and the middle sour. You like sour. It's like a warhead. Only opposite.
Wow. I'm gonna throw this at you.
No, that's sweet. That's sweet.
I'm unplugged. Please enjoy. Yeah. All right. Like I was saying, we've got the Akira style. Did Katsuhiro Otomo also? He's the one who did. Yeah, new Ghost in the Shell art by Katsuhiro Otomo, who did Akira, right?
Yep.
Anyway, moon past that. J-List / JAST / J18 got banned from San Japan. After a very successful Friday, we were banned from the San Japan convention in San Antonio, Texas this weekend. Our content is too provocative for the powerful of the Lone Star State ahead of the anti-anime bill SB 20 going into effect on Monday. Oh, that was last week, I guess. The good news is you can come see us in nearby Birmingham, England.
Just to skip over the pond.
I'm sorry, but, you know, you're worried because of the new, goddamn it, switch it back to intros and ads. Because of the new anti-anime bill. So you're telling people that the thing that they couldn't get in San Antonio, Texas, you can now get in Birmingham, England, where this guy will lock you up, right? Right? So they're going to be there next weekend. They'll be attending Vexpo in the Birmingham NEC in the UK's sunny West Midlands. I'm guessing that was this weekend, and we've already missed it for you. Sorry about that. Where hopefully the Mounties or whatever don't kick us out of there. That's Saturday, September 6th and Sunday, September 7th. Yep. Today, except not because they're 8 hours ahead. For me. All right. Mirage, I hope you're watching. England is pretty censorious. Not really much better. Yeah, definitely. Police called on artist accused of selling AI art at Dragon Con. That is a headline I like. I like the idea. I'm sure this isn't what happened, but I like the idea that someone was so triggered they called 911. Right? This time, police.
I repeat, do not do that.
That was Randy, 100%.
Fuck was that?
Do not do that. Do not call 911 on AI artists.
This time,
Police DJ Quills will throw flame marshmallow at your face.
Police were called on an artist accused of selling AI art over the weekend at Dragon Con. Marvel Comics executive editor Tim Brevoort might want to reach out. A vendor exhibiting under the name of Oriana Garez at Dragon Con in Atlanta this weekend at booth A10 was asked to pack up their table with police present after they were accused of selling AI artwork as if it were their own. Couldn't have gotten a picture before you forced them to take everything down? Fellow vendor at Dragon Con, Dane of Monkey Minion, a particular favorite of Bleeding Cool EIC Caitlin Booth. I don't fucking care, Bleeding Cool. I don't give a shit if you like them. Why are you naming them? Posted the aftermath at the show the day after. Shared here with permission. Jesus Christ, I already have cancer. You can get a better shot at the packing up in the RJ Palmer's photos. But this has been filling Facebook, Blue Sky, Instagram, and Twitter ever since. Vendor removed for selling AI art. Hashtag art by humans. Wow. Wow. Honestly, I could tell you 100% what happened is that the shitty ass artist next door was getting really triggered that they weren't selling anything, but the AI artist was making bank, and they orchestrated the sting, you know? While their social media did not seem too apologetic, posting, quote, I'd share a screenshot of my sales this weekend, but don't have to show it. Give any explanations to you losers. You guys are sore because you don't sell shit and will be forever broke. Have fun being a broke bitch. I gotta find this artist and put all their work behind me. That's fucking great. Well, their Instagram is now private, and the CV on their website has been removed, and the website includes artwork that certainly doesn't seem to be AI generated. Again, these are accusations, and there does seem to be some disconnect between the website and the work on display. Dragon Con doesn't seem to have a clear AI policy on its website, but last year, Cedar Sanderson's cover for the novel Goblin Mark was a 2024 Dragon Awards finalist in the Best Illustrated Book Cover category. But about 5 minutes after the ballot was listed and people pointed out that it was AI, it was gone. DragonCon co-chair Dave Cody stated at the time, quote, we recognize the AI is a new tool with enormous potential, and society will eventually come to a consensus about how it should be used and how much content can be created using AI while still crediting a human for the work. At which time we will consider changing our policy. Until then, however, we want the Dragon Awards to offer fans an opportunity to recognize the humans who created the works that fans love best. This also comes after the Bell Company had an artistic generative AI presence at Fan Expo Canada, which saw protests on the show floor. In that case, the police were called on the protesters. Oh, at the Dragon Con, it seems to have been a
I
different
missed
world.
that.
I got to pull this out of here real quick and find out what's on this website.
I missed the police being called at Fan Expo. I did see the Bell booth. They basically were like one of those things where you like take a selfie and then the AI will like make a background for you, like as if you're like skiing in the Alps.
So they took their shit down. Wow. It's pretty trash.
I also saw a bunch of videos online of people just complaining about AI art in general at Fan Expo and saying, "Oh yeah, all of the artists are using AI art," and it's like, I don't know. I had a look around the artist alley area, and I couldn't really tell that there were any specific ones that looked like they were AI. Now AI does have a kind of look to it, and it's imitating real artists, so I can understand that some people and this, but even before AI, Artist Alley already had this like issue where a lot of the art looked very similar,
fucking identical, right? The airbrushy, like hyper real shading on anime girls with big titties, right? I fucking hate that shit.
So
I'll just say I'm looking at her website right now, and the art that she has here is so fucking bad that I understand why she used AI. It is trash.
So I think that some people are legitimately doing like false reports, but it does seem, based on what I understand about this story, is that people were calling her out and like she never refuted it. So it kind of like implies that it was AI art, but through other people's videos on the topic, it also seemed like she might actually do normal art, but then, and they apparently had cleared her for not being AI at the beginning.
Yeah.
But then throughout the convention, other pieces of art were added to her booth, and those were AI. And it seems like it might have been a situation where she was selling her brother, I think it was her brother or someone else's art.
Generations,
someone else's generations.
Well, I'll just say that the concept behind her art wasn't bad, but the execution was poor, and it was almost entirely Star Wars themed. So fuck off, right? All right. Real live action Street Fighter film. I'm sorry, full live action Street Fighter film cast revealed ahead of October 2026 opening. The full cast has been officially unveiled for Legendary's new live action Street Fighter movie, which Paramount Pictures has set for an October 16, 2026 opening. The feature, it's crazy to think that that's 10 years after Trump took office, right? Or after he ran for office the first time even. The feature is currently filming in Australia with Kitao Sakurai of Bad Trip directing. So you can check out this amazing teaser video. Guess what? Oh, not kept. No, not kept. Yeah, that's fucking it. These are the people. Wow, that looks like... Okay. You don't remember who any of the people were, because I paused it. Tell me who they are. I mean, it's got to be Ryu and Ken.
I Spy 50 Cent. That's
yeah.
fine.
No, of course. But in terms of who they're playing, it has to be Ryu and Ken. Of course, they're first. Chun-Li, Guile. Who's this?
No fucking clue because his face is covered.
All right, that's Vega, of course, because his face is covered. Who's that? Who's 50 Cent playing?
Token black guy.
Balrog. Who's Jason Momoa playing? Blanca. I don't
The
even
green
know.
guy.
I don't know who these people are.
I'll be real. Like, in case it wasn't
Honda?
obvious, I have played barely any Street Fighter whatsoever.
Yeah.
Fucking ever. The blonde is fucking Cammy, I guess. Like,
Yeah,
I don't know.
That's Cammy. That's E Honda. That's M Bison.
That's Mr. 3 from One Piece.
Is it? He's also the Gemini Killers in Dexter Resurrection.
Well, I should say the upcoming season of One Piece.
So this is Dan, right?
That's
Andrew
Schultz, right?
Yeah. They said his name is no. I thought his name was Dan Hibiki. Isn't that his name? They give him a completely different last name in the the character.
Oh, the character.
They give the character a completely different name. Anyway, I don't know who the fuck that is. I was looking at this going like, which one is Guile again? Like, they look fucking identical. Okay, so this was Zangief. Okay, Dalsim, Akuma, Dan. I don't know who the fuck that is. I don't know who that is either. All right.
Is that actor Eric Andre? Like,
yes, it is.
Oh my gosh.
Ken Masters will be played by Noah Centineo. Hold on, I gotta turn off my night shift. Ryu will be played by Andrew Koji. Isn't Andrew Koji the guy from Bullet Train? It is Kimura. He's the son who gets whose son gets thrown off the roof or whatever.
Ah.
Yeah. Huh. All right. I can't really picture him as Ryu, to be honest. Chun-Li going to be played by Kalina Leong. Akuma played by Joe Roman Reigns. Anoai, I don't know. Fuck. M. Bison will be David Dasmalchian or however you pronounce his name. Guile will be played by Cody Rhodes, who I'm guessing is a wrestler. Is that Triple H? Is that his real name? I don't know. I don't fucking know. I don't know
I feel
wrestling.
like you would put Triple H in there.
You probably would. I don't know. I don't fucking know. Anyway, they changed it to Dan Hibiki. Oh, I was looking at this guy. Dawn. Oh. It is Dan Hibiki. Dan Hibiki played by Andrew Schultz. Dawn Sauvage played by Eric Andre. Dalsim played by God, Jesus, fucking kill me. I don't even know. I don't know any of these people. So Balrog played by 50 Cent. Blanca played by Jason Momoa. Vega played by Orville Peck. Zangief played by Olivier Richters. Blah blah blah. E Honda played by Hiroki Goto. Julie played by Raina Vallandingham. Joe, played by Alexander Volkanovsky. Marvin, played by Kyle Mooney. And Cammy, played by Mel Johnson. So, it's weird. Legendary release side-by-side visuals for everyone besides Kyle Mooney's Marvin for some reason. So, yeah, there's like a visual side-by-side here.
With names.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's Vega.
You did have the cowboy hat in this picture in the video.
Yeah, it's because in the video they're cropped in.
Yeah, no.
So he's wearing the hat, but you can't really see it.
It seems
Anyway.
so silly that they left the one out because
Right?
otherwise it would complete the perfect square or like
Right.
rectangle.
So who's the one that's missing? Is it this guy?
Is yeah.
No, it's not.
Nope.
He's right here. Okay, who was it? Kyle Mooney's Marvin. Where is he on the list? Ken Ryu, Chun-Li. Why are these in such a weird Marvin? I don't know who Marvin is.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
I'm
7,
trying to
8,
picture
9,
who I don't
10,
know.
12, 13, 14, 15. They're not even on here.
Oh, okay. So they didn't put him on here. Okay. Got it. That's why I didn't recognize that anybody was missing. Because this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. And if it were 18, it would be divisible by 3, right? Yeah, okay. Yeah. Cool. Got it. Solved the mystery.
I literally just did that.
Thank you. Thank you. I wasn't listening for what your final result was. Jeez.
Not even on here.
Busting your chops over here.
I feel like I'm so underappreciated.
Fuck off. All right, anyway. Weapons director Zach Cregger says his Resident Evil film is coloring within the lines of Capcom's original games. I swear to God, every time we report on this, it's like flip-flop, right? Asked if he could speak on his take on the T-Virus, if his take on the T-Virus would be different from other adaptations that we've seen, Cregger affirmed that his film's defining factor would be its fidelity to the original games. I swear to God, did we not cover that he said it will not be an adaptation of the games? We already have that. Wasn't that what he said? Isn't that how we reported this last time, Bounding in the Comics?
Yeah.
That's how I remember it.
All I can say is that it is true to the experience of the games. And my favorite thing about this, they haven't started filming shit. This is all in his head, right? It's true to the experience of the games. It takes place in the world of the games, but most importantly, the journey you'll have as a viewer of watching this movie is going to be similar to the journey you have as a player when playing these games. What that means is it follows one protagonist from point A to point B as they just descend deeper and deeper and deeper into hell. And as someone who's played, I don't know how many thousands of hours of Resident Evil ? For some reason, I just feel like I know where that pacing can go. And it's inherently cinematic. And I feel like there's a great movie that can live inside the world and inside of that sort of pacing. I'm just really, really pumped about the story that we get to tell here. So I feel like I'm chomping at the bit to make this thing. I know there's been a lot of speculation online that I should just be doing an original next and not an IP. But I don't think that these people will have that complaint when they see this because it is an original. It's not an adaptation of the games. We already have that. What its defining feature will be its adherence to the games. But it's not. It's an original. Like, it's very much a movie that feels in line with my sensibility, has my kind of sense of tone, and it's just a much bigger scale than Weapons and certainly Barbarian. And I think it's going to be really cool, and I've never seen a movie like it, so I'm beyond excited to start making this. In addition to his focus on respecting the source material, Cregger revealed that the film's other differentiating factor would be the fact that he had personally never seen any of the other live-action Resident Evil films. Quote, I'm a huge fan of the games. Now, I've never seen a Resident Evil movie, and I imagine that if there are people out there that are just rabid fans of the other movie franchises, they're probably, not really prepared for what I'm going to be doing. But I think the people that are fans of the games are probably going to be stoked. From there, pressed by Coleman as to how much of this is very faithful to the games and how much of this is your influence in there, Cregger once again assured fans of his intent to respect the games by before turning to give a vague overview of the Resident Evil movie tone. Quote, it's much more in the world of the games than Weapons and Barbarian, which are original movies that are not set in the universe of the game, so why the fuck would they? It probably lives more in the world of Resident Evil 2 and 3, but I say it adheres more to the tone of 4. Is it an action movie? Have you ever played the games? Like, the game franchise itself is incredibly malleable. 2 and 3 take place in Raccoon City, and then 4 takes place in, like, Spain. And it feels like it's in the past, even though it's not. and then 7 is like a Texas Chainsaw Massacre kind of thing, and then 8 is like some ancient European village, and definitely comes from the past. You haven't played any of these fucking games. Fucking Chris Redfield is old as shit at the end of that game. And the beginning, right? You have not fucking played. At present, wait, hold on. He goes on to say, the games don't even have some sort of set lore that it's not rigid, so I don't think I'm taking any more liberties with this than the game franchise does at all. I think I'm coloring within the lines. At present, Cregger's Resident Evil movie is set to begin filming in Prague this October, ahead of its tentative September 18th, 2026 release date. Wow, that's a quick turnaround. There won't be a lot of big budget effects in this movie, I'm guessing, which is okay. I'm not saying it needs it, but wow. Any thoughts on that before I move on?
Nope.
No.
One Piece has been renewed for season 3 at Netflix as first look at season 2 drops. Oh shit, I didn't. Have we looked at the trailer yet?
I don't think so.
Oh fuck. I haven't test uploaded this yet.
There was a trailer that we did watch.
We watched
actually.
we watched the one that had like the giant guy, and I picked on the hair.
Yeah. So I don't know if this is the same one.
Pretend that I didn't just open this because I'm not putting it in the doc.
No, that's the trailer for the first season. It says it was uploaded 2 years ago.
Okay, so we have already looked at that. Oh, maybe this is the thing we already looked at. Yeah, we looked at this. Okay, cool. All right, cool. All right, here's I'm going to come back to this in a second, okay? Because the One Piece live action producers are aiming for 12 seasons. Randy, did you once say that you did the math, and for them to do and get caught up for the whole series, they would need a certain number of seasons? Didn't we talk about that?
I did the math.
What number did you come up with?
That I don't remember. We'd have to go back and look. But I also made the assumption that they would skip through Alabasta a lot quicker than what they are clearly doing, because it seems like all of season 3 will be Alabasta specifically. So that would, I think I gave it 2 episodes in my thing. So I know someone else did a breakdown that I know of, and the in their breakdown it kind of made sense. And the 12 seasons would put us basically to current time. Yeah. So
that's what they're talking about here, I guess. Netflix's live-action One Piece has quickly become one of the most talked-about adaptations in recent memory, and with its success, the question of how long the series can run is already being raised. In an interview, producers Marty Adelson and Becky Clements shared their thoughts on the future of the show and how much material there is to cover from the original manga. Their response gave fans a glimpse of just how ambitious the plans for the series might be. This is, again, from August 17th this year. When asked about the possibility of more seasons, Adelstein did not hesitate to reveal the scale of their hopes. He stated that the team envisions as many as 12 seasons for the live-action adaptation. According to him, there is simply too much material from the manga to cover in a short run. This bold statement has created a lot of excitement among fans who know just how massive the One Piece story is. I'll promise you right now, it will not be 12 seasons, because every season, the salary of the actors is going to go right, like, and then you run out of money.
That depends on Netflix. Like HBO.
No, I'm saying that. Well, okay, unless they locked them into a contract already.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. HBO kicked a bunch of money to the Harry Potter people.
Yeah.
To lock them in for 10 seasons. I'm pretty sure it was 10.
I hope you're smart, Netflix. Yeah.
Or no, I think it was 10 years. Sorry,
yeah.
Maybe not 10 seasons. 10 years.
Because the reason that 24 eventually got canceled is because they could not keep up with, like, it was such a high demand, but it wasn't bringing in more money, you know, once it peaked in terms of its viewership, and the cost to produce the show kept going up because you have to keep raising the ante, and the actors kept, you know, needing more money to stay on, right? Every time they renegotiated their contracts. So it's very difficult to keep this shit going and build a model around it without sacrificing tremendously in the quality of the series. Netflix always makes it 4 seasons.
Well, I mean, Stranger Things is on 5, right?
Yeah, Stranger Things on 5. The Witcher
Orange is the New Black
on
had
4,
more than...
right? I think Arrested Development only had 2 new seasons.
I think House of Cards also had 5.
Yeah, I don't know.
And they only ended because of Kevin Spacey, like,
yeah,
tanking his career.
Coming out as a gay man. All right, so Clements also explained further, pointing out the sheer size of the source material. She noted that One Piece manga has already passed 1,080 chapters, and with that much content, the team has to carefully plan how to divide the story into multiple seasons. She mentioned that they've been working with writer Matt Owens to figure out how to structure the adaptation so that it captures the essence of the manga while staying manageable as a live-action series, even if the show ran for 6 seasons. Clements believes that they would probably only cover about half of the manga's chapters. This shows just how extensive the journey of One Piece really is. The producers also made it clear that they see the show having a long future. Clements expressed, and again, just remember, these are the producers, right? Not the showrunners, the producers. Clements expressed confidence that reaching at least 6 seasons would not be difficult, even joking that it would be easy. Her comment highlighted that the amount of story still left to explore and the excitement the creative team has for continuing to bring the Straw Hats pirate adventures to life. What makes this conversation so interesting is the balance between ambition and practicality. While aiming for 12 seasons sounds like a massive goal, the manga's size makes it seem possible. At the same time, adapting such a long-running and beloved story into live action is a challenge that requires careful pacing and planning. The team behind the series seems fully aware of this and is working on strategies to ensure that the adaptation remains faithful without rushing through or dragging out the narrative. You know what's amazing about this? Like, I was just talking about how, like, the cost goes up with effects and everything. With AI, fuck that. Cost goes down. You know, like, it gets easier and easier over time. This is going to be wild. And it will look better. That's the best part. The team behind the series seems fully aware of this and is working on strategies to ensure the adaptation remains faithful, blah, blah, blah. Netflix One Piece could run beyond 6 seasons, say the showrunner. Okay, so now we're talking about the showrunners. The fact that Adelstein and Clements are openly discussing the possibility of more than a handful of seasons shows how confident they are in the show's potential. Netflix is known for being cautious with renewals, often analyzing data closely before committing to long-term plans. For the producers to voice such ambitious hopes means they believe the audience response and the strength of the story are enough to sustain a multi-season journey. Ultimately, this discussion reflects the enormous task of adapting One Piece. It is not just another series, but a cultural phenomenon with millions of fans worldwide. The idea of 12 seasons might sound overwhelming at first, but when broken down by the number of manga chapters and story arcs, it starts to feel realistic. For fans, it offers hope that the live-action version could eventually cover much of the beloved saga. Eiichiro Oda has already confirmed he's deeply involved with Netflix's live-action One Piece adaptation, and if that series keeps pulling in big numbers, there's definitely incentive to pace the manga's conclusion more carefully. Are they saying that if the series keeps pulling in big numbers in the live action, that he's going to drag out the ending to the manga just so there's more to adapt?
I hope not.
Right now, Oda has been hinting at being in the final saga, but final saga in One Piece terms could easily stretch for years, especially if breaks keep happening due to his health or production demands. If the live action continues expanding the fan base, Oda and Shueisha might strategically slow roll the ending to maximize impact, keep hype alive, and align with Netflix's future seasons. In the end, Adelstein and Clements left fans with optimism. Whether the series runs for 6 years, 6 seasons, 12, or somewhere in between, it's important that the creators are dedicated to doing justice in the journey. The showrunners didn't say shit in that. You didn't mention them at all. Say showrunners. You mean the producers again. Okay, let's look at this part about the showrunners. Showrunner shuffle, right? Perhaps the most unpredictable part of the series so far has been behind the scenes. Season 1 was overseen by Matt Owens and Stephen Maeda. Heading into Season 2, Maeda stepped down, leaving Joe Trax to co-lead. Owens then announced his departure following the completion of Season 2, which paved the way for Ian Stokes, previously a co-executive producer on Season 1, to join Trax as co-showrunner for Season 3. So, if you like Season 1, it's going to feel different than Season 2. And if you like Season 2, that's going to feel different from Season 3. It's rare for a major Netflix project to see this much turnover across its first 3 seasons. While some fans worry about stability, others point out that the show has remained steady in tone and scope despite the changes. Anyway, would you like to see it go 12 seasons?
I would hope that it gets to at least the time skip. I don't think it's going to make 12 seasons because I don't think that Netflix is going to lock in the actors for that long.
It's going to be very hard for them to keep that going. Especially with the fact that the first season came out in, 2023? Where the fuck is Season 2? Right? Like, Jesus Christ. It's taking so goddamn long to catch up.
So that's one thing to note about the
12 seasons in 32 years, right? Like,
yeah, that's one thing to note about the HBO thing was that they're going to do Harry Potter 1 season a year. Like they're not. It's not going to be like, oh, we're going to do a season and then like 4 years from now we're going to do Season 2.
I think they're going to do 7 seasons, but they're going to take 10 years to do it.
Okay, well, still, it's not
one for each book is what the thing is. I think.
Sure.
Maybe like they'll split. Maybe they'll split like Order of the Phoenix and Goblet of Fire and.
Even if it's 7 seasons over 10 years, that's still more than. That's still like roughly a season a year, right? So, as opposed to like a season every 3 or 4 years, like with fucking Stranger Things, where it was just like it's insane the gaps between the seasons, right? So
I'm so looking forward to that show ending, by the way.
Yeah,
I just want it to be over at this point.
Even if they were able to lock in all of the actors for that long, and so let's say 12 years, right? And then film and that would be a very quick schedule, right, of them filming and doing all the CG because it's a CG heavy show. I think 12 years is still even pushing it in that regard, right? Even in the perfect world.
Yeah.
So if in 12 years they can get to the time skip, that'd be crazy. Another good like kind of just for the meme stopping point would be when the boat falls from the sky just before they go to Sky Island.
Yeah.
Because that's where the 4 Kids dub stopped.
The
literal ending was the boat fell on them and then that was it.
Everybody died, yeah.
So yeah, I don't know. I would also preface this as I hope that it can maintain a good quality because obviously if the quality's bad going forward, then I don't really give a shit how long it goes for, right?
True. I just hope that Nami's actress doesn't die of a drug overdose because she's fucking high as shit in every shot. Her pupils are just fucking enormous. All right. Parents of a 10-year-old in Kyoto who spent 4.6 million yen on TikTok and more seek reimbursement. Them's the breaks, even when you're breaking the bank. It's not uncommon for exhausted parents to let their kids play on a smartphone as a quick and easy way to provide a distraction. We can only imagine, however, the reaction of one set of parents in Kyoto when they finally realized exactly what their son had been up to on the phone over the course of June through August of last year. Fuck me. That's 2 months. 3 months. Well, I don't know where. Through August, let's say 3 months. Holy fuck. The 10-year-old boy in question spent a total of approximately 4.6 million yen. $31,242 US dollars. More than $10,000 per month on in-app purchases and more while using the smartphones of his two underage brothers. Okay. So his two brothers are underage, but they're still older than him? Is that what that means? The majority, or 3.7 million yen, of the total amount was spent on tipping content creators in TikTok. His parents are now seeking financial reimbursement of approximately 2.8 million yen, having filed a case in the Kyoto District Court on July 9th. The defendants are TikTok's operator ByteDance Japan and payment provider Apple Japan. The parents had previously consulted their local consumer affairs center, filed a petition with Apple Japan, and were refunded only 900,000 yen. Ooh. Damn, that's like $8,000, right? Like, let's hope the money won't come out of the kid's allowance for the rest of his life. Under Japanese civil code, contracts made by minors without parental consent can be canceled, but not if the party in question has falsely claimed to be an adult. That's fucked up. However, in this case, the 10-year-old's parents are arguing that the age verification procedures, motherfucker, another one of these, internet ID, right? That'll solve the problem. Just flash your internet ID every time you open your phone. However, in this case, the 10-year-old's parents are arguing that the age verification procedures in place through both companies were inadequate, and that even if the boy had registered as being of age, his purchases should be allowed to be canceled. A lawyer for the case has stated that providers are obligated to thoroughly confirm the ages of their users and provide refunds in the case of children racking up high charges. We can only wait to see what decision the court arrives at, but in the meantime, it sounds like this might be one family that would be in favor of a prefectural ordinance for daily smartphone usage for all ages. Wow. Missed opportunity to cover that next. YouTube is secretly applying AI filters to creators' videos. Have you guys noticed this? Have you seen this? Have you noticed a little bit more AI-looking content lately?
Nope.
So YouTube has admitted to using AI to subtly alter videos, sharpening, smoothing, or tweaking faces without creator consent. The result? A disturbing new precedent where corporations quietly rewrite reality in the name of quality. Imagine having your footage of a crime that was committed against you uploaded to YouTube off of your phone before the criminal takes your phone to delete that footage. And then it's no longer admissible in court because YouTube used AI to sharpen it. Right? Something strange happened to music YouTuber Rick Beato's face. I was like, man, my hair looks strange, he recalled, noting how his skin looked airbrushed and almost makeup-like. At first, he thought it was his imagination, until fellow creator Rhett Scholl confirmed the same thing on his own channel. As reported by the BBC, YouTube quietly rolled out an experiment on Shorts, where videos are processed with artificial intelligence or machine learning, as YouTube's spokesperson prefers, to denoise, sharpen, and improve quality. In reality, creators started noticing warped ears, uncanny smoothness, and an AI-generated vibe that they never approved. Quote, if I wanted this terrible over sharpening, I would have done it myself. Shoal blasted in a video now past 500,000 views. Quote, it deeply misrepresents me and what I do. It could erode the trust that I have with my audience. Honestly, the people who are really fucking pissed about this is the artist community who are showing their sketches and stuff. And YouTube is like upping the contrast so that their sketches look like shit. YouTube's defense, there's no different. This is no different from smartphone cameras applying filters automatically. But experts like Samuel Woolley, chair of the disinformation studies at the University of Pittsburgh, disagree. Quote, on a phone, users choose to enable features. On YouTube, the company silently edits uploads after the fact, distributing a version creators never signed off on. Can you turn off the AI shit on a phone?
So it's the definition of what is AI in terms of the filters.
Well, look, I'm just saying, when I take a picture of the moon and I want it to be the real moon instead of the fake moon that they slap on the place where it thinks the moon is in my shot, like,
yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
I don't know about Samsung, but with I know there in Android there are some apps that do like beauty filters. You can definitely turn those off, and but I have seen people take photos and not realize that is on. And one of my friends posted a picture of him and his sister, and maybe it was from her phone, and so it had the filter, and it applied the filter to his face, and it was gross. And I told him, never let anyone take a photo of you again with that filter on.
Yeah.
So that you can turn off. There are in iPhone there are more subtle adjustments that happen to try and optimize the photo. Apple will look for people and highlight skin tones. They'll sharpen details, but it's not like generative AI. It is an algorithm to adjust the photo based on.
It's kind of like Photoshop's like auto touch-up tools for skin blemishes and whatnot.
Yeah, and I think you can't turn that off, but if you download a camera app, like a separate camera app, you might be able to do like, or maybe you can in the normal, but you would have to shoot RAW maybe. But anyway, I think if you download a separate app, you could disable that feature. Generative AI is way different. I know now, at least on the Google Pixel, they allow you to AI enhance the photos, and I don't know. I don't remember if I told you guys this, but my brother got a hold of my parents' old photo albums, and he was going through them, and he found a bunch of photos of both us as kids and my parents when they were a lot younger, obviously. And these photos are in a photo album that are
deteriorating
old.
over time. Yep.
Yeah, and so he didn't want to scan them, so he just took a photo of the photo album. And so it's not like the perfect capture of the photo. So that's one mark. And then two, some of the old photos are like a little bit blurry, because they were a point and shoot or whatever. And they look okay. But then he decided, oh well, I'm gonna, and some of them actually were like stained like yellow, like they had gone yellow. But anyway, so then he's like, okay, I'm gonna use this AI enhance tool to enhance all these photos. And look, they make it look so much sharper, and they clean the color up, and they remove all the blurry issues. They it's all now very clear. But I hate that. And he sent this to my family group chat, and then those photos got mixed in with everyone's photos now. And I know they got put in a group of photos that I disagree. I don't think they should have got put in that group of photos, because now they weren't
It's
labeled.
kind of like part of life and like experiencing life and memory in life is about the limitations of time, right? Like, for example, if I had a time machine, if they unlocked the time machine app, I could go wherever I fucking wanted. And I went back to, like, you know, the 1920s, and I took a bunch of selfies, right? It wouldn't feel like I'm in the 1920s when you look at the photos. It would feel like I went to a party where everybody was dressed up in outfits from the 1920s and took a photo. You know what I mean? Because what you experience in the 1920s is through the photos you've seen that were taken in the 1920s. You know what I mean? With the technology available at that time.
Yeah, photos definitely, like the camera that was used, the film that's used, the lighting, all of that kind of stuff affects the patina, I guess, of the time.
And that's partially why when I started the channel and I started making content, I talked about how, like, I kind of prefer watching older stuff on shitty ass VHS rip looking stuff. You know, like, there's a experience to it that it feels like that low quality of some of the older stuff actually enhances the experience of watching it. Whereas sometimes if you smooth out that old shit to a degree that it, like, you remove the noise and you make it crystal clean and almost like vectorized, it just loses its charm. You know, when you clear out all of, like, the damage to the film reels and whatnot, and like the hair and the film gate and everything, you know what I mean? Like, when you brush out all that shit, it becomes overly sanitized to the point where it loses the time capsule aspect, you know?
Yeah. But also, on top of just removing the look of the era, it makes up details. If your phone picks up like 4 pixels for the eye, right? Because, you know, you're taking a photo of the thing, you're not doing like a 600 DPI scan of the photo. There's only going to be 4 pixels for the eye, and maybe the eye was a little bit close, so you can't quite tell what the eye was going to do, you know, and then it just makes up detail.
Yeah,
and
well, it's
so
kind of like what I was talking about with the. It's kind of like what I was talking about with the moon, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes you'll take a picture of something and it incorrectly thinks it sees the moon, so it puts that picture of the moon there on a button on somebody's shirt or something. You're like, what the fuck? Like, that's not the moon, you know? Good.
So there was specifically a photo of my dad, and he had he wasn't the subject of the photo. He was like off into the back a little bit, but he's still facing the camera. He meant to be in the camera, but the camera focused in on the people standing in front. So his face was a little bit blurry. And the AI enhance unblurred his face. Well, it made up the detail of his face. And it made his tooth look like this, like weirdly large and one like in front of all of the other teeth. And it's like, that wasn't my dad. That's some weird AI monster that's on a photo, you know? And so the biggest issue for me is that those photos are now unlabeled as AI, mixing around in family buckets, showing up in slideshows that are meant to remember these people, and they are now not representing what they actually were looking like. And now it's going to be more of a pain in the ass to go back through and say, oh, this was the AI version. Let me go find the original version because I like that one better. And so same with these shorts. If they're applying the AI filter to all of these shorts without people being able to turn them off or opt out, then, like, let's say I don't have a backup of my video file, and I go download it from YouTube to say, okay, well, I want YouTube's copy. Well, now it's the AI version. And it's like, no, I don't want the AI, you know, rendered version that has made up details about how wrinkly my face was, you know.
Yeah.
I want the version that I captured. So that's my biggest issue with them doing this.
Totally agree.
Oops. You do.
Woolley also slammed YouTube's linguistic gymnastics, calling it machine learning instead of AI, as corporate obfuscation. What happens if people know companies are editing content from the top down without even telling creators themselves, he asked. The problem isn't unique to YouTube. Samsung was caught faking moon photos via AI, while Google's Pixel 10 now lets users conjure 100 times AI-enhanced zoom shots that never really existed. Even Netflix drew backlash for AI remasters of old sitcoms that left faces and text mangled. Together, these incidents show how reality is increasingly mediated by invisible algorithms. Bato, I don't know, for his part, remains oddly forgiving. YouTube changed my life, he said, but critics see this as a clear warning. Once AI is silently rewriting your own face, your control as a creator is already gone. Just let me undo it. Let me restore it back to the previous version. That's all I want.
Yeah.
Right? Or, better yet, let me replace the video. Like, all I fucking want on YouTube is a feature where I can release the content as soon as it's done, as soon as I've recorded it, and get all the views when it's so relevant, and then edit that shit and update the video, have it get republished back to my audience, let them watch it as I've made changes, fix a mistake on a video or something where a typo happened or something. You know what I mean? Like, fuck, I hate that shit. Anyway, Disney...
Hold on, just quickly. Another issue that could pop up, which you kind of alluded to, is it rendering artists' work in such a way that it gives the tells of AI-generated works to not AI-generated works, right? Yeah. Like if I take a picture that I drew and I use AI to upscale it, it's going to have all of the little tells that a normal AI-generated image is going to have. And so
even though it originated from a non-AI generated.
Yeah, even though I drew it,
yeah,
the upscale version is going to look like it was AI generated to anyone who knows anything about AI, right? So if someone's looking at your now, they're probably not like zooming into details on a short, but like they could, and then they'll see like, oh, this little detail is a little weird. That's AI, and they'll be right.
The reason that people figured it out is because they upload their shorts to TikTok and Instagram Reels and whatnot as well. And then they download those again and compare them against the YouTube one that looks all fucking weird, you know?
Yeah.
All right. eCastro says, all this AI stuff sucks. Nice. You got the Clippy going on. And I really hate the push for it because a lot more naive tech users will unknowingly enable the re-editing of history. Absolutely. Disney to pay $10 million for allegedly mishandling children's data on YouTube. You guys remember when YouTube rolled out COPPA? When the government rolled out COPPA and YouTube made you have to manually say that your content was not made for children? And we talked about how it was kind of scary. Because if you were found to have made content they determined was for kids, but you said it wasn't made for kids, you could be fined X number of dollars times video. Disney got hit with that.
Damn.
Walt Disney is facing yet another controversy, this time not in the form of box office misfires or declining theme park attendance, but in the realm of online privacy. According to the Federal Trade Commission, Disney improperly labeled YouTube videos targeted at children, which allowed the unlawful collection of personal data from under 13 viewers. The result, a $10 million settlement and a new compliance program that puts Disney under regulatory scrutiny for years to come. The FTC's complaint zeroed in on how Disney used YouTube to distribute clips from its most child-friendly content, Frozen, Toy Story, The Incredibles, Coco, and even classic Mickey Mouse cartoons. Rather than marking those uploads as made for kids, Disney allegedly relied on default channel-level settings that categorize them as not made for kids. Part of this is fucking bullshit. Because if you asked me if I would sit down and watch content about Toy Story, yeah, I probably would. Am I a fucking kid? No. Right? Being something that's appropriate for kids and made specifically for kids are two different things, right? Just for the record, none of my content is made for kids. Get the fuck out of here, kids, right? Just so we're clear. I don't need to pay $10 million. This is not for fucking kids. Go away, right? That simple choice had big consequences. By mislabeling the videos, YouTube was able to track data, collect personal information, and serve targeted ads on children's content. Under the Children's Online Privacy Protection Act, platforms and publishers must obtain verifiable parental consent before collecting data on kids under 13. Oh, what's that? Internet ID is coming? Motherfucker, yeah, again. One more reason. Although YouTube was smart with this one, right? Because they put it on the uploader and not on themselves, right? That was the big grand conspiracy there. This isn't a gray area of the law. COPPA has been on the books since 1998. But according to regulators, Disney still failed to meet the most basic requirements. Fuck you, that Park Place. Fuck you. It wasn't put on us until like 2020. By mid-2020, YouTube itself flagged more than 300 Disney videos as misclassified. Still, Disney allegedly did not fix the problem, choosing to continue its broad default labeling instead of reviewing each video individually. Hold on, I got to look up when we covered it. COPPA showed up in podcast 78, 2019, before 2020. Damn. COPPA. Yep, YouTube's FTC COPPA enforcement. Cool. Okay, so it was in 2020, but they rolled it out early before it came into effect. I'm guessing is what that actually was. November 6th, 2019 is when the doc was created that we covered that for in that episode. Oh, those pre-episode 100 years. How I miss them. Hello, Nkono and Jordan. Disney has agreed to pay the $10 million penalty, but more importantly, to change its practices going forward. The settlement requires Disney to, quote, notify parents and secure parental consent before collecting any data from children under 13. You better notify those parents. How the fuck are you going to do that? You got to put it at the beginning.
Disney collecting the data, though?
Seriously, YouTube is collecting the data.
Yeah.
YouTube has shoveled the responsibility off, right? Now, look, fuck this. End COPPA, right? End it. Because I don't need Internet ID to be the solution here. Individually review and label each video on YouTube to determine if it should be marked made for kids. Maintain a compliance program for the next 10 years unless YouTube itself rolls out a universal age assurance system. That's coming. FTC Chairman Andrew N. Ferguson made his criticism clear, saying the settlement was meant to penalize Disney's abuse of parents' trust and to reinforce that age assurance technology is the path forward for protecting children online. Fuck you. Get children offline. Fuck you. Disney has tried to downplay the significance of the case. The company has stressed that the issue was limited to third-party distribution on YouTube and did not involve Disney's own streaming platforms or apps. In a public statement, Disney claimed it, quote, remains committed to the highest standards of compliance with children's privacy laws and pledged to continue investing in better tools to monitor its content. But the FTC wasn't buying the nothing to see here defense. Regulators specifically wanted to send a message that even large, sophisticated companies cannot skirt COPPA by relying on broad default settings. See, I feel like I've been very fortunate that I curse in all my videos because nobody could mistake my Minecraft content for being made for kids, right? Oh, dear Lord. The settlement is notable for two reasons. It's the first FTC action against a YouTube content provider since 2019. That earlier case involved Google itself, which paid $170 million for similar violations of COPPA. This time, the FTC targeted the content distributor, Disney, showing that enforcement is moving beyond platform and extending to publishers. Fuck that Park Place. You have not been around to notice what happened on YouTube back then. Like, you have no idea what happened. It shines a spotlight on Disney's corporate image. Disney is a company. I'm not going to read their bullshit. It's funny that they have to pay it. It's also bullshit because it's going to open up Internet ID. All right. You guys ready for this? Japan box office. Demon Slayer Kimetsu no Yaiba Infinity Castle first movie remains at number 1 in the 7th weekend.
Shock face.
All right. Previously, we covered there are now 0 Japanese live-action films in the country's top 10 highest-earning movies, but why? And it's because Demon Slayer knocked the last one out, and it was in the number 10 spot. A week later, we covered Demon Slayer Kimetsu no Yaiba Infinity Castle takes 6th place. That means it went from 10th at 17.64 billion to 20 billion, 3 billion more in 1 week. Then, a week later, it took the number 4 spot. It jumped up 25.5 billion in 1 week. Then it became the 3rd highest grossing the next week, taking on Titanic at 27.7 billion. And then this week it didn't overtake number 2. But it did sell 20 million tickets, which is 29.9 billion yen so far in the Japanese box office, right? And you got to understand, 17 billion to 20 billion is only a 3 billion increase, right? And granted, they were probably a little bit above that, right? And then from there to, I'm sorry, it was up here, 20, right? So they're probably a little bit above that. Then jumping up to, was it Titanic or Frozen or whatever? That's like another 3 billion on top of, like, 4 billion on top of where they were, right? Because they were probably at 21 billion, not 20 billion. And then the next jump is pretty significant, right? Because you got to go another 6 billion. It'll get there by next week, for sure. And here's how they're going to do it. Demon Slayer Kimetsu no Yaiba Infinity Castle gets English subbed release in Japan. How can we increase the sales? Well, the only people who are watching it speak Japanese. What about all the people who don't speak it that well? English sub screenings. Fuck yeah. And that's going to happen on September 13th. So that's where it's going to go plus ultra and finally get over Demon Slayer Mugen Train at 40 billion. 9 billion higher than
I'm kind of shocked that
2.
they didn't have the English right off the bat.
Well, yeah. Now, and Reese and I were discussing that we think it's going to have the English dub screenings coming out because the English dub screenings in the U.S. are about to come out. So they're going to do the English sub screenings in Japan. And then a week or 2 later, they'll probably do the English dub screenings in Japan for the people who are in Japan who speak English and would rather experience it that way, just so that they can squeeze that teat just a little bit more. So proud of them. All right. Meanwhile, Evangelion anime film series are getting monthly revival screenings. Wow. Smartphone-sized stickers featuring the poster visuals will be distributed. Wow. For my smartphone? Wow. Smartphone size. Great. Yeah. So Evangelion Anime's franchise 30th anniversary project will hold an event titled Monthly Evangelion 30th Movie Fest 2025-2026, which will feature revival screenings of the 6 films in the franchise in theaters across Japan from October 2025 to February 2026. So my take on this, they're going to put Death and Rebirth, followed by End of Evangelion, followed by You Are Not Alone, You Cannot Advance, You Cannot Redo, Thrice Upon a Time. I think Hideaki Anno's like, it's bullshit that I'm not in the top 10. Like, it's fucking bullshit, man. Everybody knows, Ava. All right. Also, a new Assassination Classroom anime film has been announced for March 20th, 2026. It is going to feature an entirely new story that has not been animated before. Reese, did you read somewhere that it is a adaptation of something from the source material?
Yeah, like they skipped stories or chapters or something or arcs. I don't know. That's what it sounded like. Like there were chapters that they didn't cover in the TV series. I mean, just like they just skipped it over because it was unnecessary, I guess.
Mhm.
So it's just like side stories, something like that.
We'll see.
I don't know.
Or it could be new stuff. Who knows? All right, moving past that. 4K restoration of Satoshi Kon's Perfect Blue is coming to the U.S. theaters this fall on October 3rd.
You just bought that 4K steel. The Blu-ray steelbook. You screwed up. You should have just waited for the 4K Blu-ray steelbook.
And that's what I was waiting for. That's why I haven't picked it up.
Chainsaw Man movie director reveals how he's fixing season 1's biggest mistakes. That is a very charged headline.
Coming from CBR, of all places.
Yeah. Chainsaw Man the movie Ryza arc marks a long-awaited return of the 2022 anime TV series following the divisive reception to season 1. Tatsuya Yoshimura, the new anime director following season 1, director Ryu Nakayama, opened up about making the new Chainsaw Man movie more faithful to Tatsuki Fujimoto's original story. The Chainsaw Man movie will be released in theaters worldwide on October 29, 2025. Fuck! I've got so much shit to catch up on.
Chainsaw Man's only 12 episodes.
Is it really?
Yeah, it's only 12
Fuck!
episodes.
I've already seen like half of that.
I thought you watched all of it.
What?
I thought you said you watched all of it.
No, I watched like the first 4 or 5 episodes because I had to make the 76.1 shirt or whatever.
Oh yeah.
The Chainsaw Man movie will be released in theaters, right? In the lead up to the film's fall release, Yoshihara was interviewed alongside assistant director Masato Nakazono in the October 2025 issue of Da Vinci Magazine, September 1st, 2025. Okay. Don't understand what that means. The October 2025 issue, September 1st, 2025. Great. Good job. Yoshihara's comments, as translated by a Twitter user, discuss the significant differences between the Chainsaw Man movie and the season 1 anime. Key differences that favor Tatsuki Fujimoto's original story over the polarizing realism of Nakayama's. Okay. Oh, fuck. I hate it when they do this, and it feels like I'm missing stuff because there's these huge-ass gaps. There it is. Okay. I hope there's not one supposed to be right here, too. Chainsaw Man film director Yoshihara was asked about the movie's new art style, as seen in its high-quality action scenes and ending, which significantly differ from the grounded approach to season 1. As Yoshihara explained, the movie's new animation quality was an intentional departure from season 1, aiming to bring the anime back to the artistic qualities of Fujimoto's manga. Quote, I discussed things extensively with Sugiyama-san, the character designer, as well as the AD and ED staff. I don't know what AD means. I don't even know what ED means in this context if it's not the ending. Yoshihara added, maybe the something designer and effects designer? We decided to return to the origin, the brilliance of Tatsuki Fujimoto's paneling and compositions in the manga. Based on that, we set out a direction to more actively carry over the expressiveness of the original drawings into the anime. Yoshihara further explained the key visual differences between Chainsaw Man Ryza arc and Chainsaw Man Season 1. Quote, we removed the highlights in the character's eyes and reduced the amount of shading. For character colors, we slightly increased the saturation of Makima's and Power's hair. Depending on how you look at it, the eyes might appear lifeless, but I think that itself is part of the key design appeal to Chainsaw Man holds. We re-examined those kinds of details one by one, aiming to bring the visuals closer to the original, and I think that that became the core this time. Before becoming the new anime director of Chainsaw Man, Yoshihara previously worked as an episode director for Season 1, Black Clover, and as the director of Monster Musume Everyday Life with Monster Girls. So these are the eyes in the anime, and the shading with like the, dynamic light and dark, and this is it in the movie where it's a lot more subdued. The only thing that's actually really getting any shading is the eye, the sclera of the eye of all things, right? In the iris, I guess. Chainsaw Man, the movie Ryza arc, was first announced at Jump Fest. I don't think there's anything more in this that's not already known, right? Nope, we're going to stop there. All right, we also got this other article that Reese wanted me to share. Maximum the Hormone provides Chainsaw Man, the movie Ryza arc insert song. You want to share what's important about this?
So, for those who don't know, Season 1, every single episode had a different ending song, theme. and any animation, except for episode 1, which didn't have any animation, just a scrolling on a black screen. But anyway, episode 3 song was by Maximum the Hormone, and they only ever released that minute and a half of that song, not a full version of the song ever. But
the TV
this
size.
one, the TV size.
Yeah.
But the movie is going to have the rest of the song supposedly, because the next lyrics, part of the lyrics, has references to Ryza. So I thought that was kind of interesting.
Which is obviously the character in the Ryza arc.
Yeah.
Cool. I'm pumped. I'm ready to get back into that show. Sorry, my eyes went straight to Ooga Booga Intensifies. All right, where are we? We're in anime news, right? Yeah, cool. Good thing I kept anime news quick this podcast. Do you guys want to talk amongst yourselves while I run to the bathroom real quick?
Sure.
I'd ask you to read comments, but I think they've already been read.
All this AI stuff sucks. Yeah,
they've already been read. I'll be right back. I'm just going to take a leak.
Yep. Is anybody even here besides Random 11? Footnote is here.
Randim?
Footnote, since you haven't been on in a while, what have you been up to lately?
I've been working on projects and stuff. And now I'm going to be working on the upcoming Green Line cinematic masterpiece.
Another entry in the Green Line cinematic universe?
Yeah, exactly. What is Green Line here to give a teaser of his upcoming Slander Fest?
Oh, what are those? I guess not. He's not here.
He's gonna
Doesn't
slander
look like
a very good anime, and by very good I mean very not good anime.
Oh,
yeah.
Well,
Is
that's
he
okay.
finally
then.
watching Boku no Pico?
No. I thought he talked about the show he was watching, with you guys.
Oh, yeah, that one.
The
Yeah.
like ninja one.
No.
I don't think there's ninjas in this one.
I know what he's talking about, Randy. I'll tell
The one-
I'll DM you.
The one where they. Well, I don't know why it's a secret. He talked about it on the podcast.
Oh, we don't want to spoil it for Green Line.
I don't know. Green Line's not here to break the whatever.
He literally talked about it on the podcast, didn't he?
I
I
don't
don't know.
remember. I remember talking about behind the scenes, but I don't
Oh.
remember talking about on the. Better be safe than sorry.
Better
Yes,
be
okay.
gay
I thought there
than
was
sorry.
ninjas in that one, but I guess not.
I'll be surprised if there is.
They seem sort of ninja-ish, I suppose, but maybe it's just the action scenes trip me up.
They move like ninjas? Is that why you're so confused?
Yeah, maybe.
Ninja.
Are you guys going to see the Demon Slayer movie next week?
Not
I didn't even realize it was coming. Actually, I'm not up to date, so no.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask if you're caught up.
I had my ticket for the 15th, but I didn't know when we would be coming back, so I changed it to the one for the 18th. So I will be a week behind.
You're telling me I'm going to see it before you see it? Wow.
Yeah.
I'm
And
going
I'm
on
not
the
going to open
15th.
any messages from you until afterwards.
Oh, dude, I'm totally spoiling something. I gotta. Out of principle. I
Yeah,
gotta
you
pick
gotta
something.
repay Reese for all of his deeds.
I can't wait to rewatch the pod. Whoa.
Nothing happened.
Oh. I'll be the judge of that.
Yeah, okay. I will bet you $20 that you'll think, oh yeah, nothing happened.
All right. A Misanthrope teaches a class for Demi-Humans. Anime has been announced.
I thought you were gonna say deep throating.
The class on deep throating sounds pretty good.
You said deep, and then you stopped yourself.
Reese, you'd take that class? You want to learn how to deep throat?
No, she has to teach me how to receive deep throat.
I don't think you need to be taught that.
No.
Teacher, your device isn't realistic enough. I don't know if it's gonna be if it's gonna properly.
I need some help. Will you show me how I'm supposed to feel?
All right, so I thought it was kind of funny. I want to point out this character has ears that remind me of a Zora. This character has flame, normal type, and they're evolutions, right? Like we've got Eevee, Flareon, Vaporeon, Sylveon, and the guy who rapes all of them.
Is that Sylveon or Espeon?
In the Pokemon universe, they call him Master.
I'm pretty sure that's Sylveon, right? The
fairy type.
The fairy type one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, but the Espeon's also like pinkish.
Is Espeon pink?
Yeah.
Espeon's the psychic one.
Oh, maybe.
But Espeon doesn't have fluffy stuff on her. Sylveon does.
Are we sure it's not pronounced ESP Eon?
Yes. It could be. You're right.
ESPeon.
Sylveon's more trans colors.
Oh no.
Espeon is.
Do you not see the blue things on her clothing?
Hold on, scroll up. You maybe win by a technicality here, Grease.
Well, I don't see Vaporeon having that dark
She has
color
even
scheme for
more
the clothing.
blue stripes on her underwear.
This one looks like her head has fallen into her body. Like these big old honk. Her head feels like it should be like way
her
over
boobs
here.
on the gravitational pull
Yeah.
so hard they pull her head down.
Anyway, I'm Rei Hitomi, Hitotoma, a self-professed misanthrope thanks to some past trauma. Just when I thought my new teaching job in the mountains would provide a chill, rejuvenating environment, it turns out that this school is actually for demi-humans who want to become full-fledged human beings. There's a mermaid, a werewolf, a rabbit, and a bird, all of whom are now my charges. It's my duty to teach them about humankind, and maybe in the process, I'll learn a few things myself.
And the process of human meeting rituals.
In the process of deep throating, right? This isn't an alternate
To
world.
be a master. Pokemon master.
This isn't an alternate world or a case of reincarnation. It's just the story of a teacher at a somewhat peculiar school and his students who are striving to become human. Well, good fucking luck. Turns out taking their virginity is how you do
it. You could have just let the luck out of that statement.
Baki-Dou anime adaptation finally takes on Musashi. Yeah, so he has like a spirit, the sword in his soul. Yeah, so the Baki-Dou anime adaptation has finally reached the arc involving a spectacular and legendary Miyamoto Musashi, hopefully promising faithful recreations of its incredible fights, and sure to have many wondering what will happen when the anime eventually catches up to the manga. The trailer for the upcoming arc was some criticizing the animation and Musashi's rather normal appearance. Yeah, right? Anyway, we don't need to watch it. Moving past that, we're gonna catch up on time. Tatsuki Fujimoto, before Chainsaw Man manga one-shots are getting an anime adaptation. So I guess they did a collection of his manga, his one-shot manga before Chainsaw Man, put it into a collected works and just called it Tatsuki Fujimoto before Chainsaw Man. And now that's enough to make a whole ass anime about with eight stories to feature 7 directors around 6 studios. Yeah, Tatsuki Fujimoto, 17 to 26. So that's his ages, right?
Yeah,
when he was making these.
I think so.
Yeah, I definitely should have shown you guys the trailer, but I didn't test upload it, so we're not going to. It's going to contain a couple clucking chickens were still kicking in the schoolyard. Sasaki stopped the bullet. Love is blind. Shikaku. Mermaid Rhapsody. Wake up as a girl syndrome. I'm just thinking of what Denji would do, right? Nayuta of the Prophecy and Sisters.
WWDG.
What would Denji? Alien invasions, high school romances, and even bloody vampire action. All this and more awaits in 4 compelling short stories. 4? This is for the Viz Media. This is for the Viz Media of publisher of the manga.
No, so I think there's 2 volumes.
Yeah, I'm just saying that there's 8 shorts.
There's 2 volumes, so like 4 volumes per. So they just took it from 1, and then.
Right. Viz publishes both volumes when you're describing the first like so. Right? Yep. All right, anyway, I'm moving past that. Apocalypse Trigger Mynoghra anime tease upcoming episodes and 3rd trailer. You know what I like to tease? What were we talking about with this? Were we going to show something? I forgot.
I forgot.
I like this character. She's a cutie.
The praying mantis.
I don't need to think about that.
Gender swapped ant from
Solo
Leveling.
Yep. Okay.
Which was just a ripoff of Hunter x Hunter, which was a ripoff of Dragon Ball Z.
Just to be technical, I think Hunter x Hunter was influenced by Dragon Ball Z, and Solo Leveling was influenced by Hunter x Hunter, especially with the ideas of the themes of the show. But purely on character design, I think that show is really copying Solo Leveling. And I don't think Solo Leveling copied Hunter x Hunter's character design. Like for the main ant.
Not the character design, but the story arc verbatim.
Yeah. The idea of the story arc, sure.
Not the idea, like the whole arc. It's like
No, I mean I think it's different enough. But
an island
different enough by like
the king gets stronger with whatever he eats, which is why he got the ice powers and stuff.
yeah, the core concept, but like in Hunter x Hunter, they have the character that gets his head chopped off. Like, you know, there's totally different. The character becomes, you know, gains it. Well, I don't want to go through spoilers, but there's tons of differences in the story.
Character gets their head chopped off, and
it's the same thing.
Spoilers.
Identical. Right, let's move on. Spy Family Season 3 anime premieres October 4th. Oh,
yeah, good news!
cute.
Hooray! The cutest.
Inexpressive Kashiwada and Expressive Oota anime reveals October 4 premiere and a new trailer. I'd like to see it in English, but I was underwhelmed when I saw it at Anime Expo. I wanted it to be, and I say this in the first impressions, like My Neighbor Seki-kun, and it wasn't like that. It seemed like it could have had the potential to have that energy, but it didn't.
You know, nowadays we find in like the tombs, we find all these artifacts and stories, and someone's just gonna find your hoard of unreleased video footage of your first impressions.
Ouch. You're muted, Randy. If you said sick burn, I only felt it.
No, I said.
You said what?
I said.
Oh.
Quote.
Tojima wants to be a Kamen writer. Anime debuts also on October 4th. Moving past it. One Punch Man Season 3
I
anime.
just want to be technical real quick. AC is going to release his first impressions eventually.
Yeah. See,
just like the
Green Line believes in me, right?
He's actually uploaded them all to YouTube and just scheduled them so far in advance as a Dead Man Switch, and therefore when he dies, eventually they'll all get published.
Oh, now everyone's gonna try and assassinate him.
I have rewatched all of season 1 of Demon Slayer and grabbed clips on the way and shoved them into the comp. So that's some progress, right? One Punch Man season 3 anime suits up on October 5th. I can't wait for it to come out on Blu-ray. So One PNG Man. Ooh. Just a reminder, it's coming out next month.
Yeah, and it took them several months.
How much of that have we already seen?
Like
90+%?
Yeah.
Yeah, what's the joke? A JC no staff?
Hello, everyone. Nice to meet you. I'm Shinpei Nagai, the director of One Punch Man Season 3. I completely understand everyone's reactions. Please calm down and hear me out, if you would. I'll explain why I was chosen. Again, this was posted on September 2nd. I'll explain why I was chosen. And it might be a bit long, but please listen. I've been a freelancer from the beginning, and that hasn't changed. At 37, I wrapped up my apprenticeship and stepped into the anime world with a work called Hiro no Kakera. Reese and Greenland, you watch that?
Never heard of it.
Oh.
I mean, if you show me the cover images, I might be able to.
Show me the heroine.
But I think I may have seen like
I think
some other people like showcasing like YouTube approved like.
All right, this isn't it. This isn't. I was under the impression, maybe Reese was joking, that he was a former porn director and a hentai director. I learned how to create hybrid animation with 3D in a project called Aquarian Logos. And after that, I switched to a 3D company for just 1 year, contributing to image boards for Altered Carbon and such. My goal was always Manglobe. I honed my skills on episode 6 of Gangsta, a show that bankrupted, right?
Manglobe?
Yeah. And Samurai Flamenco, a show that almost could never come out anywhere for problems as well, among others. I was aiming for a hybrid of 3D CG and hand-drawn animation, but as everyone knows, Manglobe ended up closing down. How'd that happen? In the midst of that,
fault, okay.
In the midst of that, JC Staff became a long-term partner, commissioning me for storyboards and direction throughout the year. However, since I'm relatively unknown and don't have standout achievements as an animator, I thought it might give a bad impression. So I asked to keep it under wraps. Then, when the consultation for One Punch Man Season 3 came up, I focused on incorporating a new workflow, something I discussed in CG World, bridging 3D and 2D workflows to squeeze out even one more second of production time. I sincerely apologize for keeping quiet about this. The team is giving it our all on site. I can't discuss details about the production, but I'm open to answering what I can within limits. I was led to believe by Reese making a joke that he was going to talk about being a porn director.
Yeah, I've heard that too. But I'm not too sure if I've
Let's
heard
look him up. Shinpei Nagai.
I think people are mistaken. You see, there's only one season of One Punch Man.
Season 2.
No, season 1. That's why it's called One Punch Man. There is no season 2. There's definitely not going to be a season 3.
He storyboarded 2.5 Dimensional Seduction, which is not a hentai.
Can we share this?
Yeah, I guess we could.
Did you just request Tagoon?
Oh.
Alice Gear Aegis expansion. And you thought there's never a girl online. Aquarian Logos. Arakawa Under the Bridge, X Bridge. Banana Fish, Bastard Heavy Metal Dark Fantasy Hell's Requiem, Bishoujo, a canceled OVA, Buta Hime-san.
What's that one about?
Oh yeah, Pig Princess. I don't know if you guys can see that fucker, but whoa. Yeah. Okay. Was he the director? Director. We did it. We found it. Yeah. Director, script, storyboard, unit director, character design, animation director, key animation. One might say that this guy has a fetish for elf girls getting reamed by pigs, right? Like,
it's that one. I think I remember that one.
I sorry, but
He also
I just
directed Dark Future.
It's YouTube friendly.
It is YouTube friendly. Retroactive baby, retroactive baby, retroactive baby.
Dark Chapter.
Retroactive baby. There we go.
Himedore.
Anyway, I was going to showcase when
Kanojo,
I reopened the wrong tab.
Key animation. Holy shit. Oh, have you that one I said Footnump? You did the screenplay.
Can we boot
Stealth weeb that?
Boot.
Change the B to an F.
Buta. Hold on, you're not following here. Buta.
Pig.
Buta Hime-san.
Oh. Okay. Yeah.
I'm telling you that he's got a fetish. He's got
He
a fetish. He's got a fetish for
He
pigs. Right? Oh no.
He did the screenplay for
Does he look like an ugly bastard? Like a lot of these
Breath.
guys will like draw ugly bastards, but like I always thought they were drawing themselves getting the babies, but it's like no, I don't think
Crayon Shinchan Dengeki Buta no Izume. How many boot does this guy work on?
I'm on my oh god.
Do they ever make handsome bastards?
Nobody wants to see that.
That's just called a
That's called yaoi. Careful, I don't want the baby to poop on Randy.
Buta no Gotoku Sanzoku Nitora Warate Shoujo wo Ubareru Kyonu Hibikeshi no Onasenshi and Onasenshi.
Did he do that one?
Yeah.
Did he really? Where are you looking?
I'm on my anime list.
Oh.
They got it sorted. I have it here. I'll send you the link. I have it sorted by oldest to newest.
All right, now we're gonna see the real Shinpei Nagai, right?
In the sorted, but it has it sorted by members right now. Right below your mouse.
Most recent.
Start date. You start date.
I'm afraid of what's going to be in that image.
My anime list has their cover images censored.
Okay.
Which is like white bars and stuff.
You sure?
It's supposed to. Yes.
Zoom and enhance. Kanojo X Kanojo. Buta Hime-sama, Buta no Gotoki Senzoku ni Torawarete Shoujo wo Uba Roberu Kyonyu. No, I'm not even gonna try it. Oh my god. Only 2. It doesn't even show the Japanese title for the Shinchan one. Anyway, just pointing out what he's done. He started with Touch, Miss Lonely Yesterday. That's definitely a hentai. Then he went on to Saishu Chikon Densha. That's definitely a hentai, right? Chikon meaning like train groping. Kurai Mirai.
Oh, yep, I see the English title. Yep, Midnight.
Seikojo.
I'm looking at that one. Yeah,
Yeah,
what is that? Dark Chapel? Yeah.
Oh my god. Really. So you want to work on Pokemon, a beloved children's cartoon. What is your resume? Oh, yeah, these are all really good. Porn. Right? So what made you want to be the next Steve in Blue's Clues? Well, you know what? I'm getting tired of banging chicks, right?
What makes you want to be the studio for Pokemon? We did Berserk.
Yeah. OLM, yeah. Okay. All right, moving past that. Witch Hat. Wait, no. Little Miss Vampire Can't Suck Right anime premieres on October 12th. It never gets old, right?
After what we've just been going through, is that a hentai?
Witch Hat Atelier anime has postponed its broadcast to 2026. So it's going to no longer be in 2025. That's the news. All right, let's move past it. Don't even care. All right. Can I get a baby on screen?
Big baby?
Big
baby?
Big baby.
Big baby.
Big baby. No, the other big baby.
Where's the other big baby?
You're the wrong brain. Go to intros.
Yeah. I can't. Hold on. Interest in ads.
Why just me?
Okay.
Big baby. All right. Both will do until I scroll down. Then the baby must be the other one. Okay. My Dress Up Darling tweet garners hate from the usual suspects. You can show this. Hold on. We don't need to put that on yet. Put the little baby on for now. Okay, I got it. Thank you. Get that fuck out of here. A tweet criticizing the latest airing of My Dress Up Darling has been lambasted by Twitter's abundance of keyboard warriors, as the tweeter mentioned that the manga in comparison showed Marin's nipples. Yeah, so Chibi, I saw this tweet. They are censoring My Dress Up Darling in the manga. Her nips are showing.
I think we should hold all reservations until the Blu-ray is up. Because in season 1, they had that one shot in the Are You Winning Son episode where it actually shows his computer screen that wasn't in the broadcast.
That baby needs to move.
Let's not scroll down.
I don't plan on sleeping tonight. She's trying to fuck him. All right.
Damn right. This is why you watch the Maple Star adaptation after this episode or something, supposedly.
This analysis naturally triggered Twitter's horde of usual suspects as they attacked/whined about the Twitter user because anime is watched by children and Marin is underage. This is despite the fact the anime is very lewd in general and is very clearly not meant for children.
And it's TVMA.
Yeah. Can I just say that kids watch anime and don't need to be seeing that?
They don't need to be hearing about the character in the game ejaculating on stage.
Brother, Marin is constantly doing sexual things, even in the anime. It ain't for kids. Also, the series is published in a seinen magazine in Japan. It ain't shoujo or shonen. She's 15! Who fucking cares? Why are you trying to see a 15-year-old girl's nips, bro? It's not that deep drama, so pointless. Yeah, anyway, it's more of the same over and over and over and over and over and over again.
Cloverworks probably isn't going to add it to the Blu-ray, but they would be really funny if they just did a solid and just actually just to shut people up.
Anyway, moving past that, federal judge strikes down Florida's book ban law. Federal judge has nixed key parts of Florida's controversial 2023 law allowing mass book removals from school libraries, citing its alarmingly broad language as critics celebrate a rare win for free speech and literary freedom. I just want to point out the same people who are shaming Chibi for just acknowledging that the anime is not showing something that the manga did want to stop you from preventing your kids from being exposed to sexually graphic things, including books that will teach them how to have anal sex with each other. Just pointing that out. Florida's ambitious drive to police public school libraries just hit a legal roadblock. A federal judge in Orlando, U.S. District Judge Carlos Mendoza, ruled that parts of the 2023 law enabling parents to challenge and remove books for sexual content are unconstitutionally overbroad. The statute failed to uphold the Supreme Court's standards for obscenity, essentially promoting censorship over common sense. The legislation that triggered this ruling, HB 1069, giggity, allowed anyone, regardless of connection to the school, to flag describe sexual content. Mendoza slammed this vague phrasing, saying the law ignored a book's overall literary, artistic, political, or scientific value, which the Supreme Court requires to assess obscenity. They're not saying it's obscene. They're saying it describes sexual conduct. You can describe sexual conduct and not be obscene, right? And you can say that you would like those things to be moved out of the fucking kids section, right? This was the same law that allowed manga such as Assassination Classroom to be banned. Banned from where? School libraries. Banned from the state? Banned from your collection? No. This sweeping power contributed to the removal of literary heavyweights like The Handmaid's Tale, Native Son, and Slaughterhouse-Five from Florida schools. As Mendoza pointed out, librarians, not lawmakers, should be the arbiters of taste and educational value. Fuck that shit. Have you seen librarians these days? They're not the hotties in the pencil skirts and glasses like they were when you were growing up. The fallout was quick and vast. Florida reported an estimated 4,500 book removals last year, making it a national hotspot for censorship in schools. Titles by Toni Morrison, Maya Angelou, Kurt Vonnegut, and others were swept up in the purge. Florida hasn't been subtle about its motivations. Earlier laws, such as HB 1557, the Don't Say Gay bill, set the stage for broader censorship targeting discussions of race, gender, and sexuality. Politically, Governor DeSantis and allies defended the practices under the banner of parental rights, while critics accused them of culture warring to score conservative points. Both things can be true. But the thing that is most egregious about this is the refusal to acknowledge the fact that what was being fought for was just to move them out of the kids section, right? Like, that's fucking absurd. Legal action has been fierce. In Pensacola's Escambia County, a lawsuit filed by PEN America, Penguin Random House, authors and parents accused the school board of censorship based on ideology, not educational judgment. A judge allowed that case to move forward earlier this year. Anyway, so they struck it down, though. Oh, well, don't care. It's the parents' right to not take their kids to the library or to supervise their visits there.
We're
Evangelion.
Currently having something similar happen in Alberta.
Oh, yeah?
Well, we also had something happen in Toronto where they said they had to ban some books. And then those fucking teachers decided that meant that they had to ban all books. So
that's how they interpret it in order to make it fucking ridiculous, reducing it to the absurd, right? In order to try to throw a fit that gets people to stand against something that's completely reasonable.
Yeah. So Alberta didn't go that stupid with it, but they are being a lot more more conservative with, or more liberal, actually, I guess, with the definition to catch more books than people are intending. So they're including classics, like I didn't see this, but probably not Catcher in the Rye, To Kill a Mockingbird technically has a discussion on whether or not that one person was raped, right? So they probably include that one. But the idea was that they were including all these extra books.
Did Stephen King's It get removed for the fucking underage orgies? Like,
I mean, I think that Stephen King's It should probably be removed for the weird shit at the end of that book, or I guess it's the middle of the book. But anyway, so people were complaining, and then the premier went out and said, like, these people are maliciously complying to our rule. We're not intending those books to get caught up. We just don't want fucking porn in our schools. Please.
It's amazing,
like,
isn't it? It's
so
fucking
hard?
amazing. You know, the absolute absurdity of people in power. Yeah, and it's limited power too, right? Like the librarians in this case, right? The absolute absurd tantrums that they will throw in order to say, no, fuck you, conservatives, or whatever it is, right? Absurd. Anyway, Evangelion Delta Cross Reflections game project announced. It's going to be a new virtual/mixed reality project that promises an immersive new story for Eva fans. If you've ever dreamed of being an Eva pilot, you're about to get your chance. Today, Pixelicity Inc. has revealed Evangelion Delta Cross Reflections, a game project that will employ both virtual reality and mixed reality to bring the world of Hideaki Anno's Neon Genesis Evangelion to life. The project is planned as a trilogy covering the scope of the original 26-episode series. Get this. With Evangelion Delta Cross Reflections covering episodes 1 through 11, players will take on the role of a hopeful Nerve pilot and will meet other Nerve trainees along their journey. The game's standout feature will be its new narrative woven between and throughout the events of the original series and connecting the new character stories to the plot of the show. So you're not going to play as Rei, Shinji, Asuka, or any of that. You're going to play a new character, it sounds like. It's going to do different things than were happening in the show, but those things are going to like tie into the overall timeline of the series so that the major events that affect everybody in the series still happen in the game, right?
So is the robot still gonna be your mom?
Spoilers. The game plans to employ state-of-the-art technology to be as immersive as possible for longtime fans who want a deeper look into the world of the story. For newcomers, it aims to be a highly polished entry point to the show. Not sure how I feel about that. Anyway, moving past that. Final Fantasy Tactics Remake developers had to pirate their own game to make it. In a stunning revelation at PAX West 2025, Square Enix confessed to losing the original source code for Final Fantasy Tactics, a game so iconic its absence would have been a cultural tragedy. But here's the kicker. They didn't just sit on their hands. Instead, they did something unprecedented. They turned to the fans. Director Kazutoyo Maehiro revealed that after overwriting the original Japanese data with international releases, the source code was effectively lost. But Square Enix didn't give up. They embarked on a digital archaeology mission, scouring fan-made websites and forums for scraps of the original game. It's a move that not only saves Final Fantasy Tactics, but also vindicates the preservation efforts of the gaming communities worldwide. This isn't just a heartwarming story of corporate redemption. It's a stark reminder of why fan preservation matters. Without those dedicated fans archiving every detail, from game data to obscure patches, Final Fantasy Tactics might have been lost forever. It's a slap in the face of the gaming industry's anti-piracy zealots and a testament to the power of community-driven preservation. Square Enix's reliance on fan content is a wake-up call. It shows that even the biggest publishers can't always be trusted with their own history. So the next time you hear someone demonizing piracy or emulation, remember, those pirates might just save your favorite childhood game from oblivion. In other Final Fantasy news, Final Fantasy VII Remake Part 3. I think I bought Part 2. I have not even played Part 1. Part 3 and Kingdom Hearts 4 development progressing smoothly. Nomura promises again. Square Enix glacial development pace has once again been defended by Tetsuya Nomura, who popped into the Final Fantasy VII Ever Crisis 2nd Anniversary broadcast to assure fans that both the third Final Fantasy VII Remake entry and Kingdom Hearts 4 are progressing smoothly. Nomura confirmed that release timing has already been decided, but naturally stopped short of actually sharing when. He also insisted that players should rest assured and be patient, which is about as on-brand as it gets for a company notorious for announcing games years before anyone can play them. Right. So looking at the comments, I'm seeing people ask every so often about the third entry in the Final Fantasy VII Remake series. Apparently, co-director Motomu Toriyama mentioned in an interview that something might be releasing around the second anniversary of Final Fantasy VII Ever Crisis. So that's probably where those expectations are coming from. Right. So things are progressing really smoothly. I can't really say more. If I suddenly went, well, actually, everyone will be really surprised. Laughs. Nomura added that Kingdom Hearts 4 is also moving forward, quote, according to schedule. Another statement that would sound more reassuring if Square Enix schedule didn't historically involve console generations ending before fans see their promised sequels. Both projects remain shrouded in mystery with no platforms, no release dates, and little more than vague reassurances. Final Fantasy VII Remake Part 3 is supposed to conclude the remake project, while Kingdom Hearts 4 was first announced back in April 2022, back when the phrase progressing smoothly was already being used. All right. Final Fantasy XIV mod creator shuts down Mare Synchronos after receiving legal inquiry concerning the project. Are you guys familiar with this? Have you noticed the baby's still on screen?
That was Reese.
It's okay. It's all right. That Tifa thing was pretty hot, right? Just saved us. Mare Synchronos was a mod that allowed players of Final Fantasy XIV to share the appearance of their modified characters in-game. You gotta play this game.
Oh. Yeah, I did hear about this.
You gotta run around and like, why is everyone naked? Right? Why is everybody a big titty elf mama? Right? The mod creators have now pulled the plug after receiving a legal inquiry. On August 21st, user Her Royal Floofness of the mod's Discord server announced the news, spreading rapidly to the Final Fantasy XIV communities across different platforms such as Reddit, See the Sunset, The Day is Ending. So I guess that's what she said, right? Her Royal Floofness open. Okay, so fans could have kept it alive, right? Like, decentralized. They can't stop us all, right? With a heavy heart, I have to announce the end of Mare Synchronos as you know it. I've received a legal inquiry concerning the project. After reviewing my options with counsel, I'm winding it down. My Royal Floofness declared effective immediately, the Discord server will be limited to general chat with slow mode. Registration for bot services will be closed. And the repositories for client, server, and API will also be removed as per this announcement. All Patreon and Ko-fi memberships will also be removed and tiers disabled. The server will continue to run until Friday, August 22nd, 2025, 6 o'clock a.m. After that, the server will be shut down. The main repository will be removed as well. Enjoy your last Doomsday Party, as said files were hosted on GitHub. It's all but certain others now possess the files to revive the project if they so choose and can avoid legal issues. Get fucked. It was like, again, fuck you, pay me. I should have said, fuck you, I won't do what you tell me, right? That's a better one, right? Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Get fucked, right? I will have the world know my big titty elf mama. Right? Her Royal Floofness insisted, please avoid speculation or harassment in any form or fashion towards anyone involved. I will not be sharing any legal details, and I ask that you don't contact any third parties about this. Thank you for the past 3 years of Mar. I hope you enjoy the ride. Floofness closed the posting, promoting their Ko-fi for a one-time donation, highlighting it is not a legal fund. For those unfamiliar, Mare Synchronos allowed players to use altered character models and animations beyond client side, Should two players using the mod agree to each other's invite links, they can see each other's modded characters. The most infamous element of the mod was its facilitating adult character models and animations, elevating ERP. What is that? ERP.
Erotic role play?
Mm.
Or is it electric role?
Someone's
electronic?
familiar with it. Is this what you do on the weekends?
Tipping his hand. That's why he's never been on the podcast in the last couple of weeks.
I would expect that
No,
from Greenland, but Greenland's washing his balls right now, so last person.
I've had the misfortune of there being YouTube videos that have discussed random cursed things.
Square Enix previously updated their guidelines in 2021, saying explicit conversations wouldn't be punished if they were kept private. Keep it in your pants. Mods of all kinds are also against Final Fantasy XIV's terms of service. By taking broad strokes, mods that alter gameplay or affect other players can be quashed, even if their creators lie about their capabilities. The unofficial stance appears to be that players are only punished if they are reported for blatantly cheating or admitting to using such mods in-game. Despite this, players could signal to one another that they are using the mod by putting Mare Lamentorum on in their profile, an in-game location, or simply Mare. The sudden announcement of the mod shutting down has sent shockwaves through the community and was the last solid piece of information about what's going on. There's plenty of speculation as to why the mod was shut down, such as claims of being able to wear premium cosmetics or due to the creators turning a profit from donations. Others believe the mod finally became too well known for Square Enix to tolerate. No matter how much they knew the mod existed, they tried to turn a blind eye. YouTuber Mr. Happy 1227, who has played Final Fantasy XIV extensively, summarized, quote, "So, from what I'm hearing, a Premiere plugin was brought down because the page for it had the Square Enix trademark and the creator's personal information, while the server and materia was congested with people shouting the access codes for a big party in cities." Okay. If that's indeed the case, I think people forgot about the part where they said they'd look the other way if you didn't talk about them. That definitely qualifies as talking about them, LOL. Okay. On a related note, there's technically no proof Square Enix was the one who sent the legal inquiry. While the most likely candidate, others believe the takedown was due to the increasing pressure from online platforms to age-gate or outright remove adult content and remove user privacy, the ongoing MasterCard/Visa assault against adult content on gaming stores, the UK's Online Safety Act, and similar laws coming and proposed in Europe and the USA. I swear, let's just make our own console, and the only games we allow to be made for are fucking porn games. Only adult,
and we call it the Goon Cube.
The Goon Cube can only be made with adult only games, right? That way, kids can't play it. You can do whatever the fuck you want. Everybody consents, right? The Goon Cube is a $1 billion idea. I take donations and super chats, right, to make it happen.
It's my intellectual property since I named it, so I get 50%.
Of course. You're gonna have to fight with the other gooners of the chat, but since most of them are muted, I guess Randy is the only one who has any objections.
You can have 20%.
Okay, cool.
You get 30.
We're in agreement.
I want 70% of the revenue, but have to put in 0% of that.
You can have 70% of the 20% that was offered to you. How about that?
Checkmate.
The ongoing MasterCard/Visa saw the games on the same. Cider Spider, a YouTuber attempting to get every achievement in Final Fantasy XIV, proposed Square Enix knew the mod existed. Not only could screenshots with modified characters give a false impression of what's possible in the game, but Square Enix may have needed to act to prevent anyone from assuming they were complicit through non-action. Just in case, can I get the baby on screen? I can't tell if this girl's topless or not. I don't think she is.
Zoom in and enhance.
Zoom in and enhance. Okay. Very close, but not topless. Okay.
Baby
Also-
not needed. Go back.
Also
take
not
it back.
attractive. Yeah. Another
Actually-
more.
Actually, Greenland, you get half of the 6% that Randy gave up.
An extra rumble feature. We think broader. We need the controller is a fleshlight.
It's gonna be have the rumble feature and heating.
Ooh. Another more pedestrian theory was due to the mod allegedly using player IDs. This is something the player track and player scope mods use to enable stalking players across multiple characters. Square Enix threatened the creators with legal action and demanded them to be deleted. Whatever the reason, a significant chunk of the game's player base have been affected. Mare Synchronos reportedly featured around 20,000 to 25,000 active users. The Steam page for Final Fantasy XIV has also been hit by a wave of negative reviews. Holy fuck. Since the mod was shut down. Around 379 negative reviews, but also 164 positive reviews to counter it. Jesus. Like, imagine, this game is how fucking old? You remove the you remove the mod, and all of a sudden it's like nobody wants to play it anymore. Like
Greenlight is not called Beat It Saber. They already have a term for it. It's called Fat Hero.
Based on discussions on the game's official forums, in the replies to the game's Twitter post and beyond, it seems Mare Synchronos was divisive. Some felt the Mare players had become too blatant and obnoxious, didn't play the game's real content, and inhibited the game's roleplay community as Mare players demanded others use the mod as well. Nonetheless, others insist Mare had value in socializing and player-made events suitable for all. Bad PR, justified or otherwise, couldn't have come at a worse time for Square Enix. Their Q1 fiscal report reveals they have 15% less net sales year on year, almost 55% less profit year on year, and notably a 23% loss in MMO net sales and profit. This comes after the launch of the Down Trail expansion for Final Fantasy XIV being divisive to players. Major criticism of that and recent updates includes a lackluster story, jobs becoming too simplified and similar, a drought of new content, and what is introduced, such as the Occult Crescent being repetitive and boring. Some players even championed the notion of Mare Synchronos players leaving, so lower player numbers would motivate Square Enix to improve the game. Yeah, I'm sure that's going to happen. Will this controversy truly be a death knell, or just one of many cuts that could make or break the developers? All right. So Square Enix and Yoshi P double down on rules for modding culture while pleading for understanding. Naoki Yoshida, producer and developer of Final Fantasy XIV, has issued another lengthy personal stance statement on mods, reiterating the company's long-standing hostility towards fan-created tools and culture despite his own history as a PC gamer. Yoshida insists he tolerates mods in principle, but only if they remain invisible, risk-free, and completely isolated to a single player's private experience. Conditions that erase most of what makes modding cultural force in PC gaming. Any modifications that touches how the game looks to others or that reshapes the intended design is immediately condemned as destructive and unacceptable. What follows is a meandering series of hypothetical scenarios, players dressed up in ultimate raid gear they didn't earn, mods displaying store-bought items for free, or even the ever-feared nude mod, all used to justify why Square Enix must police and suppress modding, rather than acknowledge it as a cornerstone of gaming culture. Yoshi P goes as far as to frame the specter of naked character screenshots as a legal threat to the game's very survival, invoking stricter global laws as a reason why modding endangers the service itself. Of course, none of this prevents Yoshida from pivoting to Square Enix's real concern, monetization. He defends locking cosmetics behind the cash shop by citing rising server and electricity costs. claiming that mods which bypass the MOG station jeopardize the entire financial structure, keeping Final Fantasy XIV online. The message is clear that mods are acceptable only if they don't interfere with Square Enix revenue streams. Even more absurd is Square Enix request at the top of the statement, where Yoshida politely tells media and fans not to quote excerpts, summarize, or repost parts of the letter, a demand fundamentally at odds with how online discussions and criticism functions. Predictably, the overseas reaction has already mocked this, seeing it as yet another example of the company's tone deafness towards its own community. For all Yoshida's appeals to, quote, respect modding culture while following the rules, the contradiction is obvious. Square Enix wants to invoke the goodwill of PC gaming traditions while tightly controlling how fans actually engage with their own creativity. The result is a stance that pleases nobody, too restrictive for players who grew up in modding communities, yet too defensive to inspire confidence that Square Enix sees modding as anything more than a threat to be managed. Jesus, okay. Devil May Cry director hid behind suit room safety, not weird design. Just so we're clear, we threw this shit together so fast to do a show, and I regret everything. No. I don't like this character. I don't really like this game, to be honest, the one that she's in. Hideaki Itsuno, known for Devil May Cry and Dragon's Dogma, regrets he can't make the widely creative games of his dreams because publishers think they'd be too out there to sell, forcing him to play it safe and mix only bits he hopes won't bomb. Veteran game auteur Hideaki Itsuno, best known for the Devil May Cry series and Dragon's Dogma, has revealed a frustrating truth. His dream projects remain locked away because publishers won't greenlight conceptually bold games they deem not commercially viable. In a candid conversation with Famitsu, he admitted that while those imaginative ideas are in his head, they simply probably wouldn't sell. So instead, he cherry-picks intriguing elements from them and tosses in familiar safe ingredients he knows the market tolerates. Itsuno admits a bittersweet reality. It's hard to balance the time it takes with the personal satisfaction of making them. Again, I just want to reiterate for a minute about the benefit of AI going forward, is that people like this, who can't get the funding to do an expensive game that might fail, will be able to code it themselves with the help of AI and get it to a level where they can show in a demo, a pilot style thing, that it will in fact sell. And then they get the funding to polish it up and make it better, right? Anyway, having just launched Lightspeed Japan Studio under Tencent's umbrella, Itsuno is now building a new AAA action game intended to merge the best aspects of his career, DMC's razor-sharp combat, Dogma's complex AI worlds, and even flair for the fighting games like Rival Schools without becoming another Souls-like. He claims his new IP will deliver entirely new experiences that make players say, I've never seen that in a game before. The irony here is delicious. A director whose bold action stylings inspired Bayonetta, thanks to Itsuno reviving DMC, cannot fully unleash his creativity because real-world bean counting gets in the way. All right. This is fucking funny. Blue Archive was hacked, but all they did was spam their waifu. Popular mobile gacha game Blue Archive was recently the target of a hack that saw the game enter emergency maintenance a few days ago. What did the hacker want? Free premium currency? A top spot on the leaderboard? No. They just wanted to spam their waifu everywhere and for everyone. Allegedly, no important data was touched. On August 31st, Blue Archive entered maintenance to address players reporting that the character Koyuki Kurosaki was, well, everywhere. Their cafes were full of nothing but Koyuki. The banner announcement, Koyuki. Even the text at the top of some windows was replaced with Koyuki's signature Nihahaha laugh. Breaking news. Blue Archive Global has been hacked. Players are reporting seeing Koyuki everywhere in-game. Servers have been taken offline by Nexon and will be up again soon. No further damage to player counts has been reported as of now. The funniest thing is that this sort of hack is entirely in character for Koyuki. Koyuki is a member of Seminar, some of the most intelligent students who attend Millennium Science School. While she's not necessarily known for hacking, that'd be Himari, she's a math genius. She also puts the idiot in idiot savant and frequently gets into trouble with poorly thought out schemes. Blue Archive is available on device and Steam. That's fucking funny. All right. Diversity has one value. Diversity of boobs. Am I right, everyone? Can we all agree? Right. Tekken 8's bust fix. Bandai Namco corrects female characters' chest parameters. Bandai Namco has finally addressed the infamous bust bug in Tekken 8's Beach Fun Pack DLC. The latest patch, V2.05.00, fixes the glitch that made every female character's chest the same size. A travesty that sent shockwaves through the gaming community. Producer Katsuhiro Harada took to X to show off the changes, complete with animated GIFs that prove even the most subtle adjustments can make a difference. Literally, they all look like they just get higher. Like, raised slightly. But the major thing here, this is the thing they didn't notice. The shoulders are less manly. Right?
The only one I can see a difference on is the bottom left or bottom right one, the red one.
You don't see a difference on anybody else?
Oh, okay. Yeah. See a little bit. It's so hard to tell, though.
Yeah, it's not a great GIF. I wish they had just put two images. So there's also this one. You can see it really on the shoulders here. Look.
Yeah, the shoulders is a big deal.
Yeah.
Where's her neck?
That's what you're concerned about?
Yeah. It is foot up. Well, let's be real. The real star of the show is Asuka Kazama. Her previous model was a disaster with broad shoulders and a neck that made her look like a WWE wrestler. Now she's back to her old self, slim, sexy, and ready to kick some ass. Unfortunately, the patch has also introduced some customization bugs because Bandai Namco can't have nice things. But hey, at least they're fixing it. The real question is, why did it take so long? Do any of them have a neck? Or she has a neck. Neck superiority. All right. Goddess of Victory Nikkei Bunny Girl skins are the sexiest yet. Green line. Ding, 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 ding. Ding, 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 ding. Green line. Prepare your whatever you do when the bunny girls come on.
You're dingling. I think he's still washing his balls.
I'm trying to understand what's happening with the... Like, it flips upside down. Her...
So that one right there, that's a new character. So you don't have to, like, buy the skin or whatever.
Oh, nice.
I mean, it's an old character, but they, like, re-release the character with a new set of equipment, if you will, ballistics.
The saggy kind?
The agent.
I feel like that's going to be another character as well.
Yeah, I was going to say, this looks like the male character when they force him to wear female clothes. Like, doesn't it? Like, a little awkward?
I guess the pose, yeah.
Yeah. Does she have a vibrator?
Good question.
Is that a microphone or what is that? She's got an MP3 player in her vagina.
Face is turned way up.
Treble all the way.
That's got to be a new one as well. Is that like the third sister of the volume and noise sisters? That one's a skin. I think. No, this one's a skin. I feel like this one's a skin, though, as well.
She's got handcuffs on. Sort of.
Nice.
Oh, wait. I think that is that Exia.
Ixia, yes.
Okay.
And this one is Shirabit.
Sherbert.
The
Sorbet.
vibrator thing is pretty crazy.
Milk Sherbert. Is that her name? No, Milk.
Oh, milk.
Brooming.
I didn't realize they went that far on things.
Let's get Google Translate.
I don't think
in here.
that's literally a vibrator, but if
Hold on
you
a
go to
sec. Hold on.
Brown Dust,
Are you sure it's not?
Milk 1000 Blooming Bunny.
I mean,
Okay,
it's
so-
going right
so-
into her crotch.
so Milk has a new, what's it called? A new character.
Milk Blooming Bunny.
But I don't think you fellas have seen, but in
Blooming,
Brown
yes.
Dust, I mean, maybe you
Blooming
covered
Bunny,
it.
yeah.
Brown Dust does have an instance with a massager in the coochie in the latest
that just-
update. Then
ベイルーンの王として使命を果たす
Sorry. All right. Anyway, sorry, Green Line, you're gone. Okay. Japan's gotcha game industry, a sinking Titanic. As Square Enix shutters long-standing mobile giants Final Fantasy Brave Exvius and Dragon Quest of the Stars, industry insiders liken the gotcha game market to a sinking ship with ever fewer lifeboats, and shifting to console development isn't the easy escape developers are praying for. Square Enix just pulled the plug on 2-decade-old gotcha powerhouses. Rather than a surprise, this feels like the latest deck chair rearrangement on a sinking ship. The Japanese mobile game industry is teetering. Mobile game developer Suemaru didn't mince words on Twitter. Dragon Quest of the Stars and Final Fantasy Brave Exvius are shutting down. Gacha games are becoming like the Titanic. And the kicker, quote, staying in this industry means clinging to one of the limited spots on a sinking ship. The few survivors like Fate Grand Order, Monster Strike, and Puzzle and Dragons still churn profits. No Goddess of Victory Nikkei, no whatever the ship girl one is called that I always forget.
Azure Lane.
Azure Lane, thank you. Still churn profits, but any new title struggled to gain traction. Even Aniplex's Tribe 9 flopped at a speed that rivals a failed space mission. Sure, porting to console sounds like a rescue boat, but devs aren't exactly lining up for the transfer. Alway of indie US games explains that console work demands polished action gameplay, high-end graphics, and certification chops, TRCs, whatever that means, areas where mobile dev veterans are completely out of their depth. Mobile game planners especially are trapped. Unlike artists or coders, planners have skills too niche to translate easily, so they're stuck fending for themselves on a platform that's actively sinking. Add to this a plunging market. The Japan Online Game Association pegs 2024's online game revenue at 1.105 trillion yen, or 7.5 billion US dollars, down sharply from the 1.5 trillion in 2023. Meanwhile, the cost to develop a single mobile title has ballooned to $3.3 million, nearly 5 times what it was a decade ago. Down. Also, Steam rejects adult game from early access, another nail in the coffin of free speech. Lukia, not in front of my credit card.
Wow.
Can I start the masturbators card? That's the solution to the payment processors. We start a competitive MasterCard, the masturbators card.
We take what's the fee? 0.69%.
So when you go to the store, it'll be like, is that MasterCard or Visa? Masturbator card?
Yeah. You guys take masturbators? Can I pay by masturbating? Oh.
You gotta stick your card into the reader. It makes your sound like
the card it's like meant to, like, you have to like turn it into a cylinder and shove it into a reader that's circular. In a move that's
you don't need. It just has it's just a regular credit card, except this one it has a chip at the far edge. So all you have to do is just stick the tip in.
In a move that's about as surprising as a Twitter blue checkmark demanding more censorship, Steam has seemingly barred adult games from entering early access. Because what's a digital storefront without dictating what adults can and can't play? This latest salvo in the war against free speech comes hot on the heels of Valve's existing purge of mature content, proving once again that the only thing Steam hates more than cheaters is sex. Damn It Bird, a developer of an eroge known as Heavy Hearts, tried to launch the game in early access on Steam, only to post the message they received online regarding their rejection. Thank you for your patience during this additional review. Please resubmit your app for a review when you're ready. Your app has failed our review because we're unable to support the early access model of development for a game with mature themes. Damn. An explanation wasn't provided by Steam, but many are immediately assuming this has relevance to their recent ban on certain adult games at the command of credit card companies. A statement from Damn It Bird on the matter, quote, due to current events, I panicked and contacted my publisher to help me get on Steam early access. The general rule is that your game should be about 65% done before doing EA, early access, right? Well, we're about 70% done, so the time was right anyway. But now, all of a sudden, and without a policy announcement, the rules have changed, and now I can't join Steam's early access. Now I can't join Steam's early access. Where was I? Damn It, Virtual Games Market. Great. Wow. Heavy Hearts is still available on itch, but you'll never be able to search it because it's delisted. I made a free demo page that you can find, though. Itch.io was 50% of my game's revenue. It's how I paid my artists and other partners. I still have Patreon and Subscribestar. They are keeping the game afloat, but it won't be enough in the long run. Steam's hypocrisy is staggering. They'll happily host a game about mass murder, but one with tits and ass, too lewd for public consumption. It's a double standard that reeks of moral panic and pearl clutching. The worst part, this decision won't affect the games themselves, just how they're marketed. So go ahead and buy your Sakura Dungeon DLC. Just don't expect Steam to make it easy for you. In the end, this is just another example of the gaming industry's ongoing crusade against freedom of expression. Steam's not alone. Platforms like Twitch and Patreon have their own brand of censorship. And that leads directly into this. Eroge Ice Age. August 2025 becomes the first month ever with 0 new releases. For decades, the end of the month has meant one thing for Eroge fans: new releases. But in August 2025, for the first time in industry history, not a single full-priced Eroge was released. A shocking and unprecedented...
Full-priced?
I think I don't know. The discovery was highlighted by the self-styled Eroge doctor, who noted on Twitter, "Hello, it's Eroge doctor. This August marks the first time ever that no full-priced Eroge has been released."
Does the Eroge
Doctor out.
No. Does the Eroge doctor actually have a PhD?
Although several titles are slated for September, the fact remains that an entire month. Reese, what does the whole translation of this say? Konnichiwa, Eroge doctor here.
Can't you click on? Oh, is that just a JPEG?
It's a JPEG, yeah.
Hold on 1 second. Okay, look.
It says
camera
today that in August, right?
Okay.
This month.
Hello,
right?
this is Dr. Eroge. This August, for the first time in recorded history, a new full-priced. It seems to be. a new
Erotic
full price-
game.
Yeah.
Edo
It seems to be this
game?
month when no erotic games were released. Although the release of the new work is set for next month, none of them have been released yet.
Okay.
It's Ino's first time. I don't know what that's supposed to be. Like, was Dr. Ega? Whatever. I don't know. That's, I think.
All right. So it's basically.
Oh, wait, hold on. Hang on. This August, it seems for the first time in recorded a new full price game. It won't be a single release. Okay, it was. Never mind. Yeah.
Okay.
The Google Translate app is kind of wonky.
Yeah. The entire month has gone completely barren, erasing what was once a staple tradition of the industry, the monthly flood of new eroge at retail. The reasons are likely more complex than simple scheduling. In recent years, stricter regulation of the mounting pressure, paint process, blah, 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 blah. While fans can look forward to the upcoming titles in the months ahead, the drought of August 2025 serves as a sobering symbol of the eroge industry's decline. Gone are the days when stores lined up shelves with multiple new titles every month, and fans queued eagerly on release day, a monthly ritual that now seems to be fading into history. Damn. All right. Take-Two attempted to save Perfect Dark Reboot. Deal crumbled after rights disagreement.
That does look like if a modern-day Perfect Dark was made.
Oh, were you not here when we covered the trailer and stuff?
No.
All right. I am not going to bother to read this. I'm going to read the synopsis here. It was nearly saved by Take-Two Interactive, but fell through due to a disagreement over the rights of the franchise. The project was affected by Microsoft's mass layoffs, which led to the shutdown of the Initiative, the studio responsible for development. Despite attempts by Embracer Group to sell the project, no deal was finalized, leaving the Perfect Dark reboot in limbo. The piece also criticizes the gaming industry struggles with market demands and the influence of DEI/ESG policies in game development. Yeah, we don't need to do that. Let's waste our time on this one instead. Take Us North creator previously promoted a game where the player crosses the Texas border to terminate a pregnancy. I love it when my enemies don't have kids. What do we got in chats? That. Nice. The controversy over Take Us North, the game in which the player must illegally sneak migrants into the United States from Mexico, just grew even bigger. A resurfaced GDC panel featuring Anima Interactive founder Carla Reyes revealed that before her studio developed its illegal immigrant game, she had promoted another project about illegally crossing the Texas border to terminate a pregnancy. Just imagine a game. Like, I can't even, I'm just trying to, like, picture, like...
Do they let you play the final boss where you are the doctor and you
Yeah.
have to terminate it? Like,
But, like,
is there a mini game at least?
Just think about it. Like, oh no, in this level, you start underwater and you have to get out before Sonic the Hedgehog drowns. In this level, you're pregnant and you need to kill that baby. Like, what the? Like, it's just, imagine building a narrative game around you made a bad choice. You're about to have a baby, but we're not going back to being responsible. We're gonna kill that fucker. Like, we're not gonna be a parent. No siree. We're gonna party all the time. Like, The full talk was uncovered by the Gothic Therapy YouTube channel. Its host, blah 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 blah. At the Game Developers Conference, Reyes gave a soapbox-style talk about her approach to game development. Rather than focusing on mechanics or design, she emphasized values-driven storytelling. Values. My values are not having a fucking kid. Telling the audience that games should be used to shift hearts and minds and serve as a tool for activism. Have you ever played a game and you put down the controller and you're like, fuck, this makes me rethink everything about my life? Like, has that ever happened to you?
No.
Never, right? Pac-Man moved me to tears. The story was so strong, right? Like, no, but seriously, like, the only people who need to do this are absolute propagandists who need to try to subvert and sneak in and trick you in emotionally manipulate you into not wanting to have a kid and getting an abortion, right? Like, fucking, it's ridiculous. The slides for her presentation also showed off her connection to Wings Interactive, the funding organization connected to Sweet Baby Inc. that's central to bankrolling activist-driven projects in gaming. Oh, what do you know? During the presentation, Reyes highlighted her studio's involvement in organizing a Justice Jam, a game jam where developers were encouraged to create projects centered on justice issues. One of the games that came out of this event, which Reyes openly praised, was called Crossing Lines. The premise of Crossing Lines is blunt. The player takes on the role of someone driving a teenage sister across the Texas border illegally in order to terminate a pregnancy in another state. According to Reyes, the game explored the journey of attempting to leave Texas under new laws that restricted such procedures, framing the trip across state lines as a narrative driving. I just love it. Like, just, I know it's probably like a 3D game, but I just can't stop thinking of like an old sprite-based platformer where like you're having to get to the end of the stage, and if you take too long, the belly keeps getting bigger, and then a baby pops out. Like, I can't get over how fucking retarded that is. According to Race, the game explored a journey. Yeah, okay. The resurfaced GDC talk reveals a startling pattern in Reyes' projects that have followed through to take us north. In Crossing Lines, the act of illegally crossing a border was reframed as an interactive empathy exercise, blah, blah, blah. And Take Us North, players, blah, 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 blah. We already know all that stuff. I don't care. Anybody else care? Nobody cares. I think we got what we need out of this. All right. Disney blacklists artist James C. Mulligan after confirming he used AI for Disney Lorcana card art. Damn. No one is safe. I'm just saying, if that's AI, who fucking cares? It looks just as trash as Disney would have drawn it. Like,
I would have preferred if there's like so there was that one card game that had the Ghost in the Shell Arise collab.
Mhm.
I would have preferred if they had good AI art back then and used that instead of screen caps from the CG show.
Yeah. After public outcry prompted a behind-the-scenes investigation into the matter, Disney reportedly confirmed that Disney Lorcana artist James C. Mulligan has been using their name to sell AI-generated artworks and subsequently blacklisted him from doing so. An oil painter whose Disney-related works includes officially commissioned lithographs, which are regularly sold through Disney's in-theme park art galleries, and 3 cards, Flounder, Collector's Companion, and the Transformer Chef, Castle Stove.
Transformed Chef?
Yes, Transformed Chef. Got it. Thank you. No, it says Transformer Chef. It says Transformer. It says Transformer Chef. I was right.
Transformers. You were right, but wrong at the same time. They were wrong.
Castle Stove from the Ursula Return set, as well as White Rabbit, Royal Herald from Shimmering Skies for the aforementioned trading card game. Mulligan's work first came under widespread scrutiny by way of his recent exhibitor appearance at Anime New York City 2025. Having just seen their mother make a sizable purchase from Mulligan's booth, Twitter user ToonEmu took to their account to detail an on-the-floor interaction he had with the artist regarding his potential AI usage. Does any of this scream AI to you, Randy? Just out of curiosity.
Not particularly.
You mean Toon Emu?
Yes, what did I say?
Emu?
I don't think so. Hey, so this guy at Anime Nursery just blatantly lied to me about not using generative AI in his work, then scammed my mom off of several $100s in prints. I asked him what his process was like and if he used generative AI or not, and he said he didn't. But I was just looking for AI because it's like an industry witch hunt to ruin people's careers. Oh, so he said that that's what you were doing. Okay, got it. I thought you were admitting to that.
AI.
This one, yeah, a little bit. So maybe these are his actual artwork, and this is him using AI, right? Zoom in and hang. If your mom is buying Disney-related things, you have a shit mom. He told me he used Procreate, the same software as me, and showed me his tablet. He pulled up the layers, which obviously showed that he drew the character, but the background was just a copy and pasted image on the bottom layer. I then asked him if I could see the time-lapse replay, but he told me he didn't record one. I have made over 700 illustrations using Procreate, so I know for a fact it automatically saves the time-lapse replay. Really sounds like you are looking for AI because it's an industry witch hunt to ruin people's careers, right? Like, it nailed it. I told him this and offered to show him how to access them. He then got mad at me and told me to leave. I got into a bad fight with my mom about it after, since he tricked her into thinking his process was all his own and that he did not use generative AI. Apparently, I'm the second person to bring this up, even though the con just started. Since generative AI is strictly against the rules for vendors, shout out to Stacy at the help desk for being absolutely lovely. I fucking hate this person. I honestly, like, sometimes the hero is such a piece of shit you root for the villain, right? Like, I'm so incredibly disappointed that someone working for such a large and artistically talented company would stoop so low as to blatantly lie to their customers. I was almost gaslit by him into thinking he wasn't using AI. If he would have told me I use some generative AI in designing my backgrounds, but the character art is mine, then I would have been fine, because that's the truth.
That's a lie.
But he didn't say that at all, and instead blatantly lied to me and my mom. Yeah,
as soon as he admits it, it would be
like... Yeah, exactly. As soon as he admits it, you'd have just taken a different tactic to try to ruin his life, because he was absolutely fucking right that it's a witch hunt for you. If by some insane miracle he is not lying and is actually not lying about this, then I would love to see a time-lapse sketch or literally any proof that he is not incorporating generative AI into his work like he says. Fuck these people. They don't owe you anything. Don't buy it. Oh, my mom got scammed. Fuck, that's not his problem. Did he twist her arm? Did he say, come and buy the work that I did without any generative AI? Like, come on. Roughly a week later, said attendee would share an Instagram DM exchange between Mulligan and one of her friends who had themselves reached out to the artist seeking further information regarding his process. But rather than providing any further clarification of any of his purported process videos, Mulligan instead threatened the friend with legal action. Thank you for your message. I have dispelled any reason to make the accusation with both close-up photos of the originals and process videos. So I'd suggest with any further concerns, as this can easily be considered tortious interference, inquiries to be sent along to our attorneys. Met with a subsequent observation, in your statement you mentioned photos and process videos providing your work, and a request for him to please share those for clarity. Mulligan instead ended the conversation and once again raised the possibility of legal action. No, at this point, we think the best course of action is to have our legal reach out to you. What's a good email for them to contact you? The next day, the initial thread would catch the attention of Fia Green, themselves an employee of Larkana developer Ravensburger. As relayed to the public from her personal and currently locked Twitter account by Reddit user, by whoever, who cares. Green assured the public that they would be escalating the issue to the relevant members of their team, but also asked them to refrain from immediately jumping to AI conclusions without definitive proof. Quote, I actually work for the company that makes Disney Lorcana, so I will be bringing this up with my creative directors. We have a hard policy of no AI art in our games, and they will be able to assess further. However, it's been very common for people to jump to these conclusions a lot. But after hearing back from their director, Green confirmed that not only had Mulligan at least partially used AI to produce his Lorcana card art. I'm so fucking confused. This art? Oh, I used AI for the background. Who fucking cares? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, it's
Jesus
if you used
Christ,
it
you
for like an
busybodies.
assist, like like it's why is that a crime?
God. Holy fuck.
I only have a problem with it when it looks like ass and it's like obviously
Exactly.
been like copied. But
Look,
if it looks good and
again,
you only used it for an assist,
I
then-
will reiterate my statement from before. We covered, I think it was Goddess of Victory Nikkei or Blue Archive or one of those games said that the executive producer said, we don't use AI art for our Hot Babes game or whatever because people don't like artwork that has been clicked into existence. That is wrong. People don't want to pay for art that was clicked into existence at a rate normally reserved for high-end, multi-month or whatever artwork. You don't charge the same. That's different from not being able to sell artwork that you constructed. And this is the thing about AI. This is the thing that grinds my gears. AI is almost never a click and you're done thing. Right now, I'm writing a book with AI, with the assistance of AI. And it has taken me weeks, over a month now, to make this thing happen. Because it does not do a good job. You have to look at what it gives you and say, no, you fucking idiot, do it like this. And it goes, wow, it's brilliant. Really, you're a visionary. And then it still fucks it up. And then you have to write half of it yourself and say, no, fuckface, like this, right? And then that takes almost as much time as just writing it yourself. Sometimes longer, because you're fucking fighting with this bullshit. It's the same for generative AI in terms of visuals, right? It does not, we got so fucking lucky with Mad Scientist, Sad Scientist. That nailed it on one go. That was perfect, right? But 99.999% of the time, you have to extensively alter and adjust and tweak until you get what you actually want, right? It's just, it's dismissive to treat it as, and look, I understand the idea of if I type in, generate me this artwork, boom, and then I'm like, all right, $10,000. Sold, right? Like, I get that. But that's usually not how it goes, right? It takes some level of artistic, discernment in order to produce to begin with, usually. Otherwise, it's obvious, notably obvious AI generated. After hearing back from the director, Green confirmed that not only had Mulligan at least partially used AI to produce his Lorcana card art, but he had also received a blacklisting from Disney for doing so. So I did check with my director, and it looks like his work is indeed AI. Thankfully, he hasn't worked with us on many sets after Disney notified us of the issue. Disney also won't work with him anymore either, and I'm sure he'll probably get their legal involved. As of publication, neither Disney nor Ravensburger have offered an official statement on the matter, nor have any details regarding the exact mechanism of his AI usage been publicly detailed. Further, not only has Mulligan's personal webpage since been cleared out of all of its content, but the opening post of the aforementioned Lorcana thread has been deleted. However, rather than this being done because its information was incorrect, the user clarified that it was actually done in service of community safety. Quote, it was mutually agreed to take down as we believe the accused parties are using the post to further cause harm to fans, and it is being investigated. I've been in close communication with not only the mod team, but other artists for Lorcana, who all have agreed the accused parties are guilty and dangerous. I look at this and you know what I think? Fucking Disney sucks anyway. None of this is good. It wasn't good when they drew it originally. It isn't good now. I couldn't give two shits. Why are you playing a card game with Disney characters, right? Anyway, any thoughts?
I just now realized we're still on this topic.
Yeah, it doesn't. I don't like. I'll reiterate from before. If you're using it as an assist, there isn't an issue. Like you did the artwork. You know, you spent time, effort. You know, you should be rewarded for your efforts, and you know. But if you're clicking buttons, yeah, for sure. Then I have a problem with it. It just took like a 2-second click.
The thing that bugs me is like if I make something and you want to pay for it, that's the end of it.
Yeah.
Right? If you don't want to pay what I'm asking, then you can negotiate. And if I'm willing to let it go for the price that you're asking, then we're done. Right? Nobody is holding a gun to your head and saying you have to buy this. Right? And people are getting so absurdly bent out of shape over the concept of AI art that they now are seeing it in places where it even doesn't exist and are accusing people and whatnot, right? And this was a fucking witch hunt. Let's not mistake that. That is exactly what this was. And as we established earlier, if he had said, yeah, the background is AI art, they would have tried to crucify him on that. Fucking disgusting.
For sure. I will say that top image did like have an AI background, like you could tell. I didn't realize it before, but that was also his art.
This one?
From Lorcana, yeah. Like you can tell behind the ear
details.
Well, I mean, just look at the thing behind the ear, which is supposed to be like a cabinet or whatever, and it kind of looks like a T. Yeah.
That thing, yeah, right there.
Yeah, like all of that screams AI.
And also the fact, like, I'd like to add to the fact that, like, these are cards. Like, unless you're looking at them, like, on a playmat or, like, super zoomed in on your, like, PC or laptop, you're not gonna fucking know.
And the only people who care are moral busybodies anyway.
Yeah, who never play the games and don't buy it.
Yeah.
Oh, my mom spent hundreds of dollars, so I'm going to attack the artist. Like, fucking goddamn it. All right, anything new here?
Nope.
All right, cool. Not even the Shin Godzilla 4K?
We covered it like 2 podcasts ago.
I couldn't remember. All right, cool. Oh, my God, again with this. Why does this keep doing this to me?
God hates you.
Attack on Titan Final Season Complete Blu-ray Steelbook has had its release date moved.
Pushed 2 weeks to the 25th of November.
Although it says 11/11/25 here.
Go back up to the top.
Oh, release date. Okay. All right. Fairy Tale.
Likewise.
Princess Principal.
Was November 30th. Next tab.
So now it's moved.
October 28th.
October 28th. No, it was September 30th.
That's what I said.
You said November, I heard.
I meant to say September. I did.
Yeah. Anyway, so there you go. That's the Right Stuff news. Enjoy. All right. If you guys would like to support me I invite you to shop at Stealth Week, which you can't actually
And
do. You're going
in
to need
case
to send me
it
an
wasn't suggested before, it might have been. Let's get for the Stealth Weep shop. Let's get the Master Bader card at some point.
That will go in the OCA podcast store.
Yeah.
As a sticker.
Yeah.
For your laptop.
All right. So,
So that nobody has to question.
Currently, everything on this site was made by these hands, and there is no AI being used currently. No guarantees for the future. Although the AI, if it were used in the future, would exclusively be for the draft. And then I would do my work on it to clean it up and make it what it needs to be in order to actually be good-ass designs. So I hope you guys will head over to the website, pick something, and then send me an email at selfpeepstore@gmail.com, and I will help you to check out at a discount. But if you go to ocapodcast.com/store, you can buy the AI artwork that looks fucking good and printed like a mofo. It looks so goddamn good on the print. Mad Scientist, Sad Scientist. I'm clicking. There it is.
Has anybody bought that, actually?
Good AF. Honestly, I haven't been paying attention, so maybe. I don't know. All right. Now, Ranma 1/2. Anime announces latest loungewear collab with Felissimo. There you go. That looks so comfortable. I don't understand these socks that are I don't get it.
That looks weird.
That looks really fucking weird, right? I think it's just flesh colored, but it looks fucking weird. Like it looks like they're cut out, right?
Yeah.
I don't like that. Maybe they are cut out. Got the little teapots on the back. Then there's also these ones. Yeah, I think they are cut out, and they're like sewn in with like a a sheer.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh God.
Gross. Do not want.
Buta? P-chan. All right. Anyway, keep it on here. Psychological horror anime gets new T-shirt line, and even the fabric is meant to be unsettling. That is a genius marketing ploy for using shitty ass clothing to sell your stuff that's cheap. Oh, it's meant to feel itchy and shit, right? Like,
I think they stole the tagline from the Ranma 1/2 socks, being unsettling.
Yep. So there you go. Also, Ghibli glow-in-the-dark T-shirt lights up your style with the Kodama.
Do they glow in the dark?
It does.
Oh my god!
Glow-in-the-dark.
Does it coom in the dark? Like Reese?
How did you know?
You just did it now when you saw it lit up.
Also, Ghibli's saddest anime gets a new T-shirt line.
Does it get a tombstone merch, perhaps?
Green Line, a broken record here, but man, I will watch this film only once.
I've watched it only once, never again.
It was a lot.
It's gonna be a watch club at some point.
Good job.
All right,
We're gonna pair it with Barefoot Gen.
After that, Green Line will just be in the corner, just like in the fetal position, like.
Mini PlayStation game case capsule toys deliver big nostalgia in tiny packages. Look at that shit!
That's what I tell my lover every night.
The only one that I reckon, I mean, obviously that's Ape Escape and Ape Escape 2, but the only one I would actually play that I would want is the Ico or Eco. But it even has like the memory card slot in a little disc. What a weird choice in games, though. Am I right? I want this one. Oh, there's a mystery one. Oh my god. What if it's Silent Hill 2?
No, I was thinking
Katamari Damacy.
Yeah, that one.
It seems like it would be Katamari. Maybe Shadow of the Colossus, because that's also made by the creator of Ico. Great game. Sexy Atelier Ryza figure. Ooh, price thigh high. Whoa.
Nice.
Dumb. I'd rather look at this side.
Who's it by? Oh, it's Prime One. Oof, yeah, that's statue levels of really expensive. I sent a Legend of Zelda one to Randy, who is tempted, but he's like, that's way above my pay grade. But he did seem interested.
Well, it was also unofficial.
It is, but I mean, did it not look good for despite being?
Do we need to have this AI art discussion again?
Well, I mean, when you see advertised unofficial, unlicensed material, in my opinion, it seems like the odds of you getting your product are a lot lower, and your odds of getting the product that is
I get my
pictured
product every time
is even lower.
Now, if it's pictured? If we're talking about, is it going to always be the picture? Usually for me, it's about like a 60-40% chance. There's a 60% chance that you're going to get what
Piece of
it's
shit.
No, what it's telling you, what it's saying you're going to get, and then there's a 40% chance that you're not going to get.
If they want me to spend, well, especially with Canada, if I'm importing something that's $600 from some Chinese website, that's like,
that's true. Once it gets to the Canada Post, they're like, "Oh wow, we get to charge this guy an extra $500 to get it."
Yeah,
yeah.
And then actually not withhold it because it's naughty.
Yeah.
It's usually I mean,
you forget
the Legend of Zelda thing wasn't naughty. It was
they
just,
don't live in freedom land like we do.
Yeah.
It was just Link.
It was just Link pulling out the Master Sword.
But
I can see why you don't want it.
It was like $600, so with conversion rate to Canadian, that's like $800, $900, and then I'm gonna get nailed on tax when it gets here. So now we're talking like $1,100 for this figure, and then it's unofficial, so I don't know the quality control on it.
You just bought an $1,100 piece of shit.
Yeah, I mean the images look cool though.
So if they had it at Fan Expo, and you could just, you'd be like, I'm all over that shit, right?
Even if it was guaranteed to look like the images at $1,100, I don't think I'd do it.
But if it was $600 at Fan Expo, and you could just
even $600 would do
All
it.
right.
Maybe 150.
I've left it in
200.
chat if you're curious.
150, 200, I'd be down.
Oh my god, it's Young Link too.
It's got
Of course
lights.
it is. Go away. That's pretty cool. I definitely don't want to spend $680 on it, but
Or you could spend like $1,000 and get the life size.
I love the little jewel
gems.
thingies.
I'd rather 3D model that myself for
Hey,
under 680.
Luigi, are you considering the possibility of upskirting Link here?
Yeah, where's the real like candy here?
Lights on.
I could 3D print something like that, but like it'd be like you're not gonna get the translucent plastic. You're not gonna get the lights.
Well, it's
And then
only
you'd have to
$30
paint
a
it
month
yourself.
with Afterpay.
Oh yeah,
For how many years?
sign me up.
20 months, probably, right? Okay. Konosuba figures Neko Maid Megumin and Negligee Union definitely peak. Are they peak?
I'll be real. I could barely tell that was Mega Man and Union. I was like, "Oh shit!"
It's easy to tell which one's which, but whether it's actually...
Well, gee, I wonder how. Like,
the question is she wearing the panties?
Gonna have to buy it to find out, buddy.
No thanks. All right. I would buy this one. Iapan,
would you now?
Chitose arrow figure has nothing under her dress. Actually, young Reese. Actually, this is a goon line level tier here.
Yes, it is. I even showed this to Reese. I was like, "Hey, Reese, guess what?" I did. Remember, we had a whole conversation about this. I was like, "Hey, look, check this out."
Can I get a baby on screen?
Are you sure it's this one?
Yeah. Because we were talking about, you were like, "Oh yeah, let me show you." Oh, dude, they're making this one and this one too. You told me about. It was in our conversation. Let's see here.
No. Not it.
I just wanted to make sure that those giant glowy spots were still there. Yeah.
Do I need to buy this?
Oh, okay. I do remember now. Seeing the detached. And
you interchange the actual like pelvis.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, I do remember this now.
Okay, here you go. Is this from that show about the maid who shows you her panties with a disgusted look?
Yes, this is exactly.
I fucking have to have it. Like, I need it. I need it now.
There's no physical release. We can only hope on Disrotech.
This figure looks like a physical release, if you ask me, brother.
Yeah, there's no physical release. It's just an NFT.
I need the figure. Is what I'm saying. All right. Anyway, moving past this. All right, Japan's reverse maid cafe lets cosplaying customers play the part of maids in Tokyo. So when we go to Japan and we play the maids, do we give the customers what they want? And
I don't know how many.
Look, right?
How many things did we put on that list? It was like 4 or 5 things. This dressing up in maid costumes is on the list.
Oh, you don't want to give the customers what they want?
They don't have one in his size. That's what he's worried about.
All right. Customers didn't want that anyway. Become a maid flips the maid cafe script. By now, pretty much everyone with an interest in Japanese pop culture knows how maid cafes work, right? After customers order from the menu, a maid serves them their food and drink, usually addressing them as mistress or master and adding a dash of classical elegance or playful cuteness to the meal. Maid cafes have become an established part of Japan's dining entertainment scene, but one establishment is now blazing new ground by being a reverse maid cafe. Wait, so
you have to pay to work there?
What? Does that mean that I could get paid to sit on my ass and be served drinks and food all day by working here? That's crazy. Like,
I don't think that's how
the customer comes in with their big fat wad of cash. It says, "Here, I'd like to buy you all of your meals and wear a maid outfit while I do it." Like, is that what's going on? Made in Nareru Cafe, Made ni Nareru Cafe, lays out its concept outright in its name, which translates to cafe, where you can become a maid. So, nareru is the subjugation of the verb naru, to become. This is can become. That's why it changes to re. Okay, at this pop-up maid cafe, I don't think that's right, but anyway, at this pop-up maid cafe, which had its first session back in the spring, customers themselves are the ones who take on the role of maids. After selecting an apron and bonnet cap of your liking, Oh, just the apron? God damn it. I wanted to select the panties. No, like, after selecting an apron and a bonnet cap of your liking, you'll serve tea and cakes to your customer with all of the refined hospitality befitting a maid. Now, that might sound like Maid ni Nareru Cafe, which also goes by the name Become a Maid, is trying to have it both ways, charging conventional customers for their food and drink while also charging other customers to play maid. That's not actually the case, however, because the high-class young lady this cafe maid served isn't actually a customer, but instead is someone playing the role of a customer. That's worse! And no, there's no pressure to bring her drinks and sweets ASAP and then scurry back to the kitchen to grab the next order. That's because working at Become a Maid is really more like a cosplay photo shoot. The cafe's employees will take photos using your smartphone as you serve your customer. In other words, this is a cafe where the customer pretends to be a maid who pretends to be working while someone else is working by pretending to be a customer. Said pretend customer for Become a Maid's next session is Yamieta, who herself often does maid cosplay, adding yet another layer to the whole affair. Oh, and don't worry, each maid's 90-minute session includes time for you to enjoy a drink and dessert of your own too. Okay, well, at least there's that.
Is the food you give them real?
I don't know.
Is the food you give them the food you picked out for yourself?
Because I want the job of playing the
eater?
customer. Yeah. Like I'm getting paid
I
to
want
act
to get paid
like a
by taking orders.
maid customer.
Google. Turn this woman into Spider.
Gift skirt. Google, turn the maid into Spider-Man.
I'm just wondering how much mileage I can get out of the Spider-Man sliding down the slide. Oh, we have plans.
Yeah, put Spider-Man sliding down the slide in a maid outfit.
The one, yeah. All right. Become a Maid's next iteration is scheduled for August 16th, hosted at Yorimichi Cafe Nyan and Peace in Tokyo's Shimokitazawa neighborhood, just a bit west of the city center. Tickets are priced at 4,000 yen, US $27, and can be reserved online. With starting times of 2, 2:15, 3:45, and 4 p.m. still available as of writing. Why are your times in semicolon instead of colon? I hate that shit. In the UK, they do it like a comma or some bullshit. Fuck that. Fuck you, and you're being wrong.
Oh God.
What's wrong? What's wrong? What's wrong? What happened? What happened? Yeah, exactly. That's what I said. That's what I said. Oh, nice. Good use. Send it the picture. Never mind. I'll do it. Don't worry, I got it. Randy's gonna get what he wanted. Firefighters called.
AI is gonna save me. It's gonna refuse to do what you want.
I'll send you my picture.
I can be very persuasive, as evidenced by the fact that I had just told you all, AI never gives you what you want. You have to massage it.
I'm DM'd you my picture on Discord.
Firefighters called. Show it again real quick.
I already took it out of the brand. Hold on.
Oh, I just love, my favorite thing about it is that because of your existing like prompt that has you all covered in blood, it just made you the Akiba Maid War.
I gave it my original with hang on a second. I got his profile.
It made you too tall.
Oh, too.
You agree?
Anyway, I can't. It's too big. But anyway, I gave it the one that I originally had with the blood on it, and I just said, put me in a French maid outfit.
That's what I'm saying.
Gave.
Yeah, because you already have blood on you.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. It made you keep a maid war maid, right?
Right.
All right. We're into Misk news. Firefighters called. Firefighters called after overheating mobile battery placed in hotel fridge in Hokkaido. But I would just like to remind everybody, my last laptop that was overheating, multiple times I stuck it in the freezer to cool it down so that I could try to get more work done. Because compiling articles and shit was fucking hard on the old laptop. But is the fridge to blame? At about 7 a.m. on the 24th of August, firefighters were called into a hotel in Rumoi, Hokkaido, after an employee noticed smoke coming from one of the rooms. When they arrived, the smoke had already dissipated, and the man in his 40s, who was staying in the room at the time, but unharmed, explained that it was his mobile battery that had overheated. So when he says a mobile battery, he's probably talking about this thing. I thought it was just his mobile phone battery, but maybe that makes more sense. According to a police investigation, the man was charging his battery in the room when it began to get very hot. He decided to place it in the refrigerator to cool it down, but smoke started seeping out from it. By the time the fire department arrived, a part of the battery had melted. In online comments, readers of the news seemed in disagreement whether putting the overheating battery in the fridge made things better or worse. Quote, "That's why I started using a battery with a cooler. Oh. I always keep a fan blowing on my battery. If it already started heating up internally, would a fridge even help? The fridge stopped the fire from spreading, so it was at least good for that. Did the fridge make it burn up? What is the correct thing to do when that happens? You should put it in a sink filled with water or the toilet." What do you think, Randy? What would you have done?
What would Randy do?
Putting it in the refrigerator doesn't matter. You have to be careful with those. My friend said he bought an Anchor, but when I looked at it, it was an Awker.
I wouldn't have put it in the fridge, or a freezer, but being in the freezer would be a good spot for something that was about to blow up.
Yeah.
So.
Or the safe. Right?
No.
The safe. If it blew up and it was in the safe, like, wow.
Well, if it was in an empty safe, maybe.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Okay. But not in a safe that has all your stuff in it.
Of course not. It's certainly hot enough for a battery to catch fire. I don't know what that means. The fridge is? The key in judging the man's actions is knowing when what appears to have been a thermal runaway occurred. This is when something causes the battery to get so hot it makes the cells rupture, and the chemical reaction from that generates more heat, which creates a chain reaction that is very difficult to stop and can result in a fire or explosion. You could argue that if the battery was already in a state of thermal runaway, putting it in the fridge would at least keep it away from flammable things like wooden tables or sheets. The ideal place would be
You'd also probably wreck your freezer, though.
Yeah, that's why I think the safe is probably better, right? Because that's probably gonna survive, because they're usually fireproof, right?
From the outside and inside out.
But the inside is usually metal, right? It's gonna be scorched, but I think it'll still be okay. Where was I?
If you have a pool, I'd throw it in the pool.
You could argue, well, they said toilet or sink, right? You could argue that if the battery was already in a state of thermal runaway, putting it in the fridge would at least keep it away from flammable things like wooden tables or sheets. The ideal place would be anywhere outdoors so the gases can vent safely. But in a hotel room, that's often not an option. The bathtub.
Imagine Imagine you're just walking home or whatever, and then all of a sudden a flaming battery comes flying out of the window of like a high-rise hotel.
The bathtub, provided it's dry, would be good too, because bathrooms usually have separate vents to suck out the smoke and gases. At this point, the choice between the fridge and the bathtub would be whichever the hotel charges you more to replace.
Oh,
probably-
good point. It would be a mini fridge.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
say-
I'd put it
yeah.
in the mini fridge.
Put it in the mini fridge.
Fuck the mini fridge. That's like
Completely-
$200.
Or what you should do is take it as fast as you can and find the ice dispenser and shove it in that bucket and just dump ice in it, right?
But if it's in thermal runaway, the ice isn't gonna stop it from blowing up.
No, of course not. But at least, you know, when it does blow up, you can just walk away like, what happened there? I don't know. Right?
Oh
yeah. Somebody didn't think with their head.
I'm sure the cameras in the hallway wouldn't out you right away.
Some jackass really got in the hall in his underwear.
Yeah, that's another question. Why wasn't he charging his phone with like the hotel outlet?
Yeah.
Right? Like, oh, they only had like the plugs. By the way, do you know what I learned today? Randy caught me at a weird moment, jumped in the Discord while I was doing Duolingo. I learned that the Japanese word for outlet is consent. Consento, right? Like,
wow.
It's written in katakana, right? So it's like a foreign word, consent. It literally is consent. So every time they shove something in there, they're like, is it okay? Yeah. Like,
can I stick it in?
Yeah.
What I determined was that because obviously the outlet cannot consent, you are raping the outlet.
Yeah.
Every time.
The rape.
They should call it a rape.
It's the rape hole.
The non-consent. Japan is a
rape to get
country.
energy. It runs on rape.
Powered by rape. Oh. Oh my gosh. Did you get consent shirt when? Picture of an outlet that said powered by rape. Oh my god. And it'll just be one of those like anime girl eye ones where it's like, oh, and it's got like the big plug in it. Okay, anyway. Completely submerging it in a toilet or sink, as some suggested, would also result in a chemical sludge that would likely lead to a costly cleanup. There are also shock and explosive hazards involved, so that's not recommended. But if you flush it, God.
Oh man, speaking of flushing it, I saw this on TikTok. It was so gross. In Florida, there was a woman that died in her hot tub, and no one found her for days. And the hot tub was on.
I remember this story from 4chan.
Well, this was a real story.
No, literally like years and years and years ago, before I met my wife, there was a story on 4chan of a person who died in their bathtub.
Yeah, I'm sure that's bad too.
They stayed in it so long that when they found the body, they went to reach for it and pull it out, and they grabbed it from the back and the front. And when they pulled it up, all the skin just slushed off, and all they had in their hands were the hip bones, like the femurs.
Yeah.
Oh.
So the video I saw wasn't of the body; it was of the soup.
It was of the
after the body was removed, or at least the majority of the body was removed.
Yuck.
And it was the cleanup crew that was trying to clean the hot tub, and so they were
at
like,
a certain point, just get rid of that hot tub.
well, yeah, they had to they were going to get rid of it, but they had to do
They had to
something with
drain
the biohazard that was this human soup, and So they they got some hoses and a pump, and they pumped it down the sewer. Like they took the toilet off and dumped it down the toilet hole.
Is that legal?
That's what I'm
That's-
saying. That can't be. That's like that's desecration of a corpse.
Fucking
What?
like human teeth going down the hose into the thing.
No. It was just like goo. There was no. I don't think any hard body.
The family
parts
is
left.
entitled to that goo, okay?
It's just like blood, water, and
And
fat.
hair?
It's probably.
God.
Ah.
I imagine that's where it ended up if they took it to the crematorium or whatever, and they just
I don't
burned the
know.
bones.
When they're done with it at the crematorium, they just shove it in the toilet and flush. Wow, that was awful. So if the battery were already in thermal runaway, then he made a pretty good choice by tossing it in the fridge. Put it in the freezer, dumbass, right? To reduce the chances of wider damage or even a full-blown fire. However, if the battery was just hot but stable, he might have inadvertently triggered a thermal runaway by putting it in the fridge. I don't think so, because the smoke dissipated. Right. The danger here is that putting a hot battery into a cold fridge might cause condensation to form inside it. This moisture could cause the cells inside to short and trigger a thermal runaway. Ways to tell if thermal runaway is occurring include very rapid heating, as well as strange sounds, smells, or bulging from the device. But that isn't always easy to notice in the literal heat of the moment. All things considered,
The heat of the moment.
All things considered, putting it in the bathtub or a dry spot on the tile floor if the tub is wet would have been the best choice, because it would have covered his butt whether thermal runaway was happening or not. If not stuck in a hotel room, you'd be best to find a patch of concrete or metal outdoors and away from anyone. Yeah, throw it in a fucking barbecue. Anyone or anything flammable, and stand back until it either cools down or blows up. Wow. All right. A couple podcasts ago, I think it was the podcast before last, we read an article and I was like, oh shit, was that story from that other thing? It wasn't, and I was going to include it, but I forgot to. So we're going to do it now. Part-time clerk arrested for making over 200 million yen in fake purchases to steal free points. It may be a cashless crime, but it isn't a victimless crime. Working behind the cash register carries a certain amount of responsibility. As the handlers of money, cashiers are the first line of defense in a retailer's bottom line. It's a duty that most manage to handle with relative ease, but for some, the temptation to take advantage of their position is just too much to bear. Such a tragic case occurred in Hiroshima City, where a 19-year-old part-time clerk was arrested for making over 200 million yen, $1.3 million US, in non-existent purchases, so he could take the bonus points for himself. According to the police, he made 4 false cashless purchases at the store where he worked between the 5th and 9th of June, totaling $750,000. At a different store, that same shopping center, on the 29th of June, he is also said to have made another purchase of $685,000, possibly because the price input was limited to 8 digits. Can you fucking imagine? Seriously, boss, the balance sheet says we sold $500,000 more than usual. That's incredible. Like, nobody's gonna fucking.
Why do we
question
still have
it?
inventory?
Yeah, exactly. Possibly because the price was limited to 8 digits. And why type a 0 when you can type a 9? Yeah, that's why he did 999. Right. It wasn't reported how he was able to pull points from fake cashless machines so easily, but the amount of points gained was said to be around $6,500. See, that's where it doesn't really help you, right? You had to fake, what was it? $1.3 million just to get away with a score of 6,500 in points, right? Like, that's going to feed me for the rest of the year. You know, eventually, someone working at the same facility noticed that points were being issued in a strange way, and it was reported to the authorities. When the police made their arrest, the man admitted to his crimes and now faces charges including computer fraud. Police are also investigating how the man used
a
the
microaggression.
Points. Yeah. Believing he spent them at restaurants, clothing stores, and other places. While committing any crime is a cause for a certain degree of shame, readers of the news online were especially disappointed in the complete lack of common sense displayed by this perpetrator. Did he seriously think he wouldn't get caught? He just got too greedy. Really, too greedy. If only he'd converted his points to gold bars and buried them somewhere. He'd be rich once he cleared the charges. It's like he found a real-life pro-action replay. There was a story just like this in Kochi Kame, the story about the cops, the manga. It's kind of adorable how he just put in as many nines as possible. Those are some Final Fantasy 16 numbers he's throwing around. Don't get it. Every time something like this happens, they just put more restrictions on cashless apps, and we're the ones who suffer. He already charged $100 million at his own store, so he decided to go to another store. That's using your head. Doesn't he know that he needs to be a politician to get away with that kind of stuff? In the end, it's just another case of someone being criminally minded without being criminally skilled. What the fuck is that article? Huh. I think we covered that. Which is always nice in terms of making sure the wrongdoing gets rectified for everyone involved. Personally, I blame the lack of very special episodes of popular sitcoms to teach young people these days the difference between right and wrong. Holy shit, that was a terrible ending. All right. SpongeBob. Everybody ready for SpongeBob? Florida man allegedly... Good. Florida man allegedly runs over foot model with car on their first date after she refused to let him smell her feet.
Randy is not Canadian confirmed.
I'm unready.
Randy is ready.
I'm unready.
He even looks like Randy.
Mr. Popoing it up over here, aren't you, Randy? A Florida man allegedly ran over a foot model with his car on their first date. There's a lot of weird fetishes. I can at least perceive a little bit how you get some of them. A foot fetish is not even that weird. But I don't understand how people got that. Right? Like, I don't understand what triggers that among people. You know,
being what's that religion where you have to cover up?
Muslim.
Yeah, that's probably where it comes from.
He looked like a Muslim to you?
Maybe. You never know.
I thought Muslims' things were ankles. Because that's the only part that's exposed.
Ankle's the thing. Oh, God. What?
Yeah.
What goes away? I mean, I know that's Random 11's wet dream, but, like, I don't like that.
Are they building him new feet? What the fuck was that?
Anyway, what was the thing? Oh, yeah. Okay. I think the reason ankle is so highly prized is because that's the only thing they kind of can get a glance of, but feet are probably covered up, right?
You think they'd be more interested in the eyes then?
No, because you see eyes all the time. It's boring.
Even on men.
How did my eyes look?
Whoa! How are you getting a ChatGPT to allow you to do that?
I asked you nicely.
Large baby feeders.
Look, I'm just saying, most people would be like, that's AI, I'm not paying for it. He got ChatGPT to make that, though. You got to pay for it, right? The level of effort is equal, right? All right. El Monte Circle.
There is a full outfit for her. Hold on a second. There.
Oh, Jesus. El Monte Circle 28 allegedly arranged a meeting on the dating app Seeking with the woman in a room at the Serena Hotel in Aventura last Sunday when he asked her if he could smell her feet and buy her used sneakers, according to an arrest affidavit obtained by the Post. The model, who requested anonymity, told Circle that he would have to fork over $1,000 for the shoes. Oh wait, hold on.
Randy, did you add Food and Made Reese to my name?
Got it.
What? Oh, no, I didn't do that.
I read this as he wanted to buy her used sneakers, but he wanted to buy her used sneakers.
He's got a foot fetish. Of course, that's what he wants.
No, I thought he was trying to take her out on a date.
She even gave him a price is crazy.
Yeah, no, I thought he wanted to take her out on a date to a shoe store where they sell used sneakers, and he was going to buy her some because that was his thing. Then I realized he wanted to buy the shoes she was currently wearing. Right?
I got that the first time you said it.
I didn't. I'm not a weirdo like you, Maid Reese. The model, who requested anonymity, told Circle that he would have to fork over $1,000 for the shoes and that she would have to retrieve them from her car. What? She wasn't even wearing them? You went and met a foot fetishist in the naked foot?
I think she was probably had a second.
She was probably in date attire, and he's like, "What you got? Y'all got any sneakers in that car? Can I buy them?"
I want to smell them.
Circle, however, did not agree to the hefty rate, and the model went to use the bathroom inside the hotel room. When I got there, he just wanted to sniff my feet, and I didn't feel comfortable with that. I mean, you could have my sneakers all you want. And, they're just stinky old sneakers, but people like weird things.
Your sniffing has to be secondhand, okay? You can't smell the prime.
I put perfume on them just so that it ruins your boner. While in the restroom,
the model washing machine first. You get them clean.
While in the restroom, the model heard Circle run out of the room and thought he had stolen something from her. She ran into the parking lot where she allegedly saw Circle driving in a red Mercedes SUV. He passed her, then did a 3-point turn. Oh my God. The mental image of the attempted murder. Oh, bitch. Oh. Did a 3-point turn and ran her over with the SUV. Oh my God. Circle then fled the scene, cops said. The foot model required immediate medical attention and suffered road rash, bruising to her back, arms, and chest after she was struck, authorities said. The foot lover was arrested on Thursday after he attempted to book another room in the same hotel. Circle has been charged with an aggravated battery, court records. Premeditated. Like, come on. He pled not guilty to his arraignment, according to
Clearly,
authorities.
it was a crime of passion.
I've never experienced anything like this before. I've met a lot of people who have foot fetishes, obviously, and nobody has ever done anything to this caliber. By the grace of God, I'm still standing today. Damn. Filed under fetishes, Florida man, hit and run. I'm an old-fashioned country boy, but near as I can recall, I don't think I put in a foot request until after me and Wilma Jean have been engaged for 3 months. Football must be the new slang for Lady of the Night. Bizarre and hilarious stories like this are the internet's equivalent of 1990 straight to VHS B-grade sci-fi horror and action movies. All right. Well, sadly, the article is over. Anyway. Oh, man. Well, we did it. Thank God. Thank God next week isn't going to suck nearly as bad because we at least knocked out a bunch of articles that were hit or miss. Anyway, I'm going to call it here before we get to 6 hours. How about that?
Mm.
Good night,
That
everybody.
actually was so impressive. I was impressed by our speed.
We are amazing.
Our speed, we're
We're-
so fast.
We are the appropriate speed to satisfy everyone.
No place